Ventilators. Doctors, nurses, gather round. Let me be quite clear. If you want to continue to work here, we follow COVID protocol. Positive test, it's time to interfere. Put them on remdesivir. Ventilators, powered up. Forget what you think's right. Forget it soon. A new protocol when you get up in a room. When they say they can't breathe, let it be known that the vaccine would have helped. But now they on their own.
Just take the guidelines from the CDC. On a mission trying to find Dr. Tony Fauci. If you're coughing from COVID, there's no need to fear. Sit your ass down and take remdesivir.
So it may sound a bit mean and tortuous, but the protocol's right, and no one can sue us. PCR the patient, let them know what's up. You're positive for COVID, and I got the hookup.
These skanks are hardly breathing, rolling down for sure. Get these hookers ventilated, it's their only cure. When it comes to settled science, there's no need to tweak, cause flattening the curve only takes 2 weeks.
Your lungs are jacked, you can't breathe for yourself. You best believe that we've taken your health. See, here's the thing, we get a big check. Body bag this one, and let's see who's next.
See the homie tube up and vitals dropping down. I think we need to get another ventilator now. They always wake up real quick before they start to drown. Now it's time we get paid to ventilate these clowns.
So many are now dead, we took them all down. It's not just here, it's happening in your hometown. We don't care if you die, let me aspirate. Intubation, elation, when we ventilate.
Just take the shot and do what you're told. Dr. Crumb is about to make them suckers turn cold. They dropping and yelling, it's a tablet late. So Jared and Crumb had to ventilate.
I'm growing into a whole new vaccine get in me. I beg you, seizures on a crazy ass level. We take away your life cause your life's unessential. Drugs, tubes, we brings remdesivir, can't breathe. We put you down and in a body bag. If you roll how we roll, we're gonna have to suggest this. It's the COVID era, we're genocidal occultists. We're gonna admit you give you drugs and make you stay. If you're sick or healthy, we've got to ventilate.
Beaming out across the galaxy, this is where conspiracy on the wild side meets the perspective of a lifetime. This is the Free Zone with your host, Freeman.
Hello and welcome to the Free Zone. Well, guys, it's the end of the world and I love it. No, I don't know. We all knew this was coming. We've been watching it happen. We've been sitting here engaged, hopefully trying to stop it. But from my opinion, I never saw a stop coming, right? It was inevitable. And as much as people try to awake and aware everyone around us, it definitely just has to descend into chaos. The real goal here is to be the phoenix that rises from these ashes. But there's so much going on, and I can't think of anyone better than Crrow777 to get into a discussion about this end of the world plan that we're now experiencing. There's so much going on. Who knows how far this will go? But if you want to catch up on all of Crrow's work, it is Crrow with 2 R's, 777 radio.com to get deep into all of this. He is a mind to be reckoned with. And I love that we're going to have this little conversation in front of you guys today. So, Crrow, welcome to the Free Zone.
Hey, man, it's good to be back. It's been quite a while since we've caught up.
It has. It's a couple Flattoberfest back, I think, that we talked, even though you weren't there. I don't know. I just went to Flattoberfest again.
I think Jason might have been there, yeah.
Yeah, he was. And we're going to get him on the show at the end of this month. So, cool. Another good talk there. But yeah, certain news that might have been avoided by that crowd. The Chinese space plane releasing some mystery object into space a month ago. No one knows what the heck that was. Along with China launching their final part of their international space, or their space station, not international, the Chinese space station. So they've got the last piece of that up there. And then the X-37B, after 2.5 years of orbiting our planet. Of course, there's 6 of these, so who knows how many are still up there. But one of them landed after 2.5 years of orbiting the planet. So these are the kind of news stories that, when you pick a side, I guess you start to lose sight of certain things of what are going on. Because like when I was tracking the X-37B, the robotic space plane, if you guys don't know, this is a little truck-sized space shuttle that orbits the planet and has been for nearly a decade. You know, there's 6 of them. They switch them out. And China now has one too, their space plane up there releasing weird objects. And I remember at one point the X-37B launched, and then an amateur astronomer managed to film it and in space, and it there was some weird explosion that occurred. And the next thing we know, we got fireballs hurtling down on planet Earth. So I don't know. For me, Crow, all of this still fits within a flat Earth model, not to make it form into this conversation or anything. But I always want to remind the flat earthers that any of this stuff actually fits within the dome theory, because this is all low orbit space that we're dealing with here. And the idea of incoming fireballs has always been part of this puzzle that's supposed to happen, according to Werner von Braun and others. You know, we do live in a Nazi reality right now. So I don't know. Any thoughts you got on any of that?
Well, I mean, people know where I am after years and years behind a telescope. In my point of view, the space is misdescribed. It would probably be better described as a liquid. Maybe the Bible is much closer than people think. Nothing gets out of our atmosphere. Everything I ever filmed. You know, when I first started filming, I thought, oh, this is a satellite in space, must be. And, you know, this is 22,000 miles away from me. And over time, you begin to realize. And by the time the Huffington Post was grabbing my clips for free and making snide comments, I'd had enough. So I went and I got an optics expert, and we did calculations to my exact video card, to my exact camera, to my exact telescope, and pretty much proved, the clip is still up, pretty much proved that anything I ever filmed was within our atmosphere. I further went on to say that Werner von Braun told the truth at least once on his tombstone. He gives us a psalm, which encodes 9/11. I think it's 19:1 or something like that. So they're playing the 9/11 encode game, but basically it says from the psalm of the Bible, the firmament shows the handiwork of God. So which is it, Werner? Did you spend your whole life making magical Saturn V rockets that go into magical space and took us to the magical moon? Or when you were on your deathbed, did you tell us the truth that there's a firmament there? I'll take his deathbed confession every time. As a matter of fact, in courts, they will always take the deathbed confession because you're dying. You have no reason to lie. My point here is that all this space station and other things, I don't accept any of it. There are things up there. I have seen through my personal own telescope a thing that looks exactly the shape that you would expect our supposed space station go across the face of the moon. Takes about less than a second to see it. I've seen people film it, but whatever it is, it's in our atmosphere. Things don't leave here. And it wasn't until I got into the older writings when I began to realize that those really old cultures like Tycho Brahe's era and maybe up around the Renaissance, those people had a much better idea of what common sense would allow for. So my take is nothing leaves our atmosphere, not matter anyhow. Maybe when you're dreaming, you leave the atmosphere. Maybe if you're a meditation guru master, maybe then you can poke your head outside, but you ain't taking your tennis shoes with you. That's where I'm at.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, I won't say anything definitively until I'm like Captain Kirk. You know,
Closest we can come is get a nice big telescope and then spend half a decade and try to get wherever you can get.
I think it's great that people are questioning reality. I mean, this is so important. And we're moving into a time, I don't know. Do you think that it's going to be within our lifetimes that we start to see this depopulation going on, where we start to notice, like, you know, you go out on the highway and there's no traffic?
I think it's already happened. What I keep saying on my podcast is that the train wreck has already happened and we're waiting for a body count. You know, it's a strange thing. Like here, I live in Rhode Island, tiny state. You can fit 4 Rhode Islands in San Diego County, where I used to live. We're 100 and some odd teachers down, Everyone's going broke. No one can seem to fill a want ad. What's causing that? Did people no longer need to pay their rent? How come there's so many jobs available that they can't fill?
So true.
I would ask. And not only that, like a plumber, not too long ago, to get a freaking plumber to come out took over a month. And when they got here, I knew these guys because I've been working with them, for years now. I've called these same guys. They were paying unskilled apprentices $5,000 to come start with them so they could be taught plumbing. That's how bad it got.
Wow.
And so where are, I know you see it. You certainly get at least as many, if not more, emails than I do in a day. How often do you see, I'm sorry, I've got to unsubscribe, I'm broke? And we're talking about a few bucks a month here, right?
Yeah.
So if someone's telling you that, they're not messing around. They're freaking broke. They need money to live. How many, I'll ask you, how many times do you see that in a month? I see it hundreds of times.
Yeah, a lot. And especially since the whole PayPal crash. But I expected, beyond the PayPal fiasco they threw that in our face and ended
PSYOP.
up. Yeah. I mean, we lost there. But it definitely, you can see where everybody is going down the wire here and canceling all their little outward, well, got to cancel Spotify, got to cancel Freeman, got to cancel Crrow.
Yep.
And
that's, we should say something about that. If people don't support the things they think are important, and that's up to each individual, whatever you feel is important, what's going to fill the void that you leave behind is censorship and bad intent. The internet, when Jason and I started this years ago, I would pull almost all the research from books. Jason would pull almost all his end of the research from the internet. Now, the episode images I would pull all the royalty-free images to make my episode images. That has gotten harder and harder and harder, to the point where for Jason to pull off his side of things in the research, because we research every episode, we've had to get very creative, like getting into a college library where they've printed books, like using archive.org, like all these little tricks we use, because what's going on now is there's a psychological dossier on everybody with an internet account of any kind. And that's what makes the internet run now. What they're doing is making a psychological dossier. When you do a search return, there is no intent to return good information. The big intent is to get as many clicks out of you as they can. The way they do this is by building a psychological profile on all the data they can get off your life, which is just about everything since roughly 2001. And I'm not kidding. Hint, hint, 2001. And they create an algorithm that tries to predict what you will do. The company that predicts the way you are the best does the best. And so people will say things like, oh my God, I was talking to a friend yesterday that I needed a winter coat. And then damn be God, I came home and all of a sudden there's all these ads for a winter coat. My computer was listening to me. Well, yeah, your computer's always listening to you, but that's not how that was done. That algorithm actually figured out that you were going to want a winter coat before you did. And if you think I'm blowing smoke, I'll take it a step further. The data mining has gotten so sophisticated that any major corporation with significant data on you, which is all the big ones, can tell you the minute you will die, where you will be, what will kill you, and what group of people that puts you in, to a 98% certainty. Those are things you will never know about yourself. By the way, there was a movie, I saw the end of it not too long ago. It was about a Steve Jobs-like character, and the world was going to be blown up or destroyed. So all the elites got on these rocket ships, but they had figured out what I just told you. And it was known, if you were rich and famous, you could go find out when you're going to die and what. So Meryl Streep finally says, okay, tell me. And he says, a bigazop is going to kill you. And she's all, well, what's a bigazop? And well, I don't know. There's no such thing as a bigazop, but that's what's going to kill you. The end of the movie, they're off the planet. They go to a world no one's been on. Meryl Streep walks out. There's this huge ostrich-like bird that's beautiful. She goes, oh, it's beautiful. And the thing walks over and kills her. And the guy looks at the camera and goes, I guess I know what a bigazop is. They're telling you the power of data collection. That algorithm they're using it to be the butt of a joke had no idea what a bigazop or whatever it was called was, but it knew damn well that was coming based on the data they could derive.
That's crazy.
It is completely crazy, but the scary part is it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that there's a reason that nations are spending billions of dollars on CERN and their computer grid system. People think of CERN just as the particle collider, which is confusing enough as to why nations would spend billions of dollars and fight to be in CERN just to find out the goddamn particle. It's like ridiculous that would. But you add into this their grid, which is a computer system network capable of exabytes of information. Then we're starting to talk about technology that's capable of doing exactly what you're saying.
Well, what's crazy is even the people who are big into tech have not kept up with what's true. If I ask so many people what's king in this world, to this day, they'll tell me money is king. No, money is not king. Money quit being king sometime around 2000-ish, give or take a couple, 2 years. Recall back that in 1999, the CEO of Sun Microsystems announced, 1999, there is no longer any privacy in the world, but you've got all these free tools that are really cool. No one believed him. Problem was, he was telling you the truth. What is king now and will remain king for the foreseeable future is data. The reason data is king is because not only do you get a time machine that lets you predict the future to a 98% certainty, it gives you a level of control that had never been dreamed of before now. By the way, it is likely that the algorithms that allow all that data to be dealt with were written maybe in the 30s, something like that. They just didn't have a way to collect or process the data that they now have.
Yeah, you have to go back to Telefunken and the Nazis again with the first computer systems that were put out there and the first television.
Might have been a Nazi who wrote the algorithm. They make a joke in the big Marvel movie. Any movie that is the biggest means the most minds will be exposed to it. There's endless programming and information going on in a movie like that. In the movie called The Winter Soldier, they told you the truth on so many levels. One of the things was, well, we're going to kill 2 million people or something because they're going to be a problem within the next 20 years. Well, they ask, how the hell do you know someone's going to be a problem in the next 20 years? And the guy looks at him and says, the 20th century and the 21st century are an open book. We know everything about you. Every bit of interaction with society has been collected as data, and they say right there and then, by the way, this old Nazi mathematician wrote an algorithm that showed us how to read that book. And so the big thing is, well, why would you kill 2 million people? You don't have 2 million enemies right now. And he said, no, but over the next 20 years, we know that we will have 2 million enemies. So we're just going to kill them off now. It's like the Minority Report, kind of.
It always made me wonder why Madonna ran around with a DNA cleanup crew. As we're starting to watch all of this and the Epstein Genomics Project, and how that's even playing into like FTX and crypto, as we're seeing that FTX was involved in medical treatments, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and that was all funded through FTX to make sure no one wanted any of that. These genomics projects and Epstein's genomics, people always think of Epstein Island and such, but dude, he was making babies. He was genetically modifying humans, and Madonna running around with her DNA cleanup crew. I mean, this has to do, I would think, a lot with how they would track a lot of this information. I could be wrong, and again, all the PCR tests that everybody took, those are only good for collecting DNA. They don't detect a virus. So it seems that
some people claim that it put something in you. A lot of people complained that something was put in. Remember at first when they did the nasal swab, they scrubbed really hard and everyone complained about how much it hurt.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Everybody knows how all you got to do is swab a cheek.
Right.
To do, yeah. So, it was clearly doing something else. And all the people I respect in health, people like Fortune St. Germain and others, don't get that nose swab, man. Ain't something you want done to you.
So you managed to escape the PCR altogether?
I wore a mask all of 10 minutes because I had to get a tooth worked on. That was it. I got thrown out of more places than you can imagine. I didn't take anything. You know, I don't know if you've ever talked about it. You remember when Bush the senior was busy genetically modifying something for like Monsanto on the evening news back in the 90s? He like stuck a needle under a microscope and they said, voila, there, so simple. The president has just genetically modified this corn or whatever it was. I forget what they were doing. Well, that later went to the Supreme Court. And the reason it matters is because what that shot supposedly did was tell your RMNA to upgrade or change or modify your DNA. So there's your GMO, except this time they're doing it on people. The flashback, that went to the Supreme Court and the corporation said, hey man, we can't patent things God made. But what we did is we took this product that's patented and we modified what God made. Can we claim ownership on that now? And the Supreme Court said, well, yes, you can.
Right.
So think about what possibly could happen here. With all this data collection and everything else, it could be to the point where you're basically classified from birth. You're a throwaway person. You're whatever. You're owned by a corporation. Who knows where this goes? But this kind of data extravaganza is going nowhere good fast.
Yes. Makes me think of the movie Gattaca, of course.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. How did they know to even write movies like that?
Right. Yeah. And they're so far ahead. And now we're to the point where, as we were talking about, people like running out of money, running out of things, and running out of hope and faith. This is something that has always been at my heart because I've been home free most of my existence, and I love it. Right. Like, I mean, I love being at home now, but I also love being on the road, and I find miracles happen and life feels fulfilled, and I find people that are amazing. And so I always try to remind everybody that, you know, homelessness isn't as scary as it seems, but you've got to do it right. You've got to have a positive personal attitude. You've got to, you know, live life and have people want you around. But we've reached a point now where people are willing to jump into poverty suicide pods, right? And now we have made assisted suicide becoming much bigger. So it's really like we need to revive people's hearts at this point as they're starting to face down this big black hole that they didn't know was coming. I think it's easier for those of us that have been at this for so long that we were almost tempered to all of this information. But I think that people will be lining up for these suicide pods.
Everything that we see going on, there's an undertone of birth control. The gender agenda things, the only reason they give a damn is because they can reduce birth rate. If you go all the way back to the 70s, the women's lib movement, which is now known to be run by a CIA asset, Gloria Steinem, whatever. She's actually on YouTube admitting she was a CIA asset. That was about birth control. Even just something as simple as women's lib, they realized that if they could convince the women that they were being treated unfairly and they needed to act more like men, they would get paid and treated more like men. The birth rate that used to start at about 22 jumped up to about 32. And that, from the work Jason and I have done, the actual birth rate has been declining for most of the world since the 70s. That's not what you're told. You're told it's been just out of control. But when you look at so many of the agendas that have just gone on, it's about birth control. I have it on very good authority from people in high places that one of the main agendas is to get rid of white people and critical thinkers.
Yeah.
So if that's true, it's the first time that we've seen that. You know, usually it's the white people sitting there saying, why are they picking on all these other people? But now I guess the chickens come home to roost, apparently.
Yeah, one of the first times that they tried to ban me from YouTube is when I had Henrik Palmgren of Red Ice Radio on about white genocide. And Can You Say Genocide was the title. And
I guess not.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess you found the line in the sand.
Oh my God. Well, they finally took me down over having Dr. Andrew Kaufman on about the vaccinations. So
Yeah, I did that too. That they took me out at 100,000, and I never put the channel back. So they put it back 3 weeks later. But what they did is they'd inserted an algorithm. So before they deleted my YouTube channel, if you searched Crrow777, there were like 16 to 25 million returns. If you searched Lunar Wave, there were just so many, page after page after page, just endless returns. The day they put 3 weeks later, the day they put the channel back with a strike, the search for Crrow777 had gone down to 2,000 in most places. And if you did Lunar Wave, you could still get 100,000. But if you put Crrow777 behind Lunar Wave, it went down to about 1,500. So they put an algorithm out that stripped. But what's worse, and people can check this right now. Remember the big thing with Google was, I put in this search return and they told me within a fraction of a second, I've got 10,000 returns on this word I just searched. Go look at the search returns. Nobody pays attention. After the first 2 pages, maybe after the first page and a half, the returns are just being duplicated. So they're telling you there's thousands or even 100,000 returns, but what you get is a page or a page and a half, and then they just start replicating the returns. That's how bad search engines have gotten.
Yeah, I've been scrubbed from YouTube completely. Like even people that were mirroring my videos, they're all gone. Like I don't think you can find me on YouTube anywhere.
I don't put up content, Freeman. What I did is I started putting up 2-minute bumpers saying go to Crrow777 radio because free speech reigns there. So all I have done for years now is put up a bumper saying, hey man, there's a new episode, go see it.
Right.
That's it. It's an advertisement. That's what I do with all, people go to my Twitter account and they're all, why aren't you following anyone? and they're all, how come you never answer any tweets? And I said, because I'm not a twit. Basically what I'm doing here is advertising that if you want to have free speech, come to Crrow777radio.com. That's what I use social media for. It's true. Not for communicating. Social media is not a good place to communicate.
Yeah, I've lived in that reality since Echelon.
There you go. That's 90s.
Yeah. So I've never been me on the internet. I've never, and I don't post what I had for lunch. I don't post where I was going or what I'm doing. I post news and
yeah, me too.
Always have been that way.
In the very beginning, people are, you got to join LinkedIn. And I'm all, why would I do that? Go look at my website about page. The whole thing is about free speech. When I wrote that? I wrote that verbatim in 2013. I already knew you could already smell where this was going.
Yes, without question.
Without question. It was as blatant as the nose on my face.
Just like everything we're dealing with, there's no shocks here. There's no surprises. And, we were talking about birth and women and abortions and death and the lack of, everybody, all the women now being sterile and men, I guess, as this depopulation goes. And then the whole Roe versus Wade thing that occurred with the Supreme Court, and they basically pulled their hands out of bodily autonomy. Like, we're no longer dealing with bodily autonomy. God, they just canceled abortions, which of course isn't true to states' hands, but the Supreme Court backed out. I personally think that this whole thing was so that when mandatory vaccinations come into play, the Supreme Court's like, yeah, we washed our hands of bodily autonomy with Roe versus Wade, so you guys just deal with this state by state.
Well, it's pretty clear, too, that they don't want abortion. They would be happy if abortion grew 100 times what it is.
Exactly.
This is a political psyop football. And by the way, the big problem is that people have forgotten how they got here. You were granted the divine spark by the Creator, whoever or however you think that works. In every courtroom you go into, there is a representation of the highest court. In most cases, it's called a Bible. So if you know who you are and you know what your rights are, you begin to realize that everything is an offer. And you begin to realize you don't have to accept offers you don't want. What happened during the pandemic was that people said, well, we have to do this. And they're telling me, you put this mask on or you don't come on my store. I said, I'm not blocking my spirit. My breath is my spirit. The Creator granted me that. I'm not putting a veil over that. And I'm all, what's your authority to force me to do this? Almost invariably, they gave me the same response, the CDC. At which point I looked them in the eye and I said, the CDC is a corporation, not a governing body. Where is your authority to demand that I do this? Where is the law? Where is any form of authority? And they didn't do it. And so what they got people to do was voluntarily take a directive from a corporation and violate the rights of everyone who didn't stand up for them. And the people who did stand up for them had to do a little bit of work, didn't they? They got thrown out of places. They had to change the way things were going. But at the end of the day, those are the people we'll see on the other side of this, I imagine.
I agree. The Phoenix.
The Phoenix,
will
there it
rise.
is. The people who make it wherever the end point is of this flame that is burning too brightly, which will burn itself out, those people will be in a much better position to fend off nonsense in this world.
We're at a point now where there really isn't going to be anything for those in the future. We're going to be starting from scratch once this all goes down. We have a death tax where it's just taking everybody's inheritance. Everything's set up to gobble everything that your family has accumulated and give you nothing in the end. And I think a lot of people are getting used to that. I mean, it's been a long time since, I don't know anyone that's inherited anything, honestly. And we're just left here, floundering on our own, trying to figure this thing out.
No, you've got to quit participating in the things that, if it's a one-sided narrative and it's harmful to your existence, you need to quit participating. And everybody has their own line. Everybody has their own ideas of what that means. But at some point, you've got to begin to defend your God-given rights. And if you don't, you basically forfeit them. And once you've forfeited them, you will be treated as a person with no rights. Person's not even the right word, but everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say it.
Yeah, isn't that funny how much we have to amend our language these days?
We didn't know what we didn't know, right? We grew up being taught, and then we found out there's alternative meanings for all these things. And then we learned, why does Black's Law Dictionary call a person a monster? And, then we get people on that say, wait a minute, you're telling me the Constitution doesn't apply to me and I'm actually considered an enemy combatant? We didn't know those things a couple decades ago. Well, we know these things now.
Yeah, it really is all a matter of your free will agreement to all of this.
Of course.
Yeah.
Everything comes down to free will. If there was a more special gift that you've ever been given besides life, I don't know what that would be. There is actually claims in old texts that higher beings, above human beings in the spiritual ladder, do not have free will. Whether or not those things are true, I don't know, because I'm just a human being. But I do know the value of free will. And by the way, that grant by the Creator to you of free will gives you also another very important thing that not every being has, and that's the power of creation. You can create things. And these are the things that we've forgotten. We're so used to taking orders and following direction that we're forgetting these things. And I submit that the people who show up on the other side of all this madness, they will not have forgotten these things. And as we move forward, I imagine in 100 years that we'll be heading into a bit of a golden age. That's what I think will likely happen. The question is, how long do we got to do this? Is this crap going to go on for 10 years, 100 years? How long are we doing this? But at the end of the day, it's too much too soon. It's going to burn itself out. This is unsustainable. And unless they got total control of every corner of this world, this is unsustainable. All the lies they've been telling, those have to be maintained. Think about the moon lie. They've been maintaining that thing as long as I've been alive, almost.
Yeah.
A lot of energy spent maintaining all these illusions.
Yes. Yeah. It's a lot of juggling, a lot of work, and it can't sustain itself. But we need to realize that what we do today, you and I and everyone listening, is not for us, right? We're still going to have to live through this crap. There's just, we don't get to escape it. We're not here to find freedom at the last moment. It's something that we're doing for the future, for those that are coming after us, for the children that are being born now, that we fight, because I don't see where we get out of this in time before our lives are over. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, I've realized the very thing you're saying, and it does occur to me that when I recognized how I got here and I recognized my rights and I recognized how to defend my rights, there's a parallel world that emerges. The problem is I grew up being used to all these systems, right? Oh, well, there's a convenience store there for me. Oh, my car needs gas. Oh, I need a car because I can't make one on my own. What's likely going to happen is the parallel system will break away from all these controlled systems, because it almost gets to be like the corporation saying, hey, man, how do you like that air conditioner? How do you like that car? Can you make an air conditioner or a car? Because we can make an air conditioner and a car. Do you like them? Well, there's a new cost added for our air conditioner and our car now. Now we want a piece of your soul besides the purchase price. That's a bit like what's just happened. And so a lot of people, like you see the bear community. At first, it was hard to see there. But what I see now is a hell of a lot of people get back to the land, getting back to gardening, things like this, but they're helping each other. There's your key. What's coming next? How many people are willing to help you may be a crucial point in where you end up.
That's a key ingredient, because when you're looking at the advertisements for these suicide pods and the news stories for them, they show this very thing. Like, here's a man who has back problems, he's suffering, and they're going to sell his flat. So he just needs to die because he can't find a new place to live. It's humanity that is necessary here, right? Like,
hyper materialism, materialism gone off the rails. The value of a human life is nil in that kind of an equation. The materialism is the value, and that too, it has a shelf life.
I'm sure somebody would take him in. I've seen people give $1 million on Venmo for someone that asked for a beer on a football game in the audience, held up a sign saying, hey, here's my Venmo number, I need a beer. He made $1 million. You think we can't take care of everyone that in simple ways with a minimum input, maximum output? It's just
the abundance that actually exists is far from the illusion where they've tried to conbillion. There's 800 million gazillion billion people here. I maintain that the population's been dropping since the 70s. By the way, has anyone listening ever got on a plane in New York and flown to California or vice versa? Did it ever occur to you that 85 to 90% of that flight is over empty land where there are very few people? It's just when you get to the city centers that it gets real crowded. But what I've learned since I've got back to gardening, and there's another thing, I just interviewed Owen Benjamin because I wanted to learn more about what the bear community is doing to help each other. He told me on a single acre of land, he could create enough food for 10 families easily. And we're not aware of this abundance because all we're used to is I'll go to the supermarket and get low-grade food to live on. So, the possibilities are endless. It's just like you're saying, Freeman, we got to get through this. A lot of people are going down right now. Who will the Phoenixes be? That's the big question right now.
Absolutely. Well, let's wrap up this front end here so that we don't get censored and banned, even though at freemantv.com, I'm still standing strong, thanks to all the support of you guys listening and subscribing. So it seems freemantv.com is going to survive through all of this. It's been quite a wild ride, always on the edge, but that's where I like it. It would be interesting to see what would happen if I had more, but as long as I make it, I'm good. So I want to thank everybody for coming to freemantv.com and subscribing. We now, of course, have Stripe so that you don't have to use PayPal if you don't want to. You can still use PayPal if you like, but Stripe is there now for you to just use a credit card, make it simple and easy. So your subscriptions make all the difference. There's a lot of money goes into running these operations. We don't get to podcast for free. And so thank you all so much for doing that. So Crrow, CRR, yeah, 2 O's, 2 R's.
CRROW777radio.com. It's Crrow777radio.com. And by the way, everybody out there, I took the same hit Freeman did starting in the beginning of October, which was tied to the PayPal nonsense. About 6 days after I started to take the hit, and I heard Freeman was already taking the hit, they announced their little threat to fine people. They backpedaled that, and then they snuck it back into the terms and conditions. That was all a psyop, and the people that were hurt are the people who are providing the content that you find value in. So you either support Quinn or you can live on Wiki, I guess.
It's so true. It is. All it took, and that's the way our world works, right? They just toss these ideas out at people. No one's going to go do the homework to find out that the population's actually decreasing, or as you said, the entire world's population could most likely live in the center of the United States easily, and everybody still have an acre to grow enough food for 10 families, and so we're talking billions. Right there, you could just fit them all. It's a lie. Yeah, I've traveled across this country over and over again in my van. I've taken 70 so many damn times. I know how many bumps there are on that stupid highway.
I have too, 40 and 70. Yep.
And it's just empty. It's just
it is
empty land. It's so true. And we can find all these great ways to grow. We know of all these. What is the Bear Project? I want to.
So Owen Benjamin, who used to be a Hollywood mainstream guy, was a comedian who was being told to shut his mouth and to support things that were spiritually against what he would accept, and he wouldn't do it, and they blackballed him. Matter of fact, he probably would have been the next Jerry Seinfeld. They had his picture up on the side of the place that made Seinfeld. He had been on shows like Punk'd and everything else, and everyone was very suspicious of his pedigree in Hollywood, but he flipped them off, and he did in fact get blackballed out. As a matter of fact, they blackballed him so hard when he tried to do private comedy, he would book himself somewhere and they'd get a phone call saying nope, and that would go away. So a community of followers, he had admitted, I think at one point, 500,000 followers on YouTube, something like that. When they shut him down, he got kicked off every platform. And his community is massive. I mean, massive. I don't even know how massive. But what they did is they decided to get back to the land, go back to the land, start farming, start growing, start helping one another. And at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. I have a low tolerance for the Hollywood kind of set, and I've known him for a while now. And what he has done will be very important in the months and years to come, because those people will help each other at the drop of a hat. And many of them are producing their own food, farming. They're even buying land where they can go. So it's quite a movement.
Absolutely. Hell yeah, guys.
Whenever you see a person come and there's Bear in their avatar name, they're probably connected to Owen's community.
Well, that is right up there with the friendship agenda. And that's the only thing that's going to come up and save us, guys, is you and I taking care of one another. That's it. And we got to love one another. We got to share one another. We've got to work through all of our little emotional tropes that have constantly been planted in there. I mean, the amount of narcissism on this planet right now is just overwhelming. You got to get over yourself, guys, and open yourself to these potentials and possibilities. And the truth is that life is amazing if you get out there and live it. And so there's no need for suicide pods or things of this nature, because life is out there. Love is out there. People are out there. And it's all an illusion until you get out there for yourself and see. So please do so. I know it's winter, so travel is not always the favorite thing. But if we don't get out there and start meeting one another, then we're just going to live in this dystopia that is manufactured through false thoughts that are promoted constantly through this World Wide Web, where we think we're actually getting information. So yes, guys, that is the true key to all of this, is you and I. We are the angels of this planet. We will be the phoenix that rises through this all. And our solutions are in love and caring for one another. It's that simple.
Build bridges, man. Quit judging and start building bridges as fast as you can. Lord knows what's coming next week.
Yeah. It's moving fast now. And we're going to get into some more of that on the other side, you guys. So please come on over to freemantv.com and subscribe. And send, producer Steve some love for all the hard work he does in the background, not getting much recognition out of it, except for me to say how much I love you, Steve, for keeping this ball rolling for me. It's so amazing and impressive. So if you guys want to send guest suggestions, show ideas, anything like that, producer Steve at freemantv.com. And of course, you can write me, Freeman at freemantv.com. And then finally, subscribe to Rockfin and get our videos, because that helps support our efforts too. And even though, neither, I don't think Crow or I are able to turn crypto into dollars, but yet it's a great platform with a lot of great people on there. So it's worth supporting Rockfin. And if you subscribe through either, what's your Rockfin channel, Crow?
Rose set it up, and I'm not sure. It's Crow, probably just Crrow777. I don't, at first I was very suspicious. And here's a story for you. Owen Benjamin got booted off everything. He went over to Rockfin, and guess what? The CEO contacted him. They talked on the air. He had made a joke where it was a Jewish guy and a black guy, and it was clearly comedy, and they booted him. Guess what just happened? They re-platformed him. The CEO actually contacted him back and said, we were wrong. And it's the only time I've ever heard anyone be re-platformed. So maybe there's hope for Rockfin. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm sliding all of my videos that have been banned off of YouTube over there. So you can go to rockfin.com/freemanfly and subscribe from there, just to get all of the videos. You get everybody's videos. And so it's a pretty amazing platform. But yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that about them, because it feels more like a family situation there. There's a lot of people that know one another. We're all together, and
a Flat Earth and other movements like that are keeping Rockfin, viable, I would imagine. And I also wonder if accepting someone back like the bear community was a financial idea. Point is all the FE people are there. All the conspiracy people of one stripe or another have all went to Rockfin.
Yeah.
So we will see what comes of it.
All right. Yes. Well, guys, we're doing everything behind the scenes here to get this up and running even better. It's been rough to have everything banned and canceled and crashed. And so rebuilding is going to take some time to get all this information. But remember, there is no such thing as an old show here on freemantv.com. So please scroll all the way down to the front page and start from the beginning and get all the information, because so many of the guests that I've had have
CDC's greatest hits.
CDC.
Hey! Now available with proof of vaccination.
You've been fast and strong.
You'll get all-time classics like
I got the jam. It's been too long. I'm glad to be fast. Yes, I got the juice. I took two. Tell me, Dr. Fauci, what you want me to do, 'cause I'm fast.
Enter to win a signed copy of the album by Brian Johnson & Johnson.
I took a fast vaccine during quarantine. It was the worst damn shakes I have ever seen. I'm number
Legendary hits like
quarantine for just 2 weeks. Stay away from me for just 6 feet. CDC will tell you lies. CDC and ignore all your cries. Hell's bell. Oh, Angus, are you alright? A palsy. You're shaking, oh woman. You're shaking. Hell's bell. Somebody call a doctor. Where's Fauci? A palsy. Dr. Fauci, hello. Hell's bell. Hello. Dr. Fauci. A palsy. Hello.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations. First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
vaccinated people do not get sick.
I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Night consuming level plane, missing curves, spaces gate, Boston bombing falls, flight Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lies, Stevie Wonder is a blind victory, a wish to see it down the rabbit hole. Bilderberg's fake band, Michael Obama, huge down bar, rock the Kenyan guy, has your wife identified. Warp speed, vaccine, J&J, ultra genes, my dope. Kiss you sweet as goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making it go, we know it's time we expose it. At the bottom of say CDC and TNC, IRS, CIA, and that's the reason crap. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is stars, Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen, 2 months of quarantine. Jussie Smollett, fake attack. George Floyd swallowed crack, said he couldn't breathe at all. Overdose on fentanyl. AOC and Alex Stein, my big booty is so far. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get this circus shut down. Bin Laden in the city, Robbie Parker smiling. Epstein didn't die, flight logs are classified. California communists, you certain tops the list. Mask your kids, stay inside, for your health formaldehyde. The feed bugs, world economic thugs, Klaus Schwab, Castro, piss on Justin Trudeau. Psychos, the elite, Bill Gates attacking me, biotech, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making it go, and now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, possible found in the street. And Lucky Larry Silverstein, moving like a slot machine. Shaq, Spill, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, S-Up, that's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get this circus shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear on CNN, moonshine, spacewalk, Alfred Dalton. All the astronauts who died have a chance, still alive. Challenger, master plan, plus all dreamers drunk again. We have moon rocks, that's a fact. That's shocks, yeah, they lie. The rockets fly, CGI. Planets down, CGI. The ISS, RBS. It's Earth flat, actually, yes. Not dinosaurs, yes, of course. I can't check it anymore. Why would you trust these liars? It may be concerning that the building is burning. Maybe calm these liars. They deserve a take down for saying we go around, 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 around. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making me know, now it's time we expose it. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making me know, now it's time we expose it.
Beaming out across the galaxy, this is where conspiracy on the wild side meets the perspective of a lifetime. This is the Free Zone with your host, Freeman.
Hello and welcome to the Free Zone. Well, I hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving or some form of it. What strange times. It's hard to celebrate anything these days. It's like these little trinkets that we have to remind us of what life was like. And well, those days are done, guys. We are now living inside of a science fiction novel, and it seems more like a poorly written dystopic science fiction novel. But things couldn't be any stranger as far as I'm concerned than right now. I mean, oh my God, you guys, how are we existing in all of this craziness and still acting just like life is normal? It's amazing. Oh, but we're going to get deep into this with Jason Lindgren today from Secrets of Saturn. Fantastic show you can find on Rockfin, YouTube. Definitely check it out. Secrets of Saturn. And let's please welcome to the Free Zone, Jason Lindgren. Hey, Jason.
Hey, man. Great to be here.
Good to have you on. And we had always an interesting time at Flatoberfest. And it's funny because, I don't talk about Flat Earth much on this show. I mean, it comes up, but it's not, but yet I'm constantly on the air saying, hey, Flatoberfest was so awesome. And I want to tell everyone that, the main reason Flatoberfest is so awesome is the people. It's amazing how many great people show up for this thing. And I mean, I walking around that place, I didn't find one person that I couldn't be friends with. What would you say about that, Jason?
Oh, man, that's exactly it. And the flat earth thing is interesting, and I wouldn't call myself a flat earther, but I definitely see things, and this is the same answer I've been saying for years. I see things that I call inconsistencies that I would like answers to.
Yes.
Now, unless someone's got a couple $100,000 and they want to buy me a ticket on the old Bezos rocket, which I would do if that was possible. I'd go up and tell you what I saw.
Hell yeah.
So, these things are a lot of speculation. And until then, challenge everything. Don't be ashamed of doing that. But the get-togethers, that's where it's at. I had the same kind of situation when I went to the Bertari event where I helped run the sound and I performed and everything. It's just not a bad person there. Everyone was so super cool.
Yeah, guys, that's what it's about. Us coming together, talking together, sharing all this. Of course, this is the very thing that they don't want to happen. And this is why we're in the midst of lockdowns and censorship and shutdowns and all that goodness, because the true power is in face-to-face contact with all of us and finding all of this. Jason, I wanted to bring up this very intriguing topic as we get into high strangeness and the idea that we do live in a science fiction novel. I mean, this would be the worst sci-fi series ever. But, I was watching Dr. Brian Ardis, and I know you've spoke with him, so you're a great person to talk to about this. But the documentary, Watch the Water, and then his latest broadcast that he's been doing and putting out the information showing guys that the true force behind COVID is actually snake venom. King cobra and crate snake venoms have been found in all the people that tested positive for COVID, along with a ton of conotoxins, these sea snail venoms, along with starfish venoms, and just up to 30 different venoms found in people on land from things that go through this. And you find that conotoxins were listed by the World Economic Forum. Now, these are the toxins that come from these sea snails. That conotoxins were going to remake the world. The World Economic Forum has an article how conotoxins are going to change the world or remake the world. And then you get deeper and you find that PCR tests were all used for years, for decades, to identify snake venoms in people or in things. And so, I mean, just to put this all in perspective, that means that we could easily have these reptilian overlords ruling our planet, poisoning us with serpent venom and taking us out in this weird V scenario like the TV series of extraterrestrials coming in. I mean, Jason, this is so crazy. and so possible. And I really do believe this might be the case. And it really speaks to this science fiction reality that we're in, that some evil overlord is taking us out with serpent venom.
Well, I'll address this as openly and honestly as I can. We've had Dr. Brian Artis on. I believe that was the second time he had come on with us on Crrow777 Radio, where I'm the co-host. And we do what we always do. We were extremely fair about it. And the reason why we brought him on was so that he could put the information out there, we could discuss it, and then our listeners know, hey, we know this is going viral. A lot of people are making a big deal about it, and we wanted to address it right in the beginning. So we brought him on shortly after that little documentary that they put out was released. And he seemed to make a convincing argument. But my big question was, if indeed they're doing that with the snake venom, how much could they possibly get to get into millions and millions of people? That was my big question, was just the quantity of scale. How would they do it? I'm not saying it's not possible. I mean, they do it with fluoride, unfortunately, with so much stuff, but that's a runoff toxin from aluminum manufacturing and some other industrial stuff. So they do have that in quantity to dump into the water supply and screw us all up. So that was my big question. I'm not saying that there aren't things that could demonstrate similar symptoms and things like that. But again, the same way I say with flat earth, I saw an inconsistency there. Is like, so if it's snake venom, how many snakes and how many ways could you possibly get something into people that this would be a worldwide phenomenon? Because I know a lot of folks like to say that COVID's not real. I don't know exactly what it was. It certainly was not, in my opinion, a worldwide pandemic where people were dropping dead in the street. That's all poppycock. But I caught something a ways back when it was like at the height of that stuff, and I did have that weird symptom of losing my sense of smell and most of my sense of taste, but it didn't last very long. I mean, it was just a bad flu, and then I got over it, like people do. So to me, it was just like a big nothing burger, just like any other flu. It's like be an adult, get over it, you know?
Yeah. But do you smoke?
No, actually, I have really bad allergies to dust and things like that, so I don't inhale anything. I don't do anything. I don't even really like, even though I like the smell of them, I don't even like light incense because they all make me sneeze. So no.
That was the really, really amazing part, was that these very toxins attach to your nicotine receptors. And so he has found that 2% of the population of Earth, the smokers only account for 2% of hospitalized victims of COVID. And so he's running around, Dr. Artis is saying, well, take Nicorette gum, or, some sort of nicotine gum, or take in nicotine some way, shape, or form, and you'll get your taste back, you'll get your smell back. And it fills those receptors with the nicotine instead of the conotoxins. So I found that very fascinating because, I'm a smoker, and I've suffered none. I did get a weird. So my biggest fear has always been like the vaccine shedding. So I would think that the majority of people that are getting sick and getting this or have taken the vaccine, and of course that seems to be the case. And so that was one way of getting that to the people, to physically inject it instead of having fangs, they have needles. But then, if you really think about it, and way back, I mean, when I started the TV show in 2005, I was already sick to death of talking about chemtrails. It was just like, I'd already been talking about chemtrails for a decade before I ever even got a TV show. And when we put out that very first documentary on chemtrails, it was really, we were seeing desiccated blood cells in these things. We were seeing the stuff that was coming down to the ground, laying on the ground like spider webs. And if you touched it, you got flu-like symptoms. There was a flu-like symptom epidemic going on back in 99. Well, this all began around 96 in America. And so we've had this, decades of a chemtrail program going on. People always classify it as weather modification, but obviously there's so much more with barium, strontium, and all of these things, and then desiccated blood cells that were being found in these things. This has been going on a long time, and it's really, really possible that they have aerosolized this, and managed to get us breathing it and getting it. I don't know, but I find it so fascinating that this is the world that we live in right now. I mean, we've been seeing such weird stuff. Like, I had Crow on, and we were discussing, he had brought up the people that had gotten the vaccine and that they were, magnetized. And I couldn't believe that I had forgotten about that. Like, our lives are so crazy that, magnetic people just slipped my brain, like, how do you forget stuff like that? But we have things like Bluetooth people in the cemeteries. And I don't know, Jason, have you seen those people that are spinning? Like, they see a ghost over their right shoulder, and then they start to spin to follow it. Their arm goes up in the air, and then they spin into circles and convulse on the ground, and some of them just die. Have you seen that stuff?
Well, I've been hearing lots about people dropping just like mad. I don't know if you know Mark Devlin in the UK,
Sure.
And talk show host. He's a good friend of ours, and he's always putting up, especially if it's like someone kind of famous, like a sports person or a music person, and I see him posting that quite often. So yeah, this stuff's going on. I hadn't quite heard about the ghost aspect of it. That's
You gotta see this. Let's see, it was in a documentary. Died Suddenly. Also, Greg Reese made a report on it.
I gotta do that. I know a lot of people are pushing it. I'm kind of curious what evidence and what angle they're going with that.
Yeah, I actually haven't watched Died Suddenly, but I've seen all of the parts and pieces of it, throughout the time that these things have been presented. So it gets into those bizarre blood clots that are growing inside of people that look like metal. But you've got to see these mysterious, I don't know how to describe these people that are seeing a ghost over their shoulder and then just can't stop their bodies from rotating. And over again, like if it was just one, just like with the magnets and with all these other high strangeness that we've been seeing. And this, okay, so when I see this, and I'll put a link up for you guys to check it out. So the people are standing there, they suddenly get like something attracts their attention almost inevitably over their right shoulder. I didn't see anyone go left. They all went clockwise. And then they appear to see something and they start to spin, and then they convulse, and one lady even fell in front of a subway. And it's horrible to watch, right? It's just frightening to watch. But this brings me to these concepts that people kind of ignored, like blue beam, where people think blue beam was all about this false alien invasion with just projecting things up in the sky and such. But if you actually go even to Wikipedia and read about blue beam, read about what Serge Monast had actually written in blue beam, which was a theory, guys. This was not a program. This was a theory of Serge Monast. But it was the idea that they were transmitting demons into us via fiber optics. And this was way back in the day when blue beam was written. I'd have to look up the date, but long before this tech was really in any advancement state like it is now. And so I just can't help but think that there's some sort of demonic ploy in all of this electronic technology that they're throwing at us, from CERN to many other, CERN, the ionospheric heaters, and the technologies that they're doing with even like the cloud of care or the Norway spiral. These things seem to be opening portals, right? Are you familiar with any of these thoughts? Or
Oh, sure. Well, let's be real for a second here, man. You brought up the chemtrails. I first heard about those way back when on the old Art Bell show. People were calling in the 90s reporting that stuff. And goodness knows if it was happening even before then. It just hadn't ramped up to a big scale. So we have that going on, and God knows what they're hitting us with there. We know damned well that they're putting stuff in the water. which again could be going back to that snake venom thing. Maybe it's synthesized. Maybe it's something that they've been able to get in there through other means. It's not necessarily that they have a zillion snakes that they're getting the venom out of. Perhaps it's something that they've been able to synthesize, and then therefore the synthesized version is mimicking symptoms.
I did want to, yeah, I meant to throw that in when you were saying that. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, he showed how E. coli and yeast would grow these things, and so that they didn't actually have to have the snake venom in a mass quantity, because anyone with E. coli or yeast infections were producing it within their own bodies. So there was one way that this kept growing.
Yeah, and I'm open to that. I can't prove it, so I do what I try to always do, and that's just be objective.
Right.
So let's just go down the list. So they're hitting us with God knows what in the air. They're hitting us with God knows what in the water. We just did a show on processed foods, and we went decade by decade showing how far back that they were starting to manipulate the food supply. So again, there's God knows what in there. Then there's the mainstream pharmaceutical medicine, which anybody who's done a little homework knows that the Rockefellers spent untold amounts of money in the early 20th century wiping out all forms of medicine except straightforward allopathic medicine that they controlled the schools for. So the only stuff that gets out there is what passes their okay or not. So we're being hit there as well. And man, now we're in this electronic age, and we've got these towers everywhere. And again, what the heck are they broadcasting other than a mobile signal for you to pick up with the smartphone that nearly everyone's got in their pocket? We just don't know, man. We're being hit in a way that no human beings have ever been hit before, that we're consciously aware of in any kind of modern history, if you want to call it that, 6,000 years or more. So, I mean, quite honestly, nothing would surprise me at this point. There's so much stuff we're being bombarded with.
Absolutely. In New York, there was just these reports of this resonant sound, as if somebody was putting their finger over a crystal glass and humming it. And it is just keeping everyone in, I think it was Greenwood, New York, awake. And no one can track the source of this resonant sound. And of course, we've had a lot of these throughout the last decade of bizarre sounds going around, howlings and weirdness.
Low hums. I've heard a lot of stories.
The low hums.
Yeah.
So can we even tell if our emotions are ours anymore? The people that are suicidal, the people that are they broadcasting this message through a neurophone into our bodies and just keeping us, so we have to have those questions too.
Well, let's be real, bro. If your cell phone is getting a signal, theoretically, if they're broadcasting something else through those towers, it's hitting you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as real with facts that I could throw out there. I don't know what they're doing, but the cell phone that I'm picking up in my hand right now, I've only got 2 bars right now. Doesn't matter. I could make a call with this. That transmission is hitting my phone and being able to transmit back. That means my body is also experiencing those. Who knows? But it's happening.
One of the fascinating things that I found about the conotoxins and the venom theory also was one of the symptoms of conotoxins. This is crazy. Holding false beliefs that can't be changed by facts. That's literally listed in the side effects of conotoxins. And now we're in the midst of this mass psychosis, and we can't figure out why people can't see what's going on, and maybe this has something to do with it too. I mean, holding false beliefs that can't be changed by facts. That's a side effect of a conotoxin. It's crazy.
Well, the one thing I've considered for a long time, like even before the COVID nonsense started, was that all of these things are probably multi-part weapons, so that they do affect people differently depending upon where you are, so that there's not one single symptom or group of symptoms that could be nailed down, because that would make it easier for people to start figuring out through process of elimination. So if it's kind of a combination of, well, they chemtrail harder here, and you live too close to a cell tower, so it's hitting you hard, like that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Or you eat a certain kind of garbage processed food that has more of whatever in it. It's kind of the that notion. And I know you've done a ton of amazing work on movies and films and all that kind of stuff. Well, what was the story of Batman 1989 about? What was the Joker doing? Multi-part weapon that created the poison. If the 2 or 3, I don't remember anymore, I haven't seen it in ages, but it was two or three ingredients in everyday products that caused the death poison.
Yeah. I remember that now. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that you can't point your finger at anyone or anything. And we saw when all the heads of the corporations right before COVID just all quit their jobs. I mean, including Bill Gates left his foundation, or that main foundation that he was a part of. The head of Apple, the head of
I'm glad you brought that up, because
Yeah.
this just happened on Sunday night. So in February of 2020, and again, you've done some amazing work on the Disney stuff. In February of 2020, out of the blue, at least to us on the outside, Bob Iger, the head of Disney for however many years, quite a few, just up and left, and they put the guy who was the head of the parks in charge as the CEO. Well, they just out of the blue, again, to us on the outside, kicked him out, and Bob Iger went back. That just happened. So it's like, so what's going on behind the scenes there that all of a sudden they bring Iger back? Now, Iger, if you're into following any of this stuff, he's like left-wing Democrat-y kind of guy. Like, a lot of the problems that Disney has been having financially are Iger's fault, from loading up all these real crazy far left people throughout the corporations. And a lot of people are complaining about how all the movies and films are just getting wrecked with all this crazy left-wing politics. Well, that was Iger. So if they're indeed panicking because their stocks have plummeted and all that, they just brought the problem back in. But I think at the highest level, I think most folks who are into looking at things from the kind of perspectives that you and I look at things from, at the tippy top, money doesn't really matter. It's about pushing the propaganda. But my big question has always been, well, at what point does it stop mattering? Because money still needs to exist to keep things going on a day-to-day basis. Like, Disney still has a board that has to be answered to, and there's still investors. And this isn't just Disney. This is obviously lots of major corporations. Like, those investors need to be answered to. So I would assume at some point money still needs to be made. And pretty much everything that's coming out from these major companies are failures, because it's full of what people generally call woke concepts. All these social justice warrior crap. There's no good stories. There's no good characters. It's just all about pushing these messages. So it's interesting that out of the blue, Bob Iger is brought back to Disney to quote unquote fix the problems when it was his fault in the first place.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what they are thinking in doing this, and what is behind the scenes. Because obviously, guys, Disney is like at the heart of the propaganda arm, always has been, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like since World War II, that was their job. I mean, bringing the Nazis before you and getting you comfortable with all those Nazi scientists like Werner von Braun being on Disney's show. And then, if you watch Disney on the front lines, everything that's happening is right there in that 1930s military propaganda that Disney was putting out. And then you add that they own Marvel and Star Wars. And I love what Lucas said about, when Disney bought up Star Wars, and like, I just sold my children to white slavers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he regrets that now.
Oh boy, those Disney lawyers were on him. I mean, within 24 hours, he was like, "Oh no, I'm sorry." Yeah, but he meant it. No doubt about
He said
it.
that on a major, I don't remember which one it was, but that was like one of the major mainstream news programs he said that on. So God knows how many zillions of people heard that.
Yes. It's so true too. It's so true. Poor Star Wars.
That's something that you and I grew up with and loved, and it's a shadow of its former self. Here's something I'll throw at you as a question, though, just
right.
your take on it, because I've brought this up a lot. I'm kind of getting of the mind that the elite pushing the propaganda are getting kind of stupid and sloppy, because they've been pushing propaganda on us, as you said, for decades and decades, but they were kind of slick and sly about it. Like, it would just be inserted in there in, say, a movie that still had a good story, had good actors, had good characters. Now they're literally driving away fans of whichever property you want to look at, like Marvel or Star Wars or any of them, because the movies themselves, I mean, yeah, they're slick and they look great from a visual point of view, but other than that, they absolutely suck. Like the stories are terrible, the characters are terrible. Like even like the Star Wars sequel, like the storyline isn't even coherent. It's literally just plain stupid.
And a bunch of whiny bitches.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't even hold a candle to the original storyline.
No. Yeah, I totally agree. Like they have no soul, and what I think also is that we're witnessing this awakening, and it's hard because we're in the middle of it to actually see that people are awakening to all of this. But all these decades that we've been out here trying to tell people what's going on, I mean, we're in it now. It's now a point where we're getting more into a conversational type of situation instead of a data situation because, we're in it now. But I really do feel that people are awakening left and right. I mean, the awakening is been far more dramatic. I think that we had way more of an impact than we knew and that they expected. And that's, why they constantly trying to censor us all. But I really think we had an impact, and oh man, without us, I mean, imagine where we would be and how crazy this mass psychosis would be.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. To finish that last point, though, and then to get into the censorship aspect, because these things all tie together. So, if you're trying to push propaganda, would you not use the untold gazillions of dollars you have at your disposal, like a Lucasfilm that is now owned by Disney? Wouldn't you want to make the slickest, most amazing Star Wars movie ever, just to continue with the Star Wars example, to push whatever it is you're trying to push with that particular stage of the agenda? But you don't see that. They're just making crap. So they're losing fans of these properties. It's happened with Marvel. It's happened with all of them. Star Trek is absolute trash now. Doctor Who's trash now. Like all of them. They're all this hot woke garbage that's just like super leftist propaganda. Well, if you just addressing the United States, you've lost half the population who don't even want to even look at stuff like that. How are you going to push propaganda if the stuff you're trying to use as your vehicle is not anything that anybody wants to see in the first place? That seems really stupid to me that they've gotten sloppy. But to tie that into the censorship aspect of it, you see YouTube chopping out all of the creators, all of us individualized creators with our little YouTube channels that maybe even built up to a large following over the years. They're just chopping them all out and they're replacing them with mainstream stuff having channels. CNN has a channel and stuff like that. It's like, that's not what you go to YouTube for. You go to YouTube to find unique original content, not anything that's industrialized, stamped out in a machine kind of content. But no, they're censoring the crap out of everything and deleting people's channels. And it has this interesting effect because YouTube is part of Google or Alphabet, the parent company. When you get scrubbed from a YouTube channel and all those algorithms start working their spidery magic behind the scenes, it starts taking you out of Google searches and all that. So they know what they're doing when they do this stuff. If you're rocking the boat, bye-bye.
No doubt. I'm a classic case of that for sure. So you guys are all going to have to go over to Rockfin and subscribe, guys, to get our video content. I know Jason's on Rockfin and I'm on Rockfin, and there's a whole horde of people over there that definitely, are putting out the content. And I think Rockfin's a pretty darn good channel or source for so much information. So I hope you guys will go over and subscribe through rockfin.com/freemanfly so that I can collect my crypto from that and help me out that way, or come over to freemantv.com and subscribe. We got it all set up now with Stripe, and so you can skip PayPal or you can subscribe with PayPal. I just figured I'd throw in a little marketing there for us, Jason. Like, get that.
Well, and here's the thing, guys. I don't know what anyone's individual financial situation is, but come on, you have to support what you like, because I can assure you that the people who have multi-billion-dollar budgets to work against us, they've got the upper hand there. We've only got you to help support us to keep these things going. And there's a psyop out there, I'm sure of it, that truth should be free. Well, that's great, but that's something that even musicians, and you're a musician just like me, musicians and artists have fought the same battle long before the truther movement, whatever you want to call it, started. People just have this notion that if you're creating something and it's not coming from some mainstream company, that it should be free. Like, well, is my time not valuable to you? Like, it takes effort. And, I'd like to eat too, and I'd like to pay my power bill and that kind of thing. It's just this mentality that kind of gets out there. And I'm pretty sure it's a psyop to hurt us. Like, no, you got to support what you like. And it's not like we're charging zillions of dollars to access these things. And Rockfin is a great example. It's $10 and you get everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know I've paid $10 a month just to not have commercials. Like that's what you get for Spotify or some of the streaming services. All you get is that you don't have to suffer commercials. Like, all right, not getting commercials is worth $10 a month. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you're getting your money's worth with this for sure. And to keep us going, I mean, it's been a long road, and it has been quite a trek to try to get supported doing this. I mean, my first decade, I didn't make any money. My mom kept me on the air. I mean, I had 6,000 people listening to me every day, and I couldn't get $1 out of them. It was quite a battle. It was.
Thank you for persevering, because the work you did early on helped lay the groundwork for those who came later. We needed that. Thank God you were doing that. I mean, what else did you have? Art Bell,
Yeah.
He's talking about really cool stuff on one show, and the next it's something absolutely ridiculous. It was just everything was all mixed up. Even though he was such a great host, you couldn't put any stake in it. It was entertainment. It was just happened to be interesting topics.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys, talking about, spending currency, for me to listen to Art Bell and Coast to Coast back in the day, it just never even came in on my CC Plus radio. Like, I could not get anything at my house to play and broadcast Coast to Coast. So if there was a guest that I wanted to hear from, I had to get in my car and drive around from midnight till 4 a.m. To listen to these shows. And that's what I used to do back in the day, and then when I lived in the van, of course, it was all night travels. And so thank God for Art Bell. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would go through to listen to a broadcast that I wanted to hear. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have any databases and archives or things like that. The best you could get is your friend recorded it on a cassette tape and you could listen to it later. Yeah, it's amazing this travel that we've been on, because I don't know about you, Jason, but I started very early in the mysteries of the world. And honestly, I remember in those Time Life books of the weird, mysterious things on planet Earth, like the very first thing that I really recall from being attracted to high strangeness was the little 12-inch mummified man that they found in a rock while quarrying this thing. They chopped open a boulder, and inside was a cavern inside the boulder, and a little mummified man sitting in a lotus position. I don't know whether any of this stuff is true or not, but that's where my world view started, I guess. And all of this mystery was way back when I was just a little kid looking at these Time Life mystery books. And now here we are living in the, as strange of a world as you could possibly imagine. It's gone so wild.
No, I'm totally with you there. I was always interested in odd topics, and maybe it stretches all the way back into the 70s. I was 4 years old when the first Star Wars movie came out, and that left such an impression on my mind that I was always looking at the stars and all those kinds of things. And then as I'm growing up, I'd always have an interest in anything that was not the mainstream. Now nerd culture, funny enough, is like a mainstream thing. Like, being a nerd is cool, but we come from a time when you were a nerd, you got the shit kicked out of you by the
Yes. Oh yes. But to go back to your thought there, and how the films are so bad, the propaganda is so bad, everything is like not even attractive, so it's really doing a piss poor job. I've had those very same thoughts with Biden and Kamala. It's like, there's no way that they accidentally picked somebody that was half dead and so dumb and so bad. It's like, you can't help but think you're being set up. And this is the sleight of hand of a magician that needs us all go to turn to the neocons. Let's say this is the plan. Like, okay, we really need everybody to go red. We really need everybody to follow the neocons, because we're setting up the new world order. So let's put in this bumbling poopy pants president and an ineligible crazy woman as vice president, and everybody will shift red, and we'll have no problems. We'll just, I mean, I just can't believe, some of these bad acts are accidents. It's like, are they really that dumb that they thought Biden could change the world, or is he a setup, a plant to bring about a shift in consciousness in the other direction? That's where we always have to look. Like, are we being set up?
Yeah, you got to challenge it all. And I remember when they first put him up, I thought, oh, well, he's never going to get in. That guy's had dementia for years. Like, you can see getting in. And when I saw it, I was like, you can't be serious. Like, from just looking at it from a mainstream political level, like, did the Democratic machine seriously not have somebody better than a guy who stumbles and bumbles every single thing he does? And I remember the little bit of the debates I never would watch these things, but I'd catch clips, and it's like literally you'd see Donald Trump he knew it. So he would bear down on Joe Biden, like verbally, just boom, 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 because he knew he could be overwhelmed intellectually super quick. And that's exactly what you saw. So you just don't know how far the level of the theater of it goes, or if there's still some sort of reality to the parties. Because I mean, it's kind of unrealistic, in my opinion, to think that every single person's in on it, but it's absolutely directed from the top down. That we know.
Right. It's crazy days. Yeah, this is where we're at, guys. If we don't realize that we live in this science fiction realm and how crazy this all has gotten, it's just too much. But here we are, guys, in the potential realms of having serpent venom placed on us by some extraterrestrial or extra dimensional source. I want to get into a little bit more of that on the other side as we go into the members section. I got a few things I want to toss out about the cloud of care and the Norway spiral and some of the things that went along with all of this. But that'll be coming up in the second hour, guys. So I hope you will come over to freemantv.com and subscribe. And not only, is your support financial, but sharing, letting people know about this show. So let them know the Free Zone is on every podcast platform out there. So just put in the Free Zone with Freeman Fly, and you'll find it on every podcast player. Been on Spotify longer than Joe Rogan. Been on YouTube longer than Alex Jones, but yet, that doesn't exist anymore. So you can't go there, but you got to go to Rockfin, check it out. And if you subscribe to Rockfin, you get both Jason's work and my work, plus everyone else's. So that's always a good deal. But if you really want to keep this show going, make sure to let people know about it. Let's get more people over here having these conversations and discussing. So just share, it's the simplest thing you could do. But then on top of that, please, subscribe, help keep this on the air, because we're just keeping it above the wire here, keeping us going and doing all the hard work that we can to try and bring this message out to the world. But if it's just going into an echo chamber, it doesn't help much. So please let everyone know that this show exists and has existed, and please realize there's no such thing as an old show. So on any of our programs, on Secrets of Saturn or on the Free Zone, scroll all the way down, guys, all the way down that front page and have a look at all of the work that's there, because there's so much and all of it's relevant. There's no such thing as an old show. So Secrets of Saturn is Jason Lindgren's show. You'll find it on Rockfin and on YouTube. And you want to give anything, other promotions that you might have for them, Jason?
Well, my main gig is Crrow777radio.com, Crrow777radio.com. I'm the co-host. Crrow777 is one of my best friends. We try so hard to crack this nut of all the crazy stuff that's going out there. And Crow and I both come at whatever the particular topic is from different points of view. Crow is a voracious reader. He's traveled a lot. He's seen a lot of things. I'm somebody who does a ton of research. I use from a more internet standpoint. I write a lot of the shows, and then we discuss the topics. So we're coming in close to 500 shows at this point. We've been doing this for over 6 years. So tons of topics there. And just like what Freeman was saying, I hate to make it sound like a pitch, but we're at a point where we do need you. You have to support what you love, or what you love is going to go away, because this is the real world we live in. We do need your help.
Absolutely. Yes. And you guys have been great. It has been amazing. And I love my audience so much. I really do. We got some of the greatest people here, and I love getting to meet all of you and share with all of you. So please follow me at Freeman TV on Twitter, and let's communicate and share there. We're building up all kinds of things. We were really hoping to build up a massive new front for all of this next year. So these are a lot of things that are in the background being worked on, getting us into this new situation, because honestly, things have changed, and we're in it now. So it's like, it's a different type of show now. It's a different, it's all of it was homework before. Now we're at the actual exam, I guess. That's the way it feels. But we're going to get deep into some of this high science and strangeness on the other side. So I hope you guys will come over and subscribe and get into all of the bonus materials and all the stuff that we got going on. Just to check it out, come on over, freemantv.com. And let me just push again the AquaCure, just because I think it's a great device, a Brown's gas generator for your lungs that helps regenerate your cells in your soul. It's an amazing device. It's called the AquaCure, and it is put out by eagle-research.life. And of course, the links are right there on freemantv.com, right there on every show notes. And if you use promo code FREEMAN, you get $500 off the $2,500 price. This thing is a lifesaver and amazing. And you can get all the different products for Brown's gas there. You got your car generator. It will increase your gas mileage. You have the for growing your plants. This stuff is just amazing. It's a new tech. I mean, it's an old tech that we are now reinvigorating and finding its true potential. So check it out. Go have a look. I have the links there on the show notes for you. And we're going to take this over into the members section and get deeper and deeper. But let's give some love to Stephen Mercer for being an amazing human being. He has been, I mean, he cares for so many people behind the scenes, you guys. Like, this guy cares like no other. And in the same time, he makes sure that all the great guests come rolling through this desk here. So give Steve lots of love. And if you have any show ideas or guest ideas, write him. Producer Steve at freemantv.com to get all your thoughts and ideas into this program. So thank you all so much, and we will see you next week.
Jared, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
I guess George's computer crashed. I'll be back in a minute. They know. They're listening.
So you said people were afraid to talk about this, or refusing to? Like, what was the deal there?
I got a lot of hemming and hawing. I got a few outright no's, and then I got basically just stonewalled. People stopped talking to me. I'm not even like a conspiracy guy. Like, this is a history podcast, right? Like this, we do talk a little conspiracy, and we've talked to Howdy McCoskey and stuff, and we've had those sort of out there conversations, but it's all sort of dovetailing together.
Well, that's the thing. As much as I'm into conspiracies, I'm extremely objective and level-headed about everything that I can be. But it's like when you go looking and you just find all of this stuff that's out there without even having to go to crazy conspiracy theories, like stuff like flat Earth and stuff like that. I'm friends with almost all of the top flat Earth people. And there are things that make you go, something's not right here, but you can't prove it. I mean, unless you can get on Jeff Bezos' dick rocket, you're just not going to be able to prove it. And you know what? If somebody wants to pony up a couple $100,000, since I have a decent reputation, I would do it in a second and film everything I possibly could. Be like, here's what I saw.
Yeah, well, I must say, Jason, the official position of We Talk About Dead People is Minecraft Earth. Okay, so we don't believe in flat Earth. We believe in a digitally repeating meme world over here. Yeah, George, you know your camera's on, right?
I do.
You're the only one.
Yeah, well, you know.
Hello, George,
I don't know if
George.
you even saw my message yet. My Zoom crashed. That's why I was gone. I had to restart it.
That's okay. We're very forgiving around here. All right, well, let's just get into it then. Jason, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as my level's up.
I can't hear anyone.
You sound good to me, but George, you can't hear anybody?
Oh, I heard that.
Okay. You gotta get your computer to stop acting up there, buddy.
It's not my computer, it's Zoom. Zoom has been a problem since they forced me to start using it in 2020.
I know. I'm about to drop some cash on a Rodecaster just so I don't have to record with Zoom. But it is what it is for now. This is how we do interviews. This is how we've done interviews since the beginning of the weird times.
No, we used like Google for a little while, Hangouts.
Yeah.
They discontinued that, didn't they?
Yeah, they replaced it with Google Meet. It's like, I kind of liked Hangouts better.
I've heard other people say that. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they jacked that all up or something.
Yeah. Well, in the interest of actually keeping this somewhat official, welcome to We Talk About Dead People, everybody. I am your host, Aaron C., and I'm here with my good friend George and our guest Jason Lindgren of Crrow777 podcast. We are honored by Jason's presence, mainly because I'm a little bit of a fanboy about Crrow777 ever since I discovered it in 2018. I found it because I was looking for weird conspiracy shit, and what I discovered on the show was way more substantial. I can't think of a person I'd be more interested in talking to than Jason about the topic we're going to cover today, because I've watched this guy research the shit out of like everything for at least 3 years. So, Jason, welcome to We Talk About Dead People.
Well, hello and thank you. I'm honored and flattered. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's like I was saying, like, I haven't listened to a podcast that's quite as well researched as Crrow777, and I've been looking for a while, and there's nobody who really gets to the core of things quite like you two do. And I'm not here to just kiss ass. I'm just saying it's impressive when you compare it to the quality of the stuff out there that pretends to be doing research and stuff like that.
Well, that's what we endeavor to do. That's our thing. There is a lot. When you start talking about things that sound really out there and you come to the table with nothing or next to nothing or just repeating other people, well, that's, in my opinion, and Crow's as well, I believe, that's an issue. If you're going to talk about some out there stuff, you better bring some receipts. And that's what we try to do our best. Now, if it's something that's conjecture and we are just saying, hey, this is our opinions, or we think that it might be this way, we try our best to make sure that people understand that's what it is. But with a lot of these topics, and we're pushing to 500 episodes now, a lot of the stuff, yeah, I research the heck out of it and I write notes, and Crow is just like a voracious read, just constantly reading books, usually several at a time. And then I present the notes, I read them out, and then we have a discussion back and forth on the points. And that's how we do the show most of the time. Now, when we have guests, sometimes it's a little different. It's their approach, their opinion. But there you go. That's how we do the show.
Well, I know George probably has no idea who you are because we don't listen to the same kind of things.
I can presume certain things. I'm imagining some Swedish background based on the name.
Well, actually, that's completely correct, but not true biologically. Lindgren is my father's stepfather's name. He was legally adopted by Mr. Lindgren, was his mother's. I don't know if it was her second husband, but a lot of them passed away when I was young, so I don't know the entire history. My actual biological background paternally was Italian, from what I've been told, but I never got enough information before those folks were gone.
I was gonna say this is an exciting moment. I think this was the first time we'd had a Swede on the show.
No, I'm a Chickabola Hunger Russian. I'm just lots of things mishmashed together.
Well, there goes the diversity angle we were going to use to market this.
I'm very diverse. What are you talking about?
It takes all kinds, and it's so funny. Like, people started getting into their ancestry with all those DNA tests a few years ago, and I was never tempted. I was like, you know what? I know that there's some white people on this side of the family, and there's some white people on that side of the family, and you know what? I'm just proud to be from a coal mining town, or at least my grandfather and my great grandfather was coal miners and all that good stuff.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
And do all three of us come from coal mining families?
Oh,
well,
no.
I do. Yeah, I'm originally from northeastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
The blue anthracite that they strip mine the hell out of the entire Wyoming Valley, where I was born and raised. I live in Louisiana now, but yeah,
my family's from central Pennsylvania. My dad worked his way through college as a coal miner during the summers.
Wow. Yeah. My grandfather, when I'd be driving around with him as a kid, he'd be like, oh, there's a breaker back there. And they used to do this and do that. And that's what he did when he was younger until he got into construction.
Well, I think we've officially destroyed our legitimacy as a diverse podcast. Wouldn't you say, George?
We need representation from non-coal mining voices.
That's true.
Forget about equity and inclusion. These things are so important.
Since we're not being PC, why did they have to name diversity, equity, and inclusion? Why did they have to spell it DEI, Jason? Honestly. They're like, this is your god now.
Real opinion on this crap, because in my opinion, and it's pretty verifiable at this point, while it seems really nice on the surface that, hey, we should be open, inclusive to everybody everywhere, that's cool. And I don't think most level-headed people give a flip about it. I mean, this is the 21st century. I don't think anybody particularly cares what sex you are, what your sexual preferences are, what color your skin is. Most people don't give a crap, and the few who are still hung up on it, they're jerk-offs anyway, and those kinds of people are just going to end up dying off eventually. People don't care about that stuff. The politicization of all that, if I'm saying that word correctly, there's ulterior motives there, but that's not what we were here to talk about today. But it's not hard to see that there's ulterior motives in manipulating society when they start shoving this stuff down your throat. I'm looking at you, Disney.
And yet, in a way, Jason, it is what we're here to talk about, because the propaganda explosion of 2020, it was so bad. I didn't even know what to say, because in my background, I was trying to explain, like, to my parents, stay calm. The media is having a feeding frenzy. Please do not watch 24/7, and nothing I could do could stop them. And my poor grandma passed away during the whole thing, sitting in front of Fox News, and that's just the saddest image I have in my head. But it's like, all of these pushes can only happen if we've figured out how to hack the human mind effectively, which I think they've rather well done. One of the things we did early on in the pandemic, after I got over the initial shock I was like literally in my bed staring at the ceiling, like, I cannot believe this is happening. We did an episode on Donald Ewan Cameron and MK Ultra, and I think that was
That's not conspiracy though. That's the thing.
No,
that's some crazy conspiracy stuff. A lot of that stuff is declassified. God only knows what's not declassified. That's the part that worries me.
Right. And we can only speculate all day long, but what we do know is that there are techniques for controlling and manipulating people and scaring the hell out of them, which are well documented. And one of the books that I picked up early on, inspired by your show, was Propaganda by Edward Bernays. And I was so blown away by it because it's literally like a wizard revealing how he does his tricks. In fact, it was charitable. I was texting George at the time. I'm like, dude, this is like how they work. This is a total like hacker's handbook. Because what blew my mind was how simple it all was.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your impression of Edward Bernays then? I mean, I've heard it on your show, but I'd just like to get it from the horse's mouth.
So without getting into specifics here, what Edward Bernays figured out how to do was to sell you a concept, whether it's a product or a campaign, whatever it happens to be. He figured out that if you tie whatever it is you're trying to push to an emotion, that is how you get the human to bite. That's the most simple way I can explain it. And there are so many examples of this that we can go into. Bernays is kind of considered the godfather, grandfather, whatever you want to say, of advertising, and propaganda is a dirty word, which is why they changed it to public relations. They came up with a different word because propaganda sounded so warlike and the enemy and all that. So
I'm turning on my video so you can see me listening intently. So yeah, that's exactly it, right? So they reframe propaganda as being public relations, and we call that PR for short, of course. And every company has one of these now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yeah, in the early days, when we're talking like early 20th century, these things didn't exist. So Bernays figured a lot of this stuff out in World War I. It was how he served. He physically wasn't the most. He was kind of a short guy, and I guess he was flat-footed. I forget exactly what was wrong with, like, he couldn't pass the physical part of it. I'm forgetting what exactly it was, but he wanted to serve, and he ended up just being part of information tactics, is I guess one way you could put it. And then after the war, he started funneling that into the mainstream, and he set up his public relations office with the woman who he would go on to marry. And she actually contributed a lot more than a lot of people realize. Like, it's attributed to Edward Bernays, but Doris Fleischman, his wife-to-be, she actually helped with a lot of it. They were very much a team. And I like to give credit to Doris because a lot of folks don't even realize it wasn't just Bernays 100%. A lot of times that's what happens when you're talking so many years removed now, because he passed away in the 90s. So yeah, he did spearhead all this. He's the double nephew. But he knew to get the media on his side, and by planting stories, and a lot of times that's what he would do, he was able to steer the public consciousness in the direction that he wanted it. And he wasn't always successful, but he was frequently and almost successful most of the time. There were just a couple things later in his life where he started kind of making mistakes, in my opinion, with the United Fruit Company and getting involved with political stuff that he probably should have just stayed out of. But his earlier stuff, the first couple decades, good gravy.
Oh yeah,
very, very impressive with what he pulled off.
Well, and as a professional, I mean, you look at it and you're like, this guy was a genius, or he was playing inside baseball or whatever. I mean, either way, he was well connected enough to be learning these techniques and inventing these techniques pretty strongly. I had to pull up a picture. I took a screenshot from Twitter yesterday. God forbid I ever go there again. But and actually, George knows this. I stopped using Twitter the day they started deciding that we were in a pandemic, because I couldn't take it. I could not take the normie screeching about it. I was like, I can't look at this. But
something happened there, by the way. Again, I don't understand why, but Twitter was, until Uncle Elon bought it, was super left-leaning politically. And for whatever reason, people who leaned in that political spectrum seemed to bite onto the propaganda of whatever this pandemic was or wasn't. But they were just super hardcore about it, like mask everybody, force vaccinate everybody. Like they just bit on, and still to this day aren't letting go. There's still people who are very much of that political leaning. Not saying that there aren't people on the other side that aren't into it, but I noticed heavily, for whatever reason, the left side of politics really were into that. And I just wonder, again, is this more political manipulation with the propaganda?
Oh, for sure. Well, I think my initial reaction there would be that the left wings, the so-called left wing side of things, they do operate more in rhetoric than dialectic, right? So they create campaigns that are based on emotions, strong emotions, usually anger of some kind at something about something. And so like, yeah. And then the emotional programming behind COVID was so interesting, because it was like hashtag all in this, or in this together, or safer alone.
Well, they did it from two ways. They did that was one emotional aspect of it. And then of course, one of the most powerful emotions to prey on, which they did immensely, is fear. And
oh yeah,
God, did they use that effectively.
I took a picture of at my local supermarket. There was a big poster on the front. I sent it to you, George. Of course, George is like my best friend. I send him everything funny I find. But it just had this big green guy surrounded by these floating viruses in a mask, and his eyes are like bugging out of his head, right?
Oh my God.
And it says in all caps, by order of Governor Pritzker, this location will not accept more than 2 people in one. It was like, it was crazy. I was like, I feel like I'm in a freaking like science fiction movie, and it's like
that's what it reminded me of. How many like B flicks from the 90s, dystopian kind of, like everybody's walking around masks and all that, and I never did that. And I was like, you people buy anything.
Yeah,
I cannot believe it. First of all, brain cells should be firing here that those stupid masks don't do jack. I mean, let's just start with that. The only time those things are effective is in like an operating room environment where you're trying not to get spit into an open wound. Like that's what they're meant for. Walking around 24/7 with a mask on your face is, I mean, it's almost over. You still see about maybe 10% of people doing it. It's usually older folks too. And I understand they're terrified. They just don't know. And obviously they're the more vulnerable of our population in general, so I get it, but oh my God, I just can't believe
my favorite still is the masking while you're driving your car alone.
by yourself. By yourself.
I love that.
Yep.
I love that.
Like, who are you protecting yourself against? And then there's the other propaganda side of that, where they're like, your mask protects me, my mask protects you. It's like, it's not really how it works.
No.
A friend of mine was he didn't take it super seriously. He wasn't sort of too into dissecting and figuring out. He was just sort of a relatively normal person. And he texted me. He was walking home from work, and he just sort of hadn't forgotten to take his mask off. So he was just walking on the sidewalk with his mask home from work alone. And he said a car rolled down its window and yelled at him, "Why the hell are you wearing a mask, you retard?" And then he thought about it.
I did that.
It was like, yeah, why am I? And he pretty much just stopped wearing a mask after that. So it just like triggered something.
It's too funny. Now, to tie this back to Bernays, though, the techniques that he got so good at using were absolutely massively effectively used with COVID. COVID is a great modern example of using the Bernays techniques. So they sold it to everybody pretty much all over the world that there was this deadly thing that was going to wipe out millions of people. And I'm not kidding. If you look at maybe people don't even remember this at this point, they were saying millions and millions of deaths early on. And I was like, no freaking way. No way. If that was true, either somebody invented something in a biolab that is so deadly that that it got out. But we know that's not true, because if that happened, you would have seen like some serious shit.
No,
If that's
Jason, I have to stop you because it wasn't millions and millions. It was 333 million people that were going to die, right? And then
the numbers changed.
It was 33 million people who lost their jobs in one day, and then it was like 666 people like got fired for not taking the. I mean, did you see that aspect of the programming too? Because I know I was texting George like a crazy person. Like they're using 33s and 66s everywhere.
Well, the bad guys do like their little numbers and symbols and all that. And for anybody who doesn't know what I'm really on about, numbers and symbols don't mean anything. It's always the intent behind them. And I'm not going to talk about anybody's religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs or anything like that. But the bad guys of this world, they are into certain belief systems, if you want to just call them that. And they will use certain numbers and systems to manipulate us, bottom line. And sometimes it's almost like an elite virtue signaling when you see them putting this stuff out there. And there's this concept that a lot of people talk about called revelation of the method, that they have to tell us. The speculation is that it's a karmic thing, that they have to tell us what they're going to do to us. And if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, that you'll be able to figure it out. And it's really not that hard to figure out once you start looking at it all. Like the fact that they were telling us however many zillions of people were going to die, to me, that was preposterous. If this thing, whatever this thing was that bad, you would have seen a much different response. I mean, you've seen movies where they just break out the hazmat suits and everyone's just going bonkers. And like, yeah, telling you to stand 6 feet apart and put a diaper on your face is not the answer to a massively contagious thing. That to me was nothing but manipulation, in my opinion.
For sure. I mean, the whole thing was like so laden with emotional messaging, magic talk. I think the one thing that really got me, and that maybe you'll get a kick out of this, I'm sure you noticed it too. I mean, because I feel like this is the kind of thing you would notice, was that for about like 3 months they were having the mask debate. Remember that? And you would see mask debate, and that to me sounds like, yeah, like word magic, right? It's like, just jack yourself off, you stupid idiot. Just like, and it was so crazy because I guess it sounds kind of gross, and I apologize, but the masturbatory nature, the almost autoerotic nature of talking back and forth about whether or not they were effective was, I mean, it was like right there in your face. And then on the news, masturbate. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
well, and they flip flop too.
I'm gonna need to make another cup of coffee.
All right.
I see how we're going here.
Okay.
This is going to be a 2 coffee kind of interview.
All right, get on it.
Just mine.
All right. So let me read you this tweet I saw yesterday, because we were talking about it and I got off track. But I read this tweet. I was like, oh, interesting. So it goes like this: the enemy is seeking to dominate minds. Dominating minds is much more valuable than dominating countries. If they take over the minds of a nation, that nation will gladly hand over its country to the enemy. That's why minds must be protected. Underneath that, the top comment is, why are you the enemy of Iranian women? Because it came from Khamenei.
Oh my God.
_ Iran. But I was like, I saw that tweet. I'm like, that's exactly what I thought halfway through. I started reading was it 5th generation warfare? No, unrestricted warfare. Have you ever read that?
I haven't, no.
Okay, it's by this.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah, it's by this Chinese military expert, or these Chinese military experts. Came out in the 90s, and it's all about like, if you can convince a nation to hate itself and that they're terrible, and you can brainwash them enough, you don't have to fire a shot. And I'm not sitting here blaming the Chinese. I'm just saying, well, they're damn right, because if you can convince everyone that the place you live is a horrible, terrible place, why wouldn't you just hand it over to the bad guys, right?
Well, and there's also the opposite. No matter what you're trying to push on a population, if you get 80% of them believing something, they'll get behind you. I don't know if this is too sensitive to bring up, but I mean, look at stuff post 9/11. Why did the United States attack Iraq post 9/11?
Doesn't make much sense, does it?
What did Iraq have to do with all of the things that we were told were the reasons behind those events? And it's like, as soon as you just look at that, you're like, what's the answer? Come on, tell me what the answer is. Why were you okay with your country, and this is our country, going to not technically war, because we actually have never been in, here's a fact a lot of people don't realize. We've, as the United States, have not been in a war since World War II. War has to be declared by Congress. So World War II was the actual last war that the United States was involved in. This is how propaganda works. They call it the Korean War, the Vietnam War. Those weren't wars. Call them whatever you want to call them. They were armed conflicts, but they were not a war. But they're sold to you like it's a war. So again, they call it the Desert Storm and the Iraq War and all that, and they weren't wars. They were, the United States sent military in and did what they did. Talk about propaganda.
Kinetic military actions.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite phrase Obama ever said was kinetic military actions.
That's pretty good. That's like lucrative money deal. You remember that one?
Do you know that, do you remember that on September 10th, Donald Rumsfeld said they were missing over $2 trillion out of the budgets. And then September 11th, 2001 happens. And all of a sudden that didn't matter anymore.
Oh yeah. Cause a plane hit the building and it was definitely a plane, not something else. But this is where we're getting with our show. So we've been trying to be facts-based and funny for like 5 years now. And it's been more funny than fact-based, I'll say that. But the way it's been going is like, now we're looking at history and it's like, okay, so what the hell is real? And I teach a course actually on alternative media. And I felt so bad because I was like, I realized about an hour into the first section, I was red pilling people way too fast about how media works. And I saw this elderly gentleman sort of lean back in his chair and he's getting like really, really agitated. And he goes, so Aaron, how do we know what the truth is? And I was like, I didn't really have an answer for him. I was like,
well, it is tough.
Yeah.
That gentleman had the right frame of mind to ask that question, in my opinion. Like, yeah, it is really hard to discern. It truly is. That's why we're so hell-bent on our show to make sure that we try our best to fact check it. Now, it's fact checking as far as what we can get our hands on. And we say that all the time. We can only work with whatever we can get our hands on. Are things put into the history books or whatever documents we can get our hands on or whatever happens to be that actually aren't true? Sure, I can accept that as a possibility, but we work with what we've got to work with. And it's often said that history is a lie agreed upon. And there's a quote from Napoleon that I don't remember word for word, but it was that general notion. The victors can write whatever they want in the history books.
Yeah, and I think I've seen that quote attributed to everyone from Napoleon to Hitler to Goebbels to, across the board.
Goebbels, there's one. He took Bernays' techniques and ran with them. And Bernays didn't like that because he was Jewish and he knew what was... I don't think he knew everything that was coming at that point in the 30s, but he saw the way they were acting. So you can imagine somebody who is such a propaganda master like Goebbels taking this approach that Bernays was really good at by the time the Nazis came to power. Just, wow, what could you do with that kind of military force behind you? That it's just scary. And yeah, they used the techniques. He had Bernays' book on his desk and was using it. They tried to hire him. Like it's written in the history records that they wanted to hire him and he said, no freaking way.
That's interesting. I did not actually know that part of it. I've read some of Goebbels' stuff and it's like, one of the things about it is once you understand that there's a class of people, or a category of people that are basically your, PR people, and their whole job is to manipulate you and basically put you on like a theme park ride for what they want you to do. Once you've seen that, you can't unsee it. It's like you've seen, okay, I'll put it to you this way. So I don't remember what theme park it is in Florida that has, but you know what Rock and Roller Coaster is?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so it's a neon light lit roller coaster that's indoors. And you're basically supposed to feel like you're going through like almost like an 80s sort of neon light trip while you're on this roller coaster.
And Aerosmith plays. That was the first roller coaster I ever went on.
Okay, so I only went on it once, and the first time I went on it, halfway through, none of the lights were working. And then about 20 seconds before the ride was over, all the house lights came up. And I saw what Rock and Roller Coaster looks like without the neon lights, and I saw that it was just a giant track with a bunch of effects in a big room.
That is great allegory.
Yeah, well, that's
That's
exactly
great
what it feels
allegory.
like. It's what it feels like when you understand how media works. Everybody else who's been on Rock and Roller Coaster, they have a different experience in their mind, but you are you're the puppet master when you understand how this works, right?
Right. And now that we're in a digital age where so much is integrated, first of all, very few corporations, as far as mainstream is concerned, own the majority of the media that's put out there, whatever format you want to talk about. So that's one aspect of it. So that's a top-down thing. They're always consolidating. You're always seeing one thing trying to gobble up the next. There's talk now of Apple possibly looking at Disney. It's like, oh my God, I talk about two conglomerates coming together if something like that went down. But that's one aspect of it. Then there's the fact that everything is digitally intertwined. So for instance, if you have an ABC station, some little ding dong station in your little podunk town, well, because of the fact that's ABC, they're getting their orders from the top down. So all these little ding dong stations are getting their orders from the top down, but it's even more insidious than that, because there's these organizations called, the biggest one that I know of is PR Newswire. We actually had an insider tell us how this stuff works. There's another one called Business Wire, and there's some other smaller ones. And what it is these big news multimedia companies, they take their services and they have ready-made to go packages, whether it's a video thing that's already put together for them or just the script. And you've probably seen, a lot of people might have actually seen these videos where it's like verbatim a script being read by all your little podunk local stations. It's the same identical. That's not by accident. That's things like PR Newswire. It's because the overarching company is buying into the service, and then that's going out to everybody else. It's a top-down thing. That's why those things are happening. So whatever that story is they want to push, the only time you're going to get anything different on a local level is like stupid crap like, oh, we want to go see the bunnies for Easter and stuff like that. Sure, that's going to be unique, but the big stuff, and this is not conspiracy theory. Again, this isn't conspiracy theory. Go look it up. You'll find it.
George, were you going to say something?
I was, but I've already forgotten what I was going to say. But I have something else to say, which is, that's sort of the stories that don't matter. I've always found it very interesting that I think what they usually group them under is they call them human interest pieces. It's like,
yeah.
Man, why isn't the actual important stuff of interest to humans?
Actually, I want to share a video here. You got to let me know if the sound isn't working, but this is how the news works right here. What you were talking about with those packages, right? They can make things up whole cloth with like archival footage and stuff. So this is when The Onion was still good.
And now, in a desperate attempt to fill 24 hours of programming, here's some bullshit that happened somewhere today. We've got some footage here of the bullshit, which began just after 3 o'clock this afternoon, when residents in this neighborhood were shocked to see this fairly common thing happening. An attractive witness described the event in breathless terms.
I went to my window and I was like, whoa, there's some bullshit happening.
That happened right over there. I'm an older man, so you can trust what I say.
Authorities in special uniforms rushed to the scene to stand around while our cameras filmed them. Our reporter Keith Collins joins us now live from the scene of the bullshit through the use of expensive technology. Good to be with you again, Keith. We have a colorful graphic here that shows instances of bullshit like this are on the rise. Is that right?
Yes, although why is unclear. Some say it's because of one fucking reason. Others say it's because of some other fucking reason. I talked to this random expert on the subject who told me this thing you're about to hear him say right after he points at a piece of paper.
I spent my entire life attending the nation's most prestigious schools to talk about bullshit like this. I'm really just happy to be on TV.
Now let's see if we can drag this out a little longer by showing emails written by some of our viewers. I once saw some stuff kind of like the shit you're talking about happen. I have nothing more to add. Another person says, I am angry that things like this happen. I get mad about every bullshit thing I see. So obviously a lot of opinions there to make this story seem somewhat meaningful.
Oh, absolutely, Glenn. This bullshit has some broader implications. Here's a list of tips on how to avoid bullshit happening to you.
And here's some footage of Congress.
Yes, I see that.
Well, thank you, Keith. Let us know if there are any updates on this bullshit story from there.
There's no
All right, that's enough of that. But
bingo!
Exactly how it works in real life. Right?
That's it.
Ugh.
They nailed it in like what, less than 5 minutes?
Yeah. And that was before they were co-opted by some other god-forsaken bullshit
Oh, they
company.
must have been hitting too close to the mark.
They were. But yeah, I mean, it's just like when you try to explain to people that it is just that stupid, they reject it. They're like, I don't know about that. You know, I'm just gonna go back. And like I was talking to, you know who Miguel
Well,
Connor
the sports
is?
ball is on. That's important.
Yeah. You know Miguel Connor, right?
Name sounds familiar, but go ahead and tell me.
He runs Aeon Byte. It's a Gnostic podcast. We were talking to him, and I lost my train of thought. I think that's going to be our first edit right there. Why did I bring him up?
Well, we
Oh,
just watched the news clip, the bullshit.
The
news
bullshit.
clip. Yeah.
We just watched the bullshit. Nah, I forgot it. I lost it. Sorry. It happens. It happens. The media zapped me from afar and made me forget. So
It's the giant wasps under the Pentagon.
You know, that's another one. The giant freaking bees. They pulled that one halfway out halfway through the thing, and
I laughed about that when I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" I mean, that's just like playing on fear to an extreme level. It's like, really? What do they call them? Like death hornets or something stupid like that?
Murder hornets.
Murder hornets. There you go. It shows you how effective it was on me. I couldn't even remember the stupid name.
Yeah, well, to speaking of how stupid it is, here's a good example of how it actually also works. Is like, my mom came to me and she's like, "You got to watch out for those murder hornets out there." And I'm like, "Mom, it's nonsense." She's like, "Aaron, you don't understand. They found a guy dead and he had bees in his lungs."
Really?
And I was like, okay, so that's another aspect of this. The more grotesque it is, the more it sticks with some people, right?
Because it's too over the top and they just like, well, they would never say something like that if it wasn't true.
Exactly.
Here's one of the big problems with all this stuff, and the bad guys, in my opinion, have figured this out. Most people, while they might be a little self-centered and selfish, for the most part, most humans are decent. They're not bad, right? I think most people could agree on that. And because they're not really bad people, they can't fathom that there are people in this world who would do really bad shit. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I'm sorry to tell you, but yes, there are bad people in this world. It's just the way it is.
And they've been working on becoming as bad as they can for quite a while now.
Well, they've got their own programs running, whatever their self-interest is. And, when I've had these discussions, for instance, with my significant other's father, who's a very nice man, very level-headed, very intelligent, extremely successful as far as his business dealings and all that. And it's just, he doesn't buy into a lot of the more conspiratorial side of things. But it's like, why is it so hard to believe that people with extreme money and power would collude with other people with extreme money and power to keep their money and power? Like, that is not hard for me to believe.
I think I've said this before on my show, that the thing that got me to start actually looking into stuff was the condition of the streets. I just realized that I-65 had been under construction for my entire life. And I realized I was in Austin at the time, and I went over a really bad pothole, and I'm like, why is that there? Don't we have money that's supposed to take care of this? Like, this is a rich city. Like, we've got money. Why are we all driving on potholes? Why can't we fix this? And then it just clicked. It's like, because they don't want to fix it. And it was like, okay. And then from there, I discovered Crrow777 and have never been the same. It happened around the same time, by the way.
It's you started using deductive reasoning. It's like, so logically, this should be able to be fixed. This isn't 1890 where we're digging ditches for things. No, this is the modern era. There should be able to be more effective things going on. Like, they should be able to send out a team of workers, fill in a couple of potholes, and the next day it's dried and it's fine. You can drive on it. Yeah. Because you see people getting pissed off in local neighborhoods where they're like, screw this. The council or whatever it is, the local folks aren't doing jack about this, so we go out and do it. And then it's fine. So why aren't they doing it? And this is not an uncommon thing. You just see this over and over and over again. So that there's some kind of weird intention behind all this. Take that and then multiply it a zillion times over. and on bigger scales, and you see why the world is the way it is. Like, if we had a perfect utopia, things wouldn't be as controllable, because you wouldn't have a need for people to control things as much.
So why do you think, Jason, why do they do the humiliation stuff? Why do they want us to eat the bugs?
Yeah, humiliation. That's funny. I personally feel, and this is based off of their own documented statements, that they are hell-bent on reducing population. I'm talking about like the top tier bad guys here, whatever you want to call them. And this is, again, not me just pulling stuff out of my butt or reading crazy conspiracy stuff from a website that came out in 1996. This is out of their own mouth. And I'm talking about people like the great example, Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum. Go on their website. They've got papers you can read about what they suggest. And they, in no uncertain terms, they tell you that, no, you're the problem. That's how they're manipulating everything. They're convincing people that you're the problem, and therefore we're the smart ones. We'll tell you how to handle this stuff. And they, for a very, very long time, you can go back decades and decades to earlier, if you want to call them elites, the bankster families, whatever you want to call them, they've made it very plain and clear that they think there are too many people. That, I think, is the whole basis of all of this. They want to reduce the population, because the one thing that we've got over anybody who's trying to control things is that we outnumber them 1,000,000-1, and that terrifies them. The big mistake came, in my opinion, with the baby boom generation. They had just pulled off World War II, and it never even occurred to these mega geniuses that are pulling the strings behind the scenes that all these good old boys that went over and fought this horrible thing and came back, that they'd want to settle down with a girl and have kids. And they did it in droves. And we have the baby boom generation. No one, and this is not conspiracy. This is what happened. We saw people having 3, 4, 5, 6 kids to their families. And this absolutely flooded, especially the United States, with children in a way that hadn't been seen in decades, since the agricultural times, when people would have many kids to help run the farm and all that. But people also died in childhood a lot more. In usually under 5s, you'd have some deaths. So people had a lot of kids to try and keep the family going. That's the old world. And then we have the more modern 20th century forward. And these genius elites never saw this coming, because they don't think about things like this. So you get up to the 60s, when those baby boomer kids are now teenagers and in their 20s, and they're like, we need to do something about this. So what did they do? They concocted the counterculture movement. And this is, again, not conspiracy. You can look where all this stuff came from. There was not an organic movement for the counterculture. It, again, was put out there and manipulated by certain people that were used as players. A lot of these 60s musicians, a lot of it actually originated not in San Francisco like a lot of people think, but actually in the Laurel Canyon area of Los Angeles. And it just so happens that at a time before the internet, that a whole pile of people who will go on to be mega rock stars, some of the biggest of the 60s and 70s, all went to one place to live, where there just happened to be, and again, not conspiracy theory, you could look this up, a place called Lookout Mountain existed that was a military base that did a lot of propaganda films, and where they processed the so-called nuclear footage and all that at this place. And this is all stuff that's mainstream. You just have to know to look it up in the first place.
Yeah, well, that is one of my favorite series you guys ever did with Crrow777 was the Decades, because most of us just simply weren't there. Like, I remember the 90s, and that's it. And then everything since 2000 has just been kind of like a mishmash of everything. It's like we get like throwbacks and things like that, but nothing is defined as the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and even the 50s, right?
The 90s, in my opinion, was the last. After that, they started recycling. It's like grunge and that whole kind of new punk that they did. Grunge was basically punk kind of recycled, in my opinion. And you can kind of tell when you listen to Nirvana, stuff like that, where they're only using three or four chords, and it's kind of noisy, thick distortion. It's very punk-like. I don't see anything really new after that. Like after post 2000, I mean, you could look at clothes from 20 years ago. 20 years ago would be 2002. If somebody was plucked out of time and dropped down today, I don't think they'd really look out of place. Do you? But if you plucked them out of 1968, out of San Francisco, and at the Haight-Ashbury, they'd probably look pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like, it's very defined. You would know that.
So what is that? Is this all part of the humiliation aspect?
Well, there definitely seems to be some kind of design to it, I guess you could say, because like literally you could see gears being changed from one decade to the next. Like I always point out the 60s to the 70s and then the 70s to the 80s. Like it's now I lived through these. I was born in 1973, so I can look back in my memory to when even though I was young, I can still remember like going from the 70s to the 80s. But let's take the 60s to the 70s. So especially the latter half of the 60s, everything was garish colors, very bright. Like think of the old Star Trek. Everything was bright, and it was the hippie era. It was that.
Just
that
look at the cars. Look at a picture of an American street or highway in the 60s, and you just have a huge array of colors. Whereas whatever's going on now, you look at a street now, and everything is like either
very
silver
homogenized
or white or black or some sort of very muted color.
Yeah. But here's the thing. So that's the 60s. You switch the gear into the 70s, and all of a sudden everything looks very different. Even the media being put out. Now I'm into film and stuff like that, so I know a good bit about how things are produced and all that. But even if you're not, look at like the way Star Trek looks. Star Trek was produced 65 up to about 68, 69-ish. And then you look at something like The $6 Million Man, which is from the early 70s. Even the look of everything. Now you would think that the technology would be better a few years later, and technically it was, but it looks grainier and sounds grittier. It's because that's what the 70s looked like. They changed the program. The 60s was bright and garish and colorful and all that. You get in the 70s, everything is dark and drab. Even the clothing, earth tones, a lot of browns and darker greens and all that. Even the houses, like look at that 70s show. They got the decor right. You know, kind of a muted yellows. You see all that kind of stuff. Very, very different from the 60s. But then you throw the switch again into the 80s, and all of a sudden, what have you got? Neon everywhere. Everything's bright and all over. So again, through the switch. What do we have in the 90s? I used to call it the era of burden rock and things like that, where everybody's whining about their problems. Like the 80s was the party, but the 90s, everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everything's dark and drab. And my mom and my dad didn't pay attention to me, and they didn't love me, and blah, 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 blah. You can see it when you start breaking it down. The reason why we do things with the decades on the show is because when you look at it in this context, you can see like, holy shit, that's true. Like these decades are very defined. But like we were saying, post 9/11, it's kind of like everything's kind of meh, just kind of a mishmash. Like you see bands, for instance, coming out where they might be a 60s looking kind of thing or a 70s kind of looking thing, or even an 80s kind of looking thing. And it's not out of place. You know, they're just like, oh, they're a rock star. That's just what they're into. The clothing, the cars you were saying, like, that's a great example. Crrow and I both pointed that out many times. Like the cars, they all kind of look the same. They're all just kind of rounded-ish, and they all kind of seem to have the same small group of colors. It's super homogenized.
And I think it's also worth pointing out, sort of going back to what you're saying about the recycling, how they reuse some of the same tools just to a different end now. So with the sort of the colors and the different decades, it's now, if you look at film, they use color scale to indicate a lot about how you're supposed to perceive a situation. It's like it's even sort of entered the mainstream consciousness a little bit with like the memes that will have one picture color scaled in like 8 different ways, and it'll be like film set in Mexico, film set in the Middle East, film set in Europe. And it's accurate because if you go back and watch a movie, it's exactly what they do.
Yeah, it's really noticeable. And I point this one out all the time, from the 60s to the 70s. Now, from a technological standpoint, what was happening in studios and things like that, things were going from tube-based to solid state. Solid state should be a cleaner sound, like a less warm and thick and distorted kind of thing, because when you run tubes into tubes into tubes, you get this really big low-mid thing where everything's very thick. And of course, you're going tape to tape to tape, so you're having generation loss and things like that. But you look at the old Star Trek, I always like to use that as the example because so many people are familiar with it. it looks better and sounds better than the $6 Million Man a few years later. Why?
I mean, having been through film school and all of that stuff, like I always ask myself the question, where did we lose 10 years worth of technology, and why were we okay with everything looking and sounding worse? What happened?
I think part of it was to make things less expensive, to make production costs less. But at the same time, so you just decided to stop shooting on better film stock. Like, I know that the original Star Trek was shot on 35 millimeter, and that's one of the reasons it looks that way. But there's plenty of things I've watched from that era. Like, you can look at I Dream of Jeannie, or what was the other one? Bewitched, like all those, they all kind of have a similar look. So they were shooting on whatever, I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but whatever quality of film stock they were shooting on, it looked very, very good. And the reason when they remaster stuff from that era, it looks so damn good is because it was shot on this high-end film. So our awesome modern digital tech can draw a lot out of that. And then it looks super crystal clear because there was so much information to work with there. But do the same thing with 70 stuff, and it just doesn't look as good. And then you get all the way down to, like, say, Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers from the late 70s. And again, I will go back and watch some of the stuff just to kind of refresh my memory. And I just don't think it sounds as good or looks as good. I'm talking about from a production standpoint as Star Trek did in the late 60s. So something happened there on a production level in the background. And what was going on in the 70s? Well, we had the end of the Vietnam conflict. We had a lot of recession. We had the gas thing going on. A lot of families were starting to get broken up big time because they pushed that hardcore in the 60s. You see that they were trying to drag society in a very different direction, and in my opinion, downward. And then in the 80s, it's all back up again. So when you look at it from decade to decade, you can definitely see very, very stark differences.
So what are they ultimately? I mean, I know you said depopulation, but like ultimately, what do they get out of playing with their food, so to speak?
Chaos, for one. If you have a society that's just chaotic, it's easier to control. It's easier to push in the direction you want because they're not thinking for themselves a lot of times. They're being manipulated. I've thought about this too. I don't know exactly, like, the switching of the decades, what exactly that's for. I don't know, like, why did they have bright colors in the 60s and not in the 70s? I guess because it's the look they were going for to press the narratives. That's the way I think of it. So whatever the narrative, again, like 60s was upbeat, fun, colorful. 70s was dark and drab. 80s, neon, colorful. Everything was upbeat, and you had corporate rock that was kind of churning out the same schlock over and over and over again. And it was kind of like the cocaine party that never ended. But the 90s came in. Everybody cut your hair off, stop wearing tight jeans and using hairspray, and all the music is going to sound the same again, and 3 chords and distortion, and let's sing about how terrible life is and all that. It's really obvious that they're pushing narratives through the mainstream culture. That's why I actually talk about pop culture and things like that a lot, because especially in the United States, we don't have a lot of our culture. We don't have a ton of culture. We're not that old of a place. We're only a couple hundred years old compared to many other places in the world. So the manipulation kind of has to be there because the only thing they've got to work with is the pop culture stuff. So when they start doing stupid crap like destroying all the major intellectual properties, I'm always talking about this these days because it's so noticeable. It's like they don't care anymore. We're going to take all these concepts that used to make us money and we're just going to shove our propaganda in there to such an extreme that you can't not notice it at this point. And I do a live stream with my friend Wayne McCroy that's on my Rockfin channel, Secrets of Saturn, where I did 40 points that I came up with, and I was like, okay, I'll stop there. And I called it the Elite Are Fucking Stupid. And I made 40 points, and it came from a very jovial laughing thing, but I don't think I was wrong. It's like they're getting sloppy or they don't care anymore. And Wayne and I both agreed it was kind of like maybe the super elites, the banksters that we never see, the names we don't know, maybe they're still as brilliant and manipulative as they ever were. But the middle management seems to be screwing things up royally. And to give a couple examples of what I mean, like there are things like if I was suddenly made dictator of the secretive, shadowy world behind the scenes and I could push the chess pieces where I wanted them, there are some things that I would do to keep people fat, dumb, and happy so they're not suspecting of the greater agenda that we're doing, they're not doing those things anymore. For instance, gas prices in the United States. One very easy thing to set someone off and get them thinking about what's wrong with my country is $8 a gallon gas. What's up with that? Like, we're the United States, we're the most powerful country in the world, and we produce our own gas. Just look at Texas. Why am I paying $8 a gallon? Well, you don't want the normies thinking about that stuff. That's stupid. That's why I'm saying the elite are fucking stupid. Why would you do that? You don't need the money. The money's all fake and everybody knows it. They literally just like, we want another $20 billion. Okay, money machine goes brrr. And all of a sudden numbers, and it's not even money. I mean, there isn't a money machine going brr, actually. That's just a meme joke. It's just numbers in a computer. Does anybody know how the money really works? Congress says, give us this. It goes to the Federal Reserve. Bonds are exchanged. And then the United States owes that money back plus interest. So how do you get blood from a stone? That's why we're in perpetual debt slavery. And none of this, again, is conspiracy theory. That's how it works. Very simplified, but that's how it works. So the United States is in perpetual debt slavery to the Federal Reserve, which is not federal, and it's certainly not a reserve. It's just a group of, I think, 12 constituent banks, if I remember correctly, or something along those lines, that are part of the central banking system of the world. Now you see how it works from the top down.
Well, I will say, like, that is one thing that really, really struck me about the COVID programming was just how fake it was. And I was thinking about money and how fake that was when I first met George. That was one of our first conversations. And I'll never forget it because we both walked away, just at least I walked away being like, I don't have no idea how any of this makes any sense or why anybody believes this. But it seems that the cash and the media run off the same thing, and that is belief. Enough people believe that it works, or enough people believe in the story, and so it sort of pops up all around them. It's like I tell people, you know, when I'm having an intense conversation about COVID, I'm like, they turned the entire United States into a movie set. They just had to send a couple pop-up tents and some people in camo to your local clinic, and now you're in the pandemic. Way to go. Like, it
And
operates on
people
illusion.
called them on that. Like we did it early on. My girlfriend and I went to multiple ERs to see this terrible pandemic going on. There's nobody freaking there. Places were empty, just ghost towns. They were acting like it. Like one I went to in New Orleans, there was like, they were stopping everybody at the door, and there was like plastic everywhere. It's like, it literally was, like you said, a movie set. That's what it looked like. And there were lines of ambulances of dudes standing around doing nothing. And there were police in a line standing around doing nothing. Nobody came and went the entire time. And I went up and gave him a bullcrap story about my girlfriend might needing to come to the ER. And I wanted to see how things were going because we heard everything was overflowing. And they said, no, you could bring her. Because they were overflowing and there were no beds and everything was so horrible. No.
Well, Jason, I've told the story many times on my show. Like, I feel like I was the luckiest man in the world because I worked night shift. There was no pandemic at night. Even though I had to get a letter in case the police pulled me over after curfew. And when I was up at night, I was up all night, and I would drive in 10 o'clock and come home at 6, and I didn't see a thing, not a mask, no nothing. But if I was up during the day, it was a completely different frickin' world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that just shows you the reality of it. Did you see bodies dropping in the streets? Like, were there people dying everywhere you went? Were there people in your family? Now, I'm not saying nobody died ever, but I can kind of fill in some facts there for folks if they want to hear it. But no, people en masse were not dropping dead like they said. It was all stagecraft.
Yeah.
Well, then there were deaths going on, but for very different reasons.
Right. And it's like, you know, one of my favorite questions to ask is like, what happened to that mass grave on Long Island that was visible from space or whatever? You know, it's like, and do people even remember the apocalyptic programming of like, nature is healing as the squirrels return to the city, you know, with people not locked down, and there's no more smog over this Chinese city anymore because nobody's doing anything. I just remember being like,
there's always the climate change agenda going on. You know, it's funny. You want to really see how much they push the nonsense and how the narrative changes depending upon what they need. Go look at the climate change narrative. They didn't call it climate change yet, but go look at stuff from the 70s and what they were saying was going to happen, and then how it changed in the 80s, and then look how it is today. There are three different narratives. In the 70s, it was the coming ice age. There was that show that Leonard Nimoy was the host of, In Search of, and I watched it, and they were talking about this massive, in the next 20 years, massive ice age coming in, and blah, blah, blah. Like, all the scientists agree this is what's going to happen. Look what humans have done. In the 80s, it was holes in the ozone layer because of your damned hairspray.
Right. It's always your fault. Jason, why are you destroying the planet, man?
Yes, it's your fault because of Aquanet. And they even made the joke in RoboCop, which was from the late 80s. You know, now that the ozone layer is gone, you have to put on, there was like a commercial in RoboCop, which was a very well done film for the time. There's a lot of silly little nods in there to like, we know what's up kind of thing.
Yeah. I've noticed that with some of my favorite movies. When I go back and watch them, I'm like, aha, I see what you were saying there, buddy. Like, you're in the know. I get it. That's actually, I went through, maybe you went through this phase too, but like when I was going to film school, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to make movies so bad. And then by the end of it, I was like, I never want to watch another movie ever again. And then for a couple of years, I didn't watch movies. And whenever I saw one, and I had some friends who were like, oh my gosh, we have to go see Joker. And I was like, all right, well, maybe I'll have a beer in the theater or whatever, and that'll make everything better. But I didn't see a movie for like years. And then recently, after discovering like the kind of encoding they put in it, I love watching movies because now it's like I'm a detective just looking.
A fun game.
It's like a fun game, like Twin Pines Mall turning into Lone Pine Mall and Back to the Future. What could it mean?
What does that mean? Good God, Back to the Future. What a movie. Came out in 85. And of course I was a kid then and I loved the hell out of it. The amount of encoding in that first one, especially. Wow.
It's unreal.
Joker was good, by the way. I was kind of surprised when I first saw the press shots coming out of it. I was like, ooh, that looks kind of but very, very well done on a very small budget. And because there wasn't a lot of this modern woke propaganda shoved into it, the movie made over $1 billion on like, I don't remember if I'm getting the number exactly correct, but it was a small budget. It was like 30 million or something like that. Talk about a return on investment.
Yeah, for real. I mean, there was energy around that movie. And I remember looking at it and being like, okay, well, like the audience is obviously like angry, young, white right-wingers or something like that. I'm like looking at it, I'm like, but I don't really, it's like, it looks unpleasant. Like, I don't know if I really want to watch that, but no,
they didn't say what time period that was in, but it felt like late 70s, early 80s to me.
Exactly.
Which was like the end of the drabness that I was speaking about. Like it kind of had that feel to it because they're kind of showing like how things were breaking down a little bit, like the system wouldn't help him with his medication, and that this is what happens when you abandon people who are actually in need. They can have consequences, things like that. Like I picked up on that notion that they were pushing, which is different than today where you have just welfare out the wazoo for everything and everyone. They want to shove medications on you and that kind of thing. Not saying that everybody everywhere gets the help they need, but it seems like that was a problem then that's kind of different now.
George, Jason and I have just been going and you've just been stroking your beard. You must have some seriously deep thoughts.
Oh, I wanted to circle back a little bit to what you were saying about how there was no pandemic at night. So it reminded me of how there was also no pandemic depending on where you lived. So first part of the pandemic, I was still physically present at graduate school, spending all day in my little apartment because nothing was in person anymore, and not seeing anyone because, well, you know how universities are. Most of the people I worked with, they literally went into their apartments and never came out. I was just enjoying the fact there were no lines at the drive-thrus anymore. But then when I finally said, why am I even still here? Now everything I have to do is over the computer. So I went back to the family farm out in the real America, and it was amazing. There was no pandemic. I would go to my local hardware store to buy whatever, and nobody wore masks. It just literally wasn't a thing. And I think that's why part of the reason anyway, to what you were saying earlier about eating the bugs and living in the pod, it's so much easier to spread the narrative in cities than it is through a rural environment.
I completely agree with that. I think that's why they keep trying to push more and more and more to get people into big cities. And I don't know if you're familiar with Owen Benjamin and his kind of community that they call the Bears. They figured that out, and they're getting back to nature kind of thing. They push the concept of homesteading, like doing your own thing. You could be near a city, but don't be in the city, that kind of thing, so that local communities would trade amongst themselves and all that kind of stuff, because that is one of the big control mechanisms. You're in a city, you're buying everything from the supermarket, you're getting your electricity from the local company, like all these things, you're completely under their yoke. So this community that, thank goodness, has figured this out, they're doing more and more and more of their own thing, even to the point where they're going really off grid. Sometimes they're even making their own electricity and have their own water and things like that. Well, that's brilliant. If you can do that, do it.
It's like neo-Amish, but not, I guess maybe not.
Well, I mean, when sort of all your activities are tied up in a system like that, I think it becomes very, very hard to not start to adopt the ideas the system wants you to have. And it's interesting. I was thinking about the rural thing, going back to my own actual field of history. It's always been a question for people in power how to implement ideas among spread out populations. And in the old days of the Roman Empire, a big part of it was currency. That was really the one way you had, if you were a centralized power, to actually send messages to everyone in your domain. Because, say you're the emperor in Rome, it's easy enough to get everyone in the major cities to hear a message you want them to hear. That's easy. How do you get a villager in Syria to know what you want him to know? And coins ended up being sort of the primary means for the dissemination of propaganda messages, because ultimately they would spread throughout the whole empire. And so, you'd have, if you wanted to let people know about a welfare program you did, which there were a lot in ancient Rome, you would often have coins minted that showed on the back a little commemoration of the emperor giving this gift of grain to everyone, because they knew that currency would eventually spread throughout the empire and give the message they wanted to people. And it's funny because you would think that, like, minting coinage, we have coinage that basically never changes in any meaningful way. Everyone knows it's worthless too and doesn't pay attention to it. So nobody really cares about it. But in the ancient world, it was really a lifeline for establishing sort of legitimacy and setting messages. So, like, we have Roman emperors who were, pretenders and usurpers who ruled for, a matter of a couple months. You would think making new dies and mints and casting new coinage is not super high on the priority list. But we have coins from emperors who literally were in office for like a month. They got the coins out there with their face and their messages on them because they knew just how powerful a tool that was to reach people who they couldn't reach in the cities.
What a horrifying
when you don't have mass
concept.
communication, what are you going to do? You have to do something to put your foot down on everything, right?
Yeah, and that's a really terrifying concept, attaching money to the specific type of information you disseminate, right? Kind of brings up the whole free speech question. That's half the reason I have a freaking podcast to begin with. I mean,
free speech, yeah, it's supposed to be free.
What are your thoughts on free speech, Jason?
Again, you can see how the narrative is manipulated, because every tech platform, just about, now things are a little different with Uncle Elon in the past couple weeks, but overall, not that I'm an Elon Musk fanboy, but he has changed things on Twitter, which was, and I always hate bringing it back to politics, but there seems to be something about modern day politics where, like, when I was growing up, I'm 49 years old. So, like, while there were kind of differences between Democrats and Republicans, now I'm American, so I have to use this as the example. Yeah, there'd be differences, but it wouldn't be so over the top that it would be ridiculously different. Not that I remember growing up, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s. Now there are radical, stark differences between the right side of politics and the left side of politics. And for whatever reason, the left and the far left, what they call the far left, they seem to be batshit freaking crazy these days. Just, if it's the most retarded thing you could possibly think of in our society, that's what the left are doing. And they used platforms like Facebook and Twitter to push whatever crazy notion that they're on about. For whatever reason, it just seems like tech companies are predominantly infiltrated by these social justice warrior types, like these people who are not just Democrats, not just like left leaning. And those terms have definitely changed over the decades as well. Because if we were in the 60s, I'd probably be way more left leaning. Today, I'm very much a centrist, but I don't have a problem with some of the conservative values. But the stuff that the left pushes nowadays, I wouldn't ever go near. It's over the top.
Yeah, it's almost like even calling. I mean, okay, I don't mean to be like this, but I've been trying to come up with a word to describe what we're talking about here, because left, it's not even a political ideology anymore. It's like a mental disease. And I've got like left-wing liberal friends who I've somehow managed to stay friends with throughout the years, who also see this and they don't know what to call it. And I've been like defaulting to like NPCs, but my favorite one I came up with was battle droids.
Yeah.
Because they just get the narrative and they're like, Roger, Roger, shoot the Jedi. We're
It is kind of like that, though.
Yeah, it is. It's like they're hooked up to some kind of a hive mind, and they all think the same way. And this is one thing that I learned from your show, and also a conversation with George, is there's information and then there's ways of thinking. If you think like a battle droid, you're going to pick up facts and figures and bang, bang, boom, boom, pow, pow. I'm going to shoot the bad guys. You're operating like a robot. Learning to think dynamically is what I think Crow calls getting the safety pin out of the diaper, right? Learning to think critically. It's something that George and I were blessed with, I think, because we were homeschooled growing up. We went to college, and these people who weren't homeschooled immediately just got swept up into like feminism, racism, and we were just like watching them like, what are you guys doing? You're not even having fun right now. Like, it's college.
You're in college. That's what I don't get. Like, they're acting like this is 1955 and every woman is under the yoke of a man. Like the things that they say, I'm like, where do you go that you're seeing this? And I've asked plenty of women, and unless they're like these super stark feminazi types where they just like man haters, which is way too common nowadays, I'm just baffled. Like, are you watching Mad Men or something like that and thinking it's the modern world? Because that's not true. Like, I used to work for Guitar Center. I was a manager, and our HR department was.
I'm offended by the term manager.
Oh, they had wool managers, believe me. I'm assuming gender now. What the hell?
Jason, get off my podcast, man. We can't have that kind of talk around.
Down with the patriarchy. But it's like, seriously though, like, what the hell are they talking about? The HR departments were so integrated into even a badly run company like Guitar Center, where you couldn't do anything. Like, if you tried to discriminate against somebody, your ass would be grass in 5 seconds. Like, this doesn't happen in the modern world, to the point that they're promoting people based off of ticking check boxes as opposed to putting the best person in charge. And I saw it happen, unfortunately, too often with management. It's like, well, we got to have a woman in charge. Why? Because we have to have a woman in charge. Can't be another straight white guy who did really well on the sales floor and was really good at leading his department. It's like, no, we can't do that. We have to have a woman in charge. It's that kind of mentality. It's like you're shooting yourself in the foot to tick the checkbox. It's like, no, if it was a female who happened to be the best at it, of course she should be promoted over the others. But if it's the other way around, you shouldn't not be doing it just because.
Well, now you're talking common sense, and we can't have common sense.
Exactly. And you see this stuff is rampant now. It's like, I know that there are racist people in the world. I know that there are sexist people in the world, but nowhere near to the point that the NPCs, as you said, like, that doesn't exist in mass. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite today, to the point that being a straight white male is being discriminated against just because. But you can't call it that, or else these leftoids have a conniption.
Well, that's what's crazy though, dude, is like, okay, so I've worked in all kinds of different places. I worked in television, I've worked in New York City, I've worked in, a warehouse. Like during the pandemic, I was in a warehouse. And you know what I found in there? People generally got along great and they didn't have any problems. And there wasn't like this racism stuff around that we just dealt with. No. And after 2020, suddenly now it was funny to like being, oh, is that racist? I don't know. And like literally liberal became a pejorative. Like people be like, well, what are you, a liberal? And then they'd laugh because they're making fun of it. But what I found was that while the laptop Americans that stayed home all day during the thing were busy tweeting and protesting and stuff, and I mean I saw some crazy shit in Milwaukee, but the normal working people were just grinning and bearing it the whole time because it seemed like they were in connection with something that was real, and the other people were living in this weird like simulation. Does that make sense?
Of course it makes sense, because that's kind of what they're doing. They're inventing their own problems and pretending like it's real.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to convince me that in the modern era that the majority of people are racist. You can go back to the 80s where you had just major, let's just use black people as an example. Like the Cosby Show is one of the top shows for years, all black. And that's just one of a zillion examples. The Fresh Prince in the 90s, all these things. How many black actors are like Will Smith, like top A-list actors for decades? No one gives a shit about the color of his skin. It's just ridiculous that they think that this over-the-top racism. What about sports? Predominantly, like football and basketball especially, it's more black than anything.
Well, this I want to take this a level higher, because one of the concepts your show with Crow introduced me to was the concept of the egregore. Would you be willing to help us understand what an egregore is?
So the real basic version is, if you put energy into something and name it, is a good way to do it, of course. You can almost create a spiritual or mental construct that is kind of sort of actually alive in its own sense.
And if you had to give us like one big example of what an egregore might be, what would that be?
Well, I don't want to offend anyone, but the modern interpretation of Jesus is a very huge example.
Interesting that you would pick that one.
Well, just because so many people are Christian, and I'm not saying whether he was or wasn't real or what anyone's belief system is. I'm not talking about that. All I'm talking about is in the modern day, there is a general perception of a Jesus figure, a character, if you will, that a lot of people in the billions believe in.
And this is so what that would be was that just because people believe in it, it has some sort of power.
Right. If you want to get into the more spiritual aspect of it, there were people who would do experiments like with Ouija boards and things like that, where they would literally create an entity to talk to. They would just put their mass consciousness. You might have a group of people getting together day after day, and they invented Dave the Spirit, and they would call him Dave and be like, hey, we're going to talk to Dave tonight. And, they'd ask him, what's your name? And the planchette would spell out Dave. And okay, so Dave just became a real thing because enough people were putting energy and the power of their belief, if you want to call it that, into Dave. So Dave is now a real thing to them. That doesn't mean that Wuhan over in China knows about Dave and could tap into Dave. Maybe he could if he found out that Dave's a real person, supposedly. But it's that kind of concept. But Dave isn't doing anything to Wuhan over there.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing is like, I think what we see that the mass media and, I mean, I don't mean to just keep dragging it back to Eddie Bernays, but one of the things he talked about was basically training people and training people to think a certain way so that they expect certain outcomes. And so like, basically you could, if enough people believe in something, it effectively becomes real because you're caught in basically the stampede. Does that make sense? It's a really difficult, smoky concept to explain because it is just massive illusion. But I remember, for example, on might as well just talk about 9/11. I remember on 9/11, and I was young, I was what, 7? I remember already like getting into war mode. Even as a kid, I was like, the troops have got to go fight the bad guys. And it didn't matter who it was. It was just like, we've got to get some revenge here. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. And it was like this like, and everyone around me suddenly got very like, oh, we're fighting. It's like fighting the Nazis in World War II. Like, we're heroes.
Right.
And I don't mean to denigrate any veterans, because those of you who know me know I have great respect for what you've done and that sort of thing. But at the same time, egregore creation is, I think, one of the most significant things that occurs in modern mainstream media. And I think Twitter was like a major hub for that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They've got bad guys created in like this concept of the patriarchy, and these people really believe this. It's not that they're blowing smoke up their own ass. Like, no, they really do think that there is the man trying to keep them down. And it's just, this is not 1955. That probably was true to a large degree decades and decades ago. It's not the same freaking world, but these people think it is. And again, all this racism that they come up with, I'm not saying these things don't happen. I know that they occasionally do, but it's a small percentage compared to overall. Now, do people sometimes get thrown off by sexual stuff? Like some people aren't comfortable around gays or transsexuals, things like that. Sure. I know that happens, but overall people aren't hateful. Like the general population is not hateful.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think they're a little on the selfish side. They're a little self-centered. We've been fat, dumb, and happy for a very, very long time in the Western world. So anything that kind of goes out of that, they get a little, I want to stay in my comfort zone. That's why we're so easily manipulated, because we do want to stay in our comfort zone,
Right.
which is why I wrote those 40 points of the elite are fucking stupid, because it's like, you don't ever, in my opinion, if I was a big bad controller of this world, the last thing you want to do is get general society looking up from munching their grass because they're a bunch of sheeple going, eh?
Yep.
Why is this happening? Why is this going? What is going on here? Like a great example again is sports ball. They let the COVID narrative interrupt sports ball. How fucking stupid can you be?
So bad.
A sports ball is the number one distractor of society.
Yeah.
Why would you ever, as one of the powers that be, why would you ever allow sports ball to be interrupted? But they did. They did during Covidius Minimus.
Going back to the warehouse, like I remember when they started doing that, when they were like, "Oh, well, we're gonna have sports ball games again." And up to that point, like in the break room, there was always a game playing, and everybody was watching. You know, we would come through after lunch and sit there for a couple minutes and watch the score go up and that sort of thing. Sports ball, sports ball, sports ball. But then when they pulled out the cardboard people and stuck them in the stands, everybody in the break room was like, this feels stupid. And the ones of us who are still watching it, we all think that person looks stupid right now for standing there in the break room, with a treat just in front of the TV, watching people in, absurd costumes throw a football back and forth in front of cardboard people while they're tackling each other on the field and just rolling all over each other. It's like, okay.
So apparently the pandemic didn't exist for the players on the field.
No, it didn't exist.
They weren't running around with masks on, staying 6 feet apart. Oh
no, it didn't exist for the people who kept food on the table. It's like the reality of it. I mean, it's just like only in a world with masks. And here's what I think, Jason. Maybe you can push back on me a little bit, but I think they've spent their wad, man. I think it's like, it feels to me like it is like freaking not going to work the same way.
I think that they overstepped their balance. Now, did they get too many needles into arms? Unfortunately, yes. Do we, as the general public, have an accurate number? No. But we do know, because I'm friends with doctors. They tell us stuff all the time. We get information from actual medical professionals. Like, those shots are injuring and sometimes killing people.
Nobody wants to say that, though.
We're not allowed to. Exactly. We're not allowed to say that. So did they pull off some nasty stuff with this whole narrative? Yes. However, I personally feel that they way overstepped their bound, because people like you and George and all them, like, who maybe weren't quite as conspiratorial as, say, Crow and I might be, you probably realized that if you had doubts about things being manipulated on a grand scale, it was pretty freaking obvious at this point that things were being manipulated on a grand scale, because your brains actually work.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, George knows day one I was saying with bullshit. But the reality is, like, now that I'm looking at history, I mean, this is a history podcast, right? So now that I've put on these new They Live glasses and I can see the lies in the modern narrative and in movies and documentaries and things like that, I know how all this works. Why would that not apply to history itself? That's why I like your podcast so much for history, is because you guys do take the time to like really, as much as you can, verify stuff, but you still come at it from a place of like, yeah, but we don't really know though. And I think like examining history in this way, it's like, it's going to sound ridiculous to anybody who doesn't know me or hasn't listened to the show for a while, but like, I can't look at the moon landing the same way anymore. And I know that sounds stupid, but I just look through I look through the numbers and the things they name things and the stories they tell about what happened while they were there. And I'm like, this is all a weird ritual. Maybe they did go, but either way, it has the trappings of some kind of weird spell.
I can't prove whether they were there or not, but there are a lot of weird things, like the fact that most of them were Freemasons. They admittedly said that they did a ritual on the moon, Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, and they took a Masonic apron with them, supposedly. So why would you do that? Why would that be important to NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration? Why would doing a Freemasonic ritual, and you're telling people that you did a Freemasonic ritual, why would that be important to have that done? If weight and all those things were so, it was so expensive to take anything, any object, every ounce you took on that rocket should have cost money, but it was so important to get that Masonic stuff up there if they really went. Like, it's weird things like that. And then you look at the symbolism with the patches and all that kind of stuff. You can go all the way back to the founding of all this stuff with JPL. Jack Parsons was super occultist, and this isn't hidden. This isn't conspiracy.
Oh, it's right there in Wikipedia, and his first name's Marvel. Sorry.
Right. And he wrote not love letters, but basically ass-kissing letters to Aleister Crowley. They did back and forth, and he was part of all that organization. And then he got involved with the super scammer L. Ron Hubbard and all that, where he took what he learned from them and then founded Scientology and how to manipulate people there. Like, this stuff's there, man. This is not conspiracy. This really happened. It's just the general population doesn't know and doesn't care to look.
Or they've been given a cleaned up, edited, sanitized version of it. Like
on the History Channel.
Yeah. Right after Ancient Aliens. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like I can't remember if it was Apollo 11 or a later one where they actually like brought like a little figurine to the moon and left it there in remembrance of like some cosmonaut who died. And apparently that's like a kind of a Freemasonic ritual, or maybe not Freemasonic, but it's some kind of a ritual in a way to leave something there that's shaped like a person. I seem to remember something vaguely about nukes involving like a little figurine of a person or something like that. I don't know if that was on your show or something else.
I don't think we talked specifically about that, but yeah, there were different of the Apollo missions did different things. Like it was so important to take a golf club or they fashioned a golf club out of stuff and they had golf balls. And it's like things like that. It's like, again, if the weight was such a big deal that you had to have those things, not saying that you shouldn't try and have a little bit of fun, but on something that if one error happened, it could be a critical error that costs everybody their lives and bazillions of dollars just went up in smoke.
Right.
It just seems a little suspicious to me. Like, you should be really, really, really careful with everything you do. And the Apollo 1 crew, the original crew, are a perfect example. Like, why the hell would you possibly think that having pure oxygen in a capsule is a good idea when you've got electronics everywhere? Old school analog electronics, no less, where everything is wired and things like that. Like, there's live circuits going on with things that were hand wired together, where one spark, this is actually what they think happened, one spark would set up, of course, pure oxygen is going to burn up. What the hell, man? Like, this is just common physics 101, yet that's what they did. And of course, they had to refajigger everything and put it behind because they had to switch what the atmosphere was and all that. So it's like, you just got to wonder, like, what the hell is going on with these people's minds that they make decisions like this?
What was that documentary that came out not long ago that was like it was like 3 hours long of just like debunking every photo of the moon landing? Was it like American Moon or something like that?
There's a couple of big ones in the 80s and early 90s. There were several. There's a guy out there who's got some really interesting footage named Bart Sabrell.
Oh yeah, the guy who got punched by Buzz.
Yeah, because he kept going after them. He wouldn't let it go.
I love that guy.
It's quite interesting. I don't know him. A friend of mine knows him. Who's done shows with him. But he was trying to, he focused, I like the way he approached this when he was trying to make this documentary. What was it called? I think the exact title is A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, but
That's it. Yep.
I might be slightly off, but I think that's what it was. But anyway, he asked NASA for all the footage they would possibly give him from Apollo 11. And he was looking for stuff that wasn't like the same recycled stuff that you saw over and over and over again. And he got all that seemed to be like the same, even though he was asking for unedited footage, all that seemed to be the same homogenized crap that was super edited that you see on PBS documentaries and all that stuff over and over again, except for one reel. And if you watch this one thing, and people have it cut out as clips now because the documentary is like 20 years old now, maybe even a little more, where it seems to show that they're faking the distance that the capsule would be from the Earth. It's really the only conjecture you can make. So did they go into a low Earth orbit and then fake the rest? Definitely, maybe. I can't prove that. I've been waiting for technology, for consumer level technology, to get to the point where you could have a large enough optical telescope where you could point it at one of the landing sites with a high enough megapixel digital camera that you could zoom in with the pictures you took of the landing sites and see if you can actually see anything, so that it's not coming from a major corporation like SpaceX, and certainly not coming from a government body like NASA, which, by the way, NASA is not a public organization. Its charter is under the Department of Defense. So all of you people out there who thinks NASA is a public organization, you are unfortunately incorrect.
And we also haven't been to war since World War II. So there's that.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it just shows you how much these terms, like, they spin stuff to us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I wanted to sort of connect a couple of the things that came up. So I was thinking about that whole egregore thing and giving something a reality by thinking about it. What's sort of even easier to do is, rather than creating something ex nihilo, taking something that does exist and completely changing what it is, giving it a completely new identity by its implantation into the consciousness. And I was thinking back to what we said about Saddam. To Americans, in 2003, Saddam was somehow the cause of 9/11, even though, of course, in reality, it was absolutely unconnected. But it had a level of just social belief that I still, to this day, know people who, to them, Saddam is connected to 9/11 somehow. People were so thoroughly convinced of it that it really became an almost historical fact to people, when in reality, of course, we know, and this goes back to the currency thing, that probably had a lot more to do with the plans to disentangle Iraq from international financial markets and everything that goes along with that. That really was the driving factor. But it's amazing the way that once something has taken on a reality in people's minds through a sort of common popular belief, it almost becomes dogmatic.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is. And the thinking is, of course, like the general average person's thinking is, well, he must have been the bad guy because we went and did it, because we wouldn't do that any otherwise, would we? Well, did you know that Saddam Hussein worked for the United States government? Did you know that Osama bin Laden had a code name with the CIA, Tim Osman? Like, there's these simple things that can easily be fact checked that the average person just doesn't know. It's like, well, why would this Osama bin Laden guy be working for the government that he turned around and attacked? Well, I don't know. Why don't you try and figure it out, genius? Like, think about it for a second.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just thinking about like how it's like what George said, like how it quickly became like public, not like Saddam Hussein's obviously the target. Obviously, he did it. And
we have always been at war with Saddam Hussein.
Right.
There you go. You just nailed it, dude. You nailed it.
Yeah.
What a great example.
Yeah, that's actually like a really deep thing you said just there, because Saddam Hussein's name keeps changing. We're always at war with somebody. And it seems like these days we're just like at war with ourselves in a way. But I'm also seeing, it's like, honestly, like Jason, if I told myself 3 years ago when I found Crrow777 I'd eventually be talking to you, I wouldn't have believed it, because back then I thought you guys were nuts. And, and what's funny is I stuck with you. Yeah, I stuck with you guys for 3 years, and I was just like, constantly you were right about stuff. And I was like, all right, well, I have no ability because I'm just a big dummy. I can't sit here and call this guy crazy or those guys, way too far afield, because they just keep being freaking right about everything. And so it's time to swallow the humble pie and actually start, you know, applying some of what I've learned from Crrow777 to how I do things on my show. And well, our show, George, I haven't forgotten you. But at the same time, like when you're doing things in this way, it can be a little bit scary to like really stick your neck out there and be like, hey, I'm gonna like get in touch with Jason and I'm gonna talk to him. And it was the same way when I first talked to Howdy McCoskey. I was like, this is a big risk. I'm gonna like, am I gonna ruin my credibility as a person who studies history by talking to a guy who thinks the World's Fairs were like, you know, like, I don't know, recapturing lost ground for some ancient empire? Then I just realized, like, you know, but it's not about like,
I think it's a psyop, by the way.
right. And if you want to go into that, I want you to go into that. And I'll just stop right there if you want to talk about that.
Well, I didn't want to cut you off. Did you finish your point?
No, I had one last thing I want to just add with the Saddam thing. And since we referenced it, if people are interested, go read about the Iran-Iraq War and how Saddam received massive amounts of support from the U.S., both militarily, financially. If you want to sort of know what we're talking about there with the change in narrative.
That's why Zelensky needs to watch his ass, is what I'm saying. But,
yeah, that's another one. I keep telling people when they ask my opinion on that, like, I see so much stuff being thrown at us, like from an information warfare aspect. I have absolutely no idea what is going on there.
No.
Now, I have a friend in Lithuania. When this first started happening, she's in her 20s, but her parents are old enough that they lived through the Soviet Union era. And she said that everybody was terrified, that they thought Russia was going to try and start putting the Soviet Union back together. And they were actually discussing get out plans, and like everything is go west, go to Poland, like let's get out of here before anything goes down. And of course that hasn't happened, but I'm just saying, like, this had a very real world effect that I was able to find out firsthand, well, secondhand, because of somebody that I personally know and have known for years, because she told me, I asked her opinion on it, and she's like, oh yeah, that like the average person started getting scared, that they really felt that Russia might be on the warpath to rebuild the Soviet Union, and that is the last thing they wanted.
That's interesting insight. I mean, it is crazy how fast things are just thrown at us, including the psyop with the lost history or whatever. So if you want to talk about
Tartaria
that,
is the big one. That's the one I have a problem with. Now, this is my opinion. We all know that things get manipulated through time. There's no way, unless you were there or have very good evidence, the further you go back in time, the more there can be a question mark on things. I think that's a pretty common sense approach to any of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the stuff that I hear about the Tartarian narrative and all that, and it's changed over the years. When this started coming out a few years ago, and they were talking about this, the big thing I kept hearing about is mud flood. Okay, so worldwide mud flood happened during the time of the American Civil War. And automatically my bullshit detector went off, because I was like, wait a second. The American Civil War is massively documented, pretty much on a personal level. If something crazy like that was going on, shouldn't someone somewhere at some time during this time frame of the 1860s have mentioned it? In that some internet sleuth in the 21st century is just bringing it to light? So nobody in a journal anywhere wrote about finding fabulous cities. Nobody in a journal wrote about how giant, whatever it was supposed to be, giant mounds of mud were raining down and overtaking cities, whatever the narrative is supposed to be. I was like, okay, so that to me automatically is like, no, that makes no sense, because this is a time before the modern era where everything was conglomerated down with the media companies, everything. There was still a lot of independent journalism. Now, there was a lot of yellow journalism and blatant bullshitting going on to sell newspapers, but doesn't change the fact that there are people writing their own stuff. Like, was it put in the family Bible? Was it put in journals that we still have to this day? No, there's no evidence of this anywhere that I'm aware of. I will make sure to say that I'm aware of.
I'm glad you brought the journalism thing going to the media. I've got to take off in just a minute here, but I want to leave on one final thing that has sort of occurred to me. And this relates to what you're saying about the elites being kind of stupid and not not always being successful. And one thing that seems to me they really tried and it just never quite took off relatively recently was this the institution of this sort of priestly caste of fact checkers. Like
Who are all left leaning, by the way. You
who
don't
are
see-
who are all just another set of journalists who work for the exact same people they're allegedly fact checking for. And I, from the very beginning, it was ridiculous when you look. It's like, we understand that people have started to lose trust in journalists, so now we're going to take half those journalists and ordain them as fact checkers, and then everyone will unhesitatingly believe what they say.
I like your choice of words because it seems to be very accurate.
No, really, it was and I remember during the 2016 election, like Hillary really leaned into the fact checkers who have, given us these scrolls of wisdom, which are not to be questioned because they're not journalists. They're, they may work in the same offices, and a year ago, all of them were technically just journalists, but now they are fact checkers. And I feel like it was a meme that didn't really work. Like, I think they seem to honestly think that people would just now unhesitatingly believe anything that was written first by a journalist, but then had the imprimatur on it from a fact checker.
No, that's totally true. And by the way, to finish up with the Tartarian narrative, I live on the North Shore of New Orleans. New Orleans is across the bridge from Lake Pontchartrain. So just to show you how these narratives can get in there, I went to the French Quarter, which is a couple hundred years old. So if a worldwide mud flood happened, you would think that New Orleans, and specifically the French Quarter, which has existed longer than this supposed mud flood that would have taken place around the time of the American Civil War, and New Orleans being either at sea level or just a tiny hair above it, well, there should be evidence of this, all this stuff that these people are always pointing out. And no, there wasn't any. I walked around in and out of the streets, looking at the buildings, looking at the windows, like everything that the people who are really into this Tartarian narrative at the time, they don't lean on this anymore. But this is something from a few years ago, and I've done this more than once. I go down there quite a lot, and I always just kind of glance around and see if there's anything that I could possibly say, okay, well, something weird could have happened that nobody bothered to report on, by the way. Nobody said that this happened, but okay, fine. And of course that frustrates people who are into this narrative because, I mean, I'm right.
Right. It's a lovely story. I mean, we did a bonus episode for our patrons. He was playing in this game Escape from Tarkov. And so I called the episode Escape from Tartaria. And that was the time when it was really hitting fever pitch and everyone was like posting about it. And I was like, I find this like fascinating. Like it's like one of my new mottos this over the last couple of years has been conspiracy theories are chew toys for curious people. You don't want to get stuck to them, but they can be fun. But people started putting their whole reputation on like, oh, I've done the research and the photos aren't right. But I guess to finish up the point I was originally trying to make about Howdy was, I like the guy. I don't know if, but we talked about it and we sort of discussed like, well, that's not your whole thing. And people tried to make him like the World's Fair guy. And he's just like a really good thinker.
Yeah,
you can learn a lot
he's a
from
great
that.
dude. I really like him.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I have to take off for a meeting here.
Okay, George. Well, thanks for joining us. We'll finish up and we'll see you later, sir.
All right,
Hey, man.
Jason, it's good to meet you.
You too, bro.
I'll have to listen in on this, and I bet you saved all the real spicy material for last.
Well, here's something spicy that a lot of people might not be too happy about me saying, at least in certain circles. I am heavily leaning towards the fact that this whole Tartaria thing is a psyop, because anytime someone goes against that narrative, you see them losing their channels or getting smashed in some way by the system super quick.
Exactly.
But there's other narratives that you could say that doesn't happen to, like flat earth stuff is everywhere. And I'm not attacking or being pro flat earth. I'm just saying, like, that narrative, generally you don't see that happening with, but you attack Tartaria, boom. And we've had this happen personally with us, like in regard to us. It happened to Owen Benjamin when he brought it up. He lost 4 Instagram channels that day that he mentioned it. Woody and AOR, who are two guys that do great research, same thing happened to them. As soon as our episode with them came out, boom, their YouTube channel got ripped down.
Yeah, that episode was fantastic. And I love that you're calling it a psyop, because I think you're right. That's exactly what it is. And it's the same thing with the whole flat earth earth thing. And I don't want to offend any flat earthers or round earthers. I'm a Minecraft earther, I will remind you. The the thing about it is like, oh yeah, you can find plenty of flat earth stuff. So maybe that, how could that be it if it's allowed? Because the only thing I've seen, and I'm sure you have seen more of this than I, because I'm just a history podcaster. I'm not actually going after the big bad guys all that much. If you do something that's legitimately a threat to a narrative or something like that, you're gone. If you're doing something that's like sidestepping a narrative, you're fine. But if you go directly up against it and you say, I don't buy it, they nuke you.
Yeah, well, that happened big time during the height of the pandemic crap. Like you couldn't talk, you couldn't do anything really to speak out against it, or you'd lose a Twitter account or a Facebook account or anything like that. They would stomp down hard on you. You were not allowed to counter the narrative in any way, shape, or form that there's a horrible pandemic going on and you're spreading misinformation. The reason why I stopped live streaming on YouTube, we broke down a white paper called the SPARS epidemic. It was just a couple of years old. This was an official white paper, and I forget which, I don't remember if it was the CDC, like one of the major organizations. So we did a live stream of that, and they ripped it down that night saying it was medical misinformation. I was like, I wrote back, I was like, how is this medical misinformation when this was a proposed study that came from one of the major medical organizations of the world, but because you decided it was medical misinformation, you're ripping the show down, and that's that. And I never live streamed again on YouTube after that. I went to Rockfin.
I remember when you and Wayne were doing that, I was working nights, and so many times I just stopped what I was doing and was like, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. Like it's right there. It's right there. And we're not even having, and if you come out and you say it's right there on the website, let's look at it together, people get triggered and like freak out at you. But man, yeah, this is going to sound really naive, man, but I didn't realize you were still doing Secrets of Saturn. I thought you were done with it.
Well, I occasionally put things up on the YouTube channel, and we'll use it sometimes for live streaming stuff and then delete it so the channel doesn't get attacked. But I do Secrets of Saturn just on Rockfin. So I have literally like 1/1000th of the audience. Like I used to get hundreds of people who would tune into a live stream that I would do on YouTube, and I get like 15 to 30 at most on Rockfin. Now, I think a lot of people watch it in later time after the broadcast, but whereas I had so many people coming in and a huge chat room going on, all that kind of stuff on the YouTube channel, it's barely a blip on Rockfin. But I can literally and have completely said anything and everything that I want on Rockfin, and they don't say boo. The only problem I ever had with Rockfin was when they had a disagreement with Owen Benjamin because the owner didn't know who he was and what he was about, and that he was a professional comedian, all that kind of stuff. And they finally got their panties out of the bunch that they were in and actually brought him back. So the one problem I even had with Rockfin has now been resolved. So kudos to them for being open-minded.
Well, I gotta say, like, I love Secrets of Saturn. So I'm gonna definitely check that out on Rockfin. I always listen to it on SoundCloud though. That was where I found it. But yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer here, Jason. You've been very generous with your time. Was there anything else you'd like to cover while we're on here, or are you feeling pretty good?
Well, I do want to point out something that's going on big time in the modern time, like the last couple of years. And this is just something for everyone to think about. And again, I keep harping on this stuff because this is what Western and more so American culture. Why are all the major entertainment companies just throwing away their major cash cows just to insert diversity, equity, inclusion stuff? Like literally things like the Marvel Universe has become, it's not the MCU anymore, it's the MCU. And it's not even that they're making more female characters. They don't act like women, and they're just letting this overtake everything. But the stories are awful.
Oh yeah.
You can get away with a lot of bullshit if you're writing a good story, but they're not writing good stories. Same thing with Star Trek. Like modern Star Trek is not the Star Trek that Gene Roddenberry's original vision was. It's just a whole bunch of social justice warrior nonsense. So those shows are crashing and burning, and they're stupid expensive. Star Wars is another one. Star Wars has literally lost half their fan base because they keep attacking the fan base.
Right.
Like, why are you doing that? Like, why is somebody, and this is something a lot of the nerd channels that I follow. I follow these nerd channels on YouTube because they're into this way more than I am, and it's an easy way for me to keep on the pulse of things. Because my favorite subject out of all this, if you want to call it conspiracy stuff, is social engineering, which is why Edward Bernays is so much a favorite subject of mine, and what he did, what he accomplished. You got to ask yourself, why are they throwing all this away? Like, Disney has literally lost zillions of dollars. I don't know exact numbers, but like their last quarter, they lost over $1 billion. I think it was like $1.5 billion just on streaming. Well, stop spending tens of millions of dollars on stuff that's absolute trash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because my opinion, coming from a film background as well, like it looks to me like they're not getting their money from us. It looks like they're getting it from somewhere else.
There is some validity to that. Do you know about things like ESG scores?
Yes, I am aware of ESG, but it's like, wait a second. So like, you're going to be this nakedly obvious about it, but what is the point of introducing these like poison pills for culture, aside from what you said in the beginning, which is depopulation? That's what I see all of these vectors, all of these major mainstream movements pointing toward. It's like, don't have kids, take the pill, take your antidepressants, get hooked on booze.
We don't have men and women anymore.
No men and women anymore. Castrate yourself because you're brave and beautiful. It's all towards sterilizing people.
Yeah. Well, what other assumption can you come up with? If you have a property like Star Wars, which literally should have been, when George Lucas signed that over for $4.5 billion, you literally bought a money tree. And yet, for instance, the Solo movie lost money. How do you lose money on a Star Wars film? How incompetent do you have to be to make a Star Wars film that loses money? Well, is it incompetency or is it intention?
It's absolutely intentional. To what end, I don't know, except that another vector I have observed from the outside is that they worship ugliness and hate beauty. And I don't know what demonic force pilots a person to want to destroy all beauty, but that appears to be what they're doing. And I can see why people get nostalgic and want to believe in things like Tartaria, because it was back then, everything was beautiful and everything was free, and we were all good and clear. And that's why the PSYOP is so effective, is because it's the exact counter opposite to what we have now.
Yeah. You're getting very conspiratorial here. I'm pretty sure that you might have a tinfoil hat underneath your desk that you might be pulling out at any moment. But here's the thing. This isn't conspiracy. These are things that are going on. Like, I haven't said anything that is quote unquote conspiracy theory. Everything, no. I think everything I've said, I've tried very hard over the last 2 hours to say things that you could go and fact check me on. And again, those facts are, you have to take them with a grain of salt. It is what it is. We don't know if everything that we're finding is accurate, but you have to start somewhere. You have to use with what you can work with. Your final product is only as good as the tools you have available to work with. So as far as I know, I have tried to speak things that someone could go through every single statement I made in the last 2 hours and fact check me.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's pretty much accurate. It's okay to ask questions, and it's okay to say you're not sure of something, but here's a potentially other perspective on what it could be. And many times on my show in the past, I've never done a retraction, but many times in the past I've changed and shaped how I speak so that I'm actually being more honest about how I'm presenting the information. But yeah, I mean, it's like it feels like we're almost going to end on a dark note, which I don't want to do, because the thing about it is, like, I feel very positive about the future, because it does feel like the veils are dropping very quickly.
Well, here's a good positive thing I can throw in here towards the end.
Okay.
Do you remember a few months ago, they tried to pull a monkeypox narrative, and they tried to paint it as this great, big, horrible thing that was going to follow up after the COVID nonsense?
Yeah.
It failed, and it failed miserably. All I saw were a bunch of really funny memes that came out of it. People ridiculed it. This is fucking stupid. This is retarded. This is ridiculous. This is not anything to be concerned about. And guess what? The narrative was dropped.
Mm-hmm. We've
learned. It
learned.
was dumb.
Yeah. We've learned. I think the one thing I talked about, I just had a couple filmmakers on my other show, and we talked about media literacy. and media literacy is rising. People are beginning to understand that the screen can lie, and not only can it lie, it's usually lying. And the reason Zoomers can, dance circles around Boomers is Boomers don't. I don't mean to sound like I'm classifying everybody the same way, because obviously they're not all the same. But Boomers just grew up in a different kind of world where the TV wasn't lying. It was just your friend, and it wanted to teach you things and show you information and send you to bed at midnight or whatever. Zoomers grew up in the world knowing that lying box in your pocket is a window of deception, and if you believe it, you're the mark, right?
Right. Now, I would like to say that in general, I think they've overplayed their hand with a lot of the narratives from the past few years. Here's a great way to end on a more positive note. Unfortunately, a lot of people fell for the very large narratives that have been being pushed the past couple of years. But with that being said, I think it's kind of like 9/11. Now, the truth movement, for whatever you want to consider the truth movement, the people who are into crazy conspiracy theories, was very small in the 90s and before. There were pockets, but it wasn't what it became post 9/11. There were so many inconsistencies with the main story, and I don't know exactly what happened that day. But if you read exactly what they tell you, it doesn't make any sense. Like, too many people in the mainstream, I've even asked my own mother this. It's like, how many buildings collapsed on September 11th, 2001? They're going to say 2. But it's not true. 3 collapsed. 2 that got hit by planes and 1 that did not. And then they tell this poppycock story if someone tries to get to the next level of questioning. Well, that's because it was on fire. It's like, no massive superstructure has ever collapsed just from fire.
Right.
Like in perfect free fall, where it looked like a perfect demolition. But again, now I'm getting into speculation. I can't prove that building was detonated, but sure as shit looks like it when the middle pops and goes down and the sides collapse. That looks exactly like a typical demolition.
Right. And I think you're right to point out that this group of people who are interested in finding, maybe more true things than they knew before, I think it ballooned with COVID. And I know for me, like, it was the psyops leading up to COVID that broke me free and allowed me to see straight through that one. But I mean, speaking very frankly, I think they used to be able to just pick guys like us off. And they used to be more bold about it. But I think, these days there's just far too many people. It's not illegal to listen to podcasts, right? It's not illegal to read government documents, right? And there's nothing scary about it. You have to do it with a big smile on your face. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty positive note. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And to end cap this all off, on Crrow777 Radio, the reason why we can write shows the way we write them is because the information's out there. I'm not sitting down to write 30 plus bullet points of notes to use on a 2-hour program because I'm writing fiction, that I'm literally fabricating these things out of thin air. Right. I'm looking at sources all over the place, try to cross-reference as much as I can, and then writing. A lot of times I try and do it based on a timeline to make it easier for people to understand that there's an order of events. But if that stuff didn't exist, I couldn't do that, or else I would have to be spinning yarns, which I'm not.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't have a show if you weren't pulling from real things. And it was me investigating some of the amazing things I heard on that show to find out they were true. That made me go, okay, let me do my own research on this. And that was another one they tried to run halfway through. It was like, don't do your own research. You're a dummy. Right.
Yeah,
so, okay, Jason,
psyop.
Jason, I have one last thing for you. One of the things I like to do when I end the show is I like to say, we'll close out and we'll let the sound of blank play you out. And I usually let the guests pick a song. Do you have a song that you like?
Yes. The Ballad of the Mighty Eye by Noel Gallagher.
I got to write that down so I don't forget it halfway through. The Ballad of the Mighty Eye. Okay. I'm just going to go listen to this for the first time when I edit this.
Well, if you don't know who Noel Gallagher is, he's one of the 2 brothers from Oasis who wrote all their big hits. And now that they broke up, however many years ago now, 2009, I think is when Oasis split. He's been doing his own solo thing, and it's still the same kind of music. I mean, he wrote just about everything from the Oasis era. This is off the second album. He calls his solo band Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds. And I love his music. I always have for many years now, I should say. And that's my absolute favorite. Well, one of my absolute favorite tunes he's ever put out on his solo gigs. So check it out.
Well, it's going on the end of this. So everybody give Jason your mental applause. We can hear it from here spiritually somehow on some different plane of consciousness. And on that note, we'll close out and let the Ballad of the Mighty Eye play you out.
Followed you down to the end of the world. Wait outside your window. Heater the rain, I will call your name. You just passed me by. You put me up like a fly on the wall. You lead a blade where the heavens fall. Give me a sign, you hear me sigh. You just passed me by. Colors around me are fading away. And I'll be waiting, come what may, I'll find. Yeah, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. If I gotta be, then I won't see it alone. Follow the stars and I sail to the sun. Held it in my fingers. Alone on the beach of my own out of reach. You just passed me by. Give you the world if you take my hand, but you let me alone in the sinking sand. Strike up the band for one last stand. You just passed me by. Show me the rules of the games you play. I'll be waiting, come what may, I'll find. Yeah, yes, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. If I gotta be the man who walks the end, I'll find. Yeah, yes, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. If I gotta be the man who walks the end, I'll followed you now to the end of the world. Wait outside your heater the rain, I'll call your name. You just passed me by. Whenever you run, I'll be on your tail. Whenever you hide behind your veil, I'll find you. Yes, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. If I gotta be the man who walks the end, I'll find you. Yes, I'll find. Yes, I'll find. If I gotta be the man who walks the end,
Pro, it's so funny because like I rarely get starstruck. I used to work in TV, but I'm feeling just the edge of starstruck right now. It's
Oh,
just
come
so
on.
strange. I know. You would. I knew you would not be happy about it, but
Well, it's not. It's just that I'm just a guy.
I know.
It's funny that what did you do on TV?
Oh, I was an editor for a television show.
I was a roadie for almost a decade.
Yeah. I guess I should start with explaining how I discovered you because it's kind of a funny story.
Okay.
So there was this dude I knew in Austin, who is just the man. You'd love him. We both got into like conspiracy theories around the same time, and so he was like, "I'm gonna take you to get the best pork chop in Austin." I was like, "Okay." So we went, and over this $100 pork chop, he tells me, "Did you know that there's a wave on the moon?" I was like, "No way." So I looked it up and I found your videos, and I was like, "That is some bizarre stuff right there." But like, what's crazy about it was I started with the Moonwave videos, and I was just like mind blown. And then I discovered you had a podcast, and I was shocked to discover that it was one of the best research podcasts I'd ever heard. And at the time, I was listening to a lot of shows, but yours was the one that came with all the receipts.
Well, it's first of all, what's your friend name who took you out for the pork chop?
His name's Jeff.
So Jeff, this is Crow. I've got to update you. Back in the day, I was convinced that the lunar wave was local to the moon and that it probably had something to do with equinoxes. Almost certainly neither of those things is true. If I could name it again, I would call it a firmament wave. It's been filmed in front of both Jupiter and Saturn. So at the very least, you can see the wave across the ecliptic or the path of the luminaries. So there's the update for Jeff. And I was going to say something else to what you said, but the 80s are kicking in here.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, so that would go with the idea that there is a dome above us and that space is actually water, correct?
Well, I think it was 2016. I finally announced that I truly suspect space would be better described as liquid. I couldn't go any further with my scope. So I came up with a thought experiment which involved language, and I decided that if there was important language that had gone out to most of the world with regard to space that had nautical language, that I would make the announcement. Of course, I picked the JFK "We're going to the moon" speech, which he actually did twice, I think. I think I used the Rice University one. I don't remember, but I mean, we set sail on this new ocean. It goes on and on. But old Werner von Braun decided to tell us the truth on his deathbed, right? He put a psalm that encodes 9/11, by the way. I think it's 119 or 19:1. And that psalm tells you that the handiwork of God is shown by the firmament. So which is it, Werner? Did you shoot magical Saturn V rockets to the moon, or is there a firmament there, buddy? I'll take the deathbed confession, I think.
What's crazy to me is that this stuff that we're talking about right now, to my audience, is going to sound absolutely off the wall. But the only reason I even like continue to listen to your show is because you guys show up for it and actually like spend enough time verifying what it is that you're suggesting. And what I like about it is you guys don't go on there and just like start saying it's flat, there's a dome. It's like, we've observed this and this is our perspective. And we're not going to fight you about it, but we'd like to suggest this.
Well, it's ironic that, we started this conversation that you were getting into conspiracy, because we're really not conspiratorial. We pick up things, we lay down evidences and research. And I'm glad you used the word suggest, because the truth is I have control of what I think is correct. I have no control of what anyone else does. So we are basically laying on the table other ways to consider things. That's basically how I would describe what we do. But it's endless research. Matter of fact, it's a lifetime of research. Had I not read my whole life, I'm not sure how I would hold up my end, because I mean, come on, what are we, almost 500 podcasts, I think. You'd just be saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, well, on the conspiracy thing, I have to admit I'm deflated with conspiracies at this point. Most of them are nonsense. Most of them are just people like making like wild claims about reality that they just can't prove, and they don't do any research. They just find a meme on Reddit or 4chan and they're like, this is the truth because it's the opposite.
Well, there's the problem. They detect that there is a problem and then they leap to conclusions and other things. If they would just recognize that they've detected a problem and focus on what that problem is and apply a little common sense, it's a much more helpful world. Right now, we've got people pushing simulation theory. It goes on and on and on. It never ends. But this happened to me. When I shot the lunar wave on accident in September of 2012. Now I held on. I was a webmaster at the time, and I was not impressed with social media. I had a feeling that it was going to just be one big censorship platform. So I held on to it for a year, and I amassed all this other footage, and people kept saying, oh man, you got to set up YouTube. So I finally did after a year. Within 30 days of that lunar wave being published, the flat earth community just blew wide open and everyone was referencing the wave. I guess the main idea being, well, if we don't know everything we thought we knew about the moon, then what else do we know? So they start emailing me and I don't know what to make of it, So I did what I do. I had some very, very good high quality optics. I went out and shot over 10 miles further than I was supposed to. So I came back and I said, well, the curvature model's wrong because I could see further than I'm supposed to. And that's how I tried to go at it. I don't have to argue about that. I was there. I know what I did. I know what I saw. And so it's a foundational statement to make that's correct, provably correct.
Well, this is going to sound kind of nuts. And I have a list of topics I want to get into, but of course, everything's going to sound a little bit nuts because we're testing new ideas, right? So I saw that video and I was inspired to go buy or like co-buy with some friends a P1000 just to shoot the moon.
Yeah.
So we did it and I haven't caught anything weird. But it is interesting how much your perspective changes just looking through a lens that can zoom in that far.
Right. There it is. The experiential. I try to describe it as an experiential knowing. Now, the problem with experiential knowing is it's not easy to bump the guy next to you and say, hey, look what I know now, because it doesn't work that way. You get the experience and you get the intuition of whatever you're doing. But, I tell people, if you do something like get a P900 or P1000 and you spend, say, an hour a day, it won't be long before you shoot something. But you got to realize I was putting in 8 or more hours a night, and then I was shooting in the daytime. I did this for just over 5 years, I think. I put in time like you can't imagine. Had no idea how I was going to pay the rent. I had just quit working for corporations for good. And I said, if I'm going to be poor, at least I'm going to do something that's interesting to me.
Well, just to rope George in here for a little bit, because he is here, everybody. He's just stroking his beard as usual. So here, let me tell you, Crow, how I introduced George to you. I was like, he's not really a conspiracy theorist. He's more like a researcher, and he likes to actually do the experiments, like put his money where his mouth is, like, buy an expensive camera and stare at the moon for years. And I said, and he's a podcaster and he goes by Crow, and he might be in contact with like a 600-year-old wizard.
I can confirm that was the pitch.
But what really got George was the fact that you're not recently, but you're a longtime fan of the classics. And
I don't know. What really got me was the picture of the crow with the microphone. Let's be real. Like I've been a long time fan of corvids. So a crow with a microphone, I couldn't pass up.
Well, you're wise to have picked the smartest of birds.
Exactly.
You can go on YouTube and find them doing all kinds of things they shouldn't be able to do. But it's ironic you say that. When I first started getting interviewed, I think it was Greg Carlwood was the first guy to interview, and I'm all, why do you want to interview me? It made no sense to me. And for like a week, he keeps saying, and I go, I don't know. And so finally I did it. It ended up being one of his most popular episodes. At one point I'd been on, I don't know, like 5 times. And I made, since I don't appreciate cameras in my face, I tolerated it for Shoot the Moon for 2 hours for Jason to put an HD camera in my face. It feels like my soul is being stolen, to be honest with you. I don't like cameras at me. But Carl would, needed something, and I had made the crow with a mic. That must have been like 2013 when I made that image.
Well, I think it's a hilarious mascot. I mean, maybe you'd be interested in explaining why you selected the crow.
So when I was finally talked into setting up my YouTube channel, kind of against my will, but kind of at the same time realizing I had a lot of things that were interesting that people would like to see, we sat down. And as I said, I have an IT degree, one of the first given in the country. And I was kind of a webmaster, just, everything corporate online guy at one time, making sites, whatever. And we were trying to think of a name. And so my birth name works out so that each of the 3 names adds to 7. If you use basic numerology. But ever since email had come, if you wanted to send me an email, you wrote the word crow. You know how you pre-populate, you write a few letters. So you would write crow when I was in corporate life to send me an email. So we started to go with crow, and then we realized there's crows here already. So we added the extra R, which is also a play on my birth name. So in short, it is all a play on what I consider, people are going to love this, my slave name. And the reason I'm saying such a controversial thing is because I'm now aware of what happens when you're born and the paperwork that's generated and what that means to us in the course of a lifetime. But
I have to admit to you, as a longtime fan, that stuff it's beyond my pay grade. I don't understand what's going on there at all with the paperwork and stuff when we're born. I just know that there's something up. It's a little bit like the whole conspiracy conversation we were having earlier. I'm like, there's something weird happening there. I don't get it. And so go ahead.
Well, it's simple to break down, but for someone who's hearing it for the first time, they're just going to think that we've been chewing on the wrong peyote bush. But it's confirmed. It's not, it's provenly true. And I would say more about how I personally know that's correct. But I do draw a line between my personal existence and what I do here. But basically, it's perverse, it is underhanded, and it relates exactly to the age of consent, which no one has ever really thought about. Why do they call it the age of consent? Well, you have the idea that you get to be this magical age of 18 and you can consent to things. Well, that's really not what it means. And by the way, you still can't vote. So how is that the age of consent? What it is an age where if you haven't pushed back against what they did on your birth, you're basically consenting to live the rest of your life under the system, basically the corporation they have set up. There's 2 sets of birth certificates when you're born. The one the doctor signs, which is the real deal, proves a living child was born. He witnesses it. But along the way, they take the afterbirth, the call, the placenta, what we would just typically call afterbirth. They weigh and measure it, and they create a straw man identity from that. I'm not kidding. Then when it goes to the state, all the letters go to capital, which is a throwback to Rome. Slaves used to be written in capital letters. Look at your driver's license. Do you write your name that way? It's all in caps. But people hearing this will think that it's just bizarre and not possible, and it takes a lot more than a few minutes to show what's happened. And it gets worse. We've had guests on like KL and others who have historically gone through the timeline showing this is where we came off the gold standard. This is where a state of emergency was declared. It was never undeclared. And this is way back. So there's really a lot to it, but it's not arguable. It is what it is, whether people choose to accept it.
I think the weirdest sounding stuff is just the stuff that takes the longest to cook. Like I like sitting back and like I've heard this a couple times on your show, and I'm still like, I'll get it someday. I'll understand this at some point. It's just not yet.
It's just imagination, Aaron. It's imagination, all of it. It's just made up paperwork. What's a corporation, right? Some guys get together and say, we're going to create a corporation. We gave it a bogus name because we filed the fictitious name that we just made for this corp. But at the end of the day, what does that corporation get? It gets granted the rights of a person. So here's this thing with no breath. Maybe the word tells us corpse oration, the talking dead. But my point is it has no breath and it is given the rights of a person. So it's all just imaginary, legal, beagle, man-made ideas. It's what it is.
Well, speaking of ideas, one thing that I've been hearing a lot on your show recently is that they're using the subconscious knowledge or the forgotten knowledge of the classics to create nonsense programs on the television. Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Well, I guess I'd rephrase that a little bit. There was a time, and for those who caught the show with Fortune to Saint Germain, who can actually remember that time, we covered what a foundation of a real education was, maybe 20s, 30s. And what's interesting is the high schools had 20 or 30 classics professors teaching Greek, Latin, and the classics as we know them, to include myth. And that was the foundation of learning at that time. As a matter of fact, math came distant. It was just structured differently, but the foundation was really classics and had been for a long time. So we might ask, well, what's so important about the classics? So if you look back, what we see in Greek myth is really their archetypes, right? And Jung and Freud told us how powerful an archetype is.
And
now, an archetype,
one of them did a much better job doing it, in my opinion.
there you go. People always play favorites. What I think is those gentlemen helped the powers that be learn how to hack the human mind with some of their things that they put on the table. And they were both insiders with people like H.G. Wells. We've covered Tavistock and other places that their whole gig is social programming. But to get back to the classics, these archetypes, if you want to be honest and you read them, it almost describes every single thing that could happen to a human being in one way or another. But it's been a bit defamed because we've been taught these are crazy gods. What were those crazy Greeks thinking back then? They think there's some white-haired dude on top of a mountain called Olympic. So what I did is I reframed it. I said, consider the gods as aspects of nature and a personified aspect of nature written into a storyline. But what we found was, and I use CNN as the example, I was minding my own business one day and I was doing research and I came across Baby Jessica down the well, which is what launched CNN into stratosphere. And I instantly recognized the archetype was Veritas down the well, truth down the well, an old Greek myth.
The media beamed the story of baby Jessica and the man who rescued her to the world live. But Jessica's story had a happy ending, or so everybody thought. Now we discover that what happened to the hero who rescued baby Jessica is a case study in the high price of fame.
Here she comes. There's clapping.
For 3 days in 1987, Jessica McClure was every American's baby. Robert O'Donnell, who crawled into an 8-inch pipe to rescue her, was America's favorite son.
He was on Nightline. He met George Bush. He was on Oprah. He didn't go to Oprah. Oprah came to Midland. He was on the cover of Life magazine. He was inside People magazine. He won more awards than he could fit eventually on his resume.
Fame came quickly, but it left in a flash. And 8 years after America embraced him, Robert O'Donnell committed suicide. Fame had become the addiction he couldn't kick.
And we broke it down in the episode. And then I began to realize this goes on and on. And what's interesting about it is when I came through school, the classics were all but gone. Any classics that I have in my possession on board is because I went and read the Iliad, the Odyssey, Greek, everything I could get. I was interested in it. But what happens is these archetypes, like, I'm assuming you like Jung better than Freud. What these archetypes—
a good guess, a very good guess.
Yeah, there you go. So he's an interesting man. The Red Book is an interesting book. But what he showed was these archetypes are a bit subconscious, right? And even if you're not aware of the story the archetype is derived from, I don't know how to describe it. This is above my pay grade. Is it the world mind? Do we call it the mind stream of humanity? I don't know what we call it, but it has an effect. These archetypes are usable, like all tools in this world. And I guess, as far as I know, Freud and Jung were some of the first people to start to show the powers that be.
I think it makes perfect sense that at this point in time, they would have been, in many cases, excised from the sort of expected training you would have, because if you go back to the classics were, sort of the content by which the studia liberalia, the liberal arts, were conveyed. And the liberal arts, that is the arts that are liberales, that is pertaining to or fitting to free people, that's not something you need anymore now that is sort of a very high level of personal social and intellectual control has been established over people. You don't want them having the sort of the studies that are pertaining to free people. That's a dangerous thing to be giving too many people now.
So I assume you're kind of referring in an offhand way to like the 5th century of Athens, right? Where there was supposedly this golden age for the first time, there've been freedoms and things like this. You know, I don't make a call either way. What I do say is everybody should learn the classics. You should read the Greek myths. You should comprehend at least the basic main characters that are recurring. You should comprehend how that was translated by the Romans into Roman ideas. You should grab the Iliad, the Odyssey. You want my opinion on Ovid and Virgil? Those were whipping boys for the Roman Empire to make Rome seem better, you know, to hook Rome to the heroes, you know, Troy. They want to get that connection that, oh, Rome sprung from Troy. And it seems to me that those writings, but you want to know something? We've taken a shot at metamorphosis. And the programming we see in the world now is one-to-one. We found so many parallels looking back on metamorphosis, which means what? Change. Where are we now in the world? I mean, we just came through 2 years where someone snapped their finger without ever changing a law and locked people in their houses all over the world, you know? It's a strange new era, and I submit to you that people who are aware of the classics have at least some more tools on board to deal with what's around them socially.
And what do you think about history as well? Should that be taught right alongside the classics? What do you think about history as a category at this point?
It's so problematic because how do you have an intelligent conversation with people if you don't have some basic grasp of history? But I say regularly on my show what Napoleon told me: history is a fable agreed upon. History is a lie agreed upon. It is. The more you go back and focus on historical things, you begin to see problems. But what's more is if you logically break it down, you begin to realize, well, the guys who won probably wrote this history, so it's really only half the story, if that. So history is problematic, but I mean, the three of us know. How do we have an intelligent conversation if we want to talk about the Renaissance without including the textbook mainstream ideas of history? It'd be very difficult to do without it.
Right, because I got to a point in my research for, you know, the show George and I do, which is a history podcast. I got to a point where I'm like, I feel like World War II might have just been a movie. And the only reason I feel like that, the only reason I can feel like that is because it's like, I only know a few people who were alive during that time, and everything else I know about it came from a television screen or a book.
Bravo. Bravo. I knew a lot of people who were there. My grandparents, my dad's father was there in the Navy. My mom, after my father passed away, my mom, she I guess call him a boyfriend, they went out dancing. He died 3 years ago. One of the oldest last World War II vets said he was there at Iwo Jima with the fake flag raising that I was taught about when I was in the Marine Corps during the first Gulf War. It is a damn movie. That iconic flag raising, that's a staged event. We took apart Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and this is where the problem starts, because people want to accept what they've been told. But the minute you dig in, it's problem after problem, and pretty soon you find out there was one AP reporter from the US, the only one allowed in to report on it. You got that perspective from one guy. And if you do the history on that guy, guess what? Insider baseball. So the narrative that you got was a controlled narrative. So bravo to what you said. How do you differentiate a controlled narrative from it's a movie or TV? You really can't. What's the difference between writing a script and then controlling a situation so one person that you've hired with an agenda goes in to cover it? Right? What is the difference? I don't know.
That's, you know, my background as a filmmaker and a media guy, that's where that comes in and conflicts with a lot of like history people, because they're like, well, it was written this way and this is the way it is, and there's research and there's journals and stuff that came from that time that prove that this happened this way. And I'm like, yes, but the narrative is separate from what happened. Does that make sense?
Well, it's a good observation. I mean, that's a key observation, because if I was just to take what you said and then launch into looking into a thing based on that idea, I would probably immediately begin to find the stumbling blocks where things don't add up and this isn't logical. And the more you know and the people emerge, then you start looking into the people. I mean, Napoleon wasn't far wrong, was he? History does get written by the victors, right? They write the textbooks. That's half a story at best, and it's probably not a true story because they probably have an agenda as they write down their half of the story. I don't know. It's a tough row to hoe. That's all I know. We've got to have a historical basis to have intelligent conversation, but at the same time, we know that it's been delivered in a way that the people who wrote it wanted it delivered.
Well, Crow, actually, one thing that we came across on our show was that there's usually more than two sides to any story. I mean, the classic example is the Hatfield and the McCoy situation. Nobody knows there was a third family involved in that whole thing that actually explains just about everything that went on in that story.
Including me. You just told me a thing I don't know. So, I mean, that's a valid point.
Right. And
I'm even causing the same trouble by saying there's 2 points of view and you're correcting me. Well, you don't know how many points of view there might be. There might be 5, 10, who knows?
Mm-hmm. George, did you want to offer any perspective? Do you have any questions?
I'm not quite ready to dive back in
Not
yet.
quite right. He likes to ruminate for a minute before he really gets intense. So
George needs a pipe, like a Sherlock Holmes pipe. That would be perfect.
You freaking called it. He taught me how to smoke a pipe in college.
There it is. Now it's coming to the surface. Jorge Curioso.
Jorge Curioso. That's your new nickname, George.
I'll take it.
So I think what's crazy about this, Crow, is that there's so many doorways into seeking out the truth these days that it's almost impossible to estimate how many ways you can get into a zone where you're like, I don't buy that. Like, let me see that. For me, it was history. It was learning how the television and the internet lies to you. And my generation, or George and I's generation, we grew up in a time when we were just really generationally beginning to understand that the box could lie to you. And my parents, for example, the older generation, they grew up not even able to conceptualize that it could lie. Yep. They just trusted it, and it went off when the day was over and that sort of thing, and that was it. What's your perspective on the generational differences in media literacy?
World programming, social programming, which I've covered it back to the Frankfurt School, the predecessor of Tavistock. And when you begin to get into these things, it'll blow your mind because you don't want to admit that there's such underhanded powers in the world that are just clearly up to things that are not helpful. What I noticed is my grandparents loved America. My parents loved America. And why was that? Well, part of it was they were portrayed as the white knight in World War II, right? They saved the whole world from having to goose step. And they did, it was the best. We had the best cars. We made the best stuff. We made the best movies. Everything American was just great. And it never occurred to them to question much more than that. And that bled into my parents' generation. And by the end of my dad's life, he was beginning to question things because he was into politics and the presidential thing. He began to realize, wait a minute, there's something foul here. But my generation, it's gone, it's 360 now. Nobody believes anything, pretty much. And if you do, you're kind of in a daydream. What we find is that the older people who stay glued to Fox and CNN, they accept most of the narratives. And the people who have caught on that box has an agenda and it's being used to socially program. Like one of my friends that I interviewed had a lot to do with like the Mennonite communities like that. And he went in there one day, he used to trade with them and do other things. He asked one of the elders, how come COVID has not affected your community? The guy looked him in the eye and he said, because we don't have TV. And so that really kind of summed it up for me.
Yeah, no, that was how I was. So okay, so this is going to be a broken record for the listeners, but I just told Jason last week there wasn't any COVID-19 at nighttime because after I got furloughed and when I was brought back to my job, I was working night shift from 10 to 6. Didn't exist. There was nothing going on at night. Nobody wore any masks. Nobody ever went for any of it. But when day shift showed up the next day, everybody put their masks on, except for me, of course. Everybody put their mask on because the day shift people were scared shitless. And if they came in and we weren't wearing them, they would freak out and report us to HR.
Yeah, fear is the enemy of knowing. And fear was a big driver of that whole thing. But anyone who wants to step back and remember that we are a nation of laws, that we have 3 branches of government that make laws, that a president cannot dictate a single damn thing to the people, nor can a governor. They can dictate to their staffs, but they cannot dictate to the people. That would be a dictatorship if anyone wants to think. And those 3 branches of government never made a law. And so I got thrown out of endless places because I remember that my breath is my spirit granted to me by the Creator. I will not veil that for any person ever. Not doing it. My breath is my spirit and I control that. And it's not yours to play with. So I'm getting thrown out of places and I would say, well, where's your authority to throw me out? And they go in this bizarre loop that always end up with the word mandate. And I would say a mandate is not a law. We have a legislature. We have 3 branches of government. Show me the law that gives you the authority to do what you're doing. And they can't. So then every time the word CDC would get spoken, I would look them in the eyes and I would say, the CDC is a corporation, not a governing body. Where is your authority to be doing this? And nonetheless, endless people did it. Nonetheless, endless people forgot that what supposedly made us great is that we were a nation of laws. It's a hell of a thing to look at. It's one of the hardest things in my lifetime that I have to look at and deal with, because that damage, I don't know if that damage ever gets undone. As a matter of fact, I guess I don't think it does. I think the train wreck has happened and we're just waiting for a body count, basically.
Yeah, no, that's how I felt the day it started. I was like, you can't unring this bell.
No.
You're going to see people in masks for the rest of their life. And people were calling it the new normal, as if nothing would ever change. And I just remember being like, this programming is so deadly. The irresponsibility of the people in charge of the media. It was like, wow, we just gave like a handgun to a 2-year-old.
In Bolivia, morgues in the city of La Paz are filled to capacity as bodies of COVID-19 victims have been left uncollected in an open-air spot near a local chapel. A police officer cited residents' fear of contracting the virus.
Yeah, you want to know what the word mandate means? Look at the media. They were given a mandate. They were given a mandate to skew and program according to a very narrow overarching body. We've done shows to show how many major corporations are left in the world. Jason thinks it's about 5. I think it's actually about 2. Doesn't matter. All the board members and officers are in overarching organizations like the Club of Rome, like the Trilateral Commission. Very few people remember that Jimmy Carter, remember the weenie bad president who couldn't get anything done? He stacked the federal government with more Trilateral Commission members than had ever been done. They have each one been playing to the same agenda with a different flavor and a different color. I want to talk about archetypes, the red and blue mind spell, I call it. So I had finally had enough, and I went back to show the roots of how we got red and blue. And it came from the governor of the Central Bank of England, Montague Norman, I think is his name, in 1924 came to this country, gave a verbatim speech to the bankers of this country that said, guess what, guys? We have the left and right political thing in place now. Now we can get people to fight about stuff that doesn't matter while we bankers take over the world. He says it in plain English. And I ask everyone, why are you still involved in this red and blue mind spell? You show me the president in my lifetime. And I'm not young. I was born in 63. I am not young. Show me the one that was the big, benefited us, made things better. It's been a constant fall in my lifetime, a constant deterioration from every angle. And why is that? Well, it's because there's an agenda. Why did we do COVID? Why has America been basically dismantled? Why did people close their businesses when that was their livelihood, when there wasn't a single law that said they needed to do it? Why did the police enforce things that weren't legal? It's an agenda from above. And why are they doing it? As we went to the end of 2019, there was this news piece that came out. And I don't watch the news, but I became aware of it. I don't remember what they claimed, 200 or 300 major CEOs changed seats. And they were saying, this is more than ever has been. And the moment I heard it, I knew, because a year before I had said, from this point forward, when you see 2 major corporations merge together, you're looking at the push for one world governance. And so as I saw that, I started to say to people, how the hell? But what's interesting is I went back the other day with my friend Fortune because he didn't remember that. And I showed him, and I'm trying to find the magic number 250 or whatever they were claiming the seats changed. It was something like 1,300 everywhere. They took the top seats and they put the people in that are going to play baseball. It's that simple. It's what they did. And these corporations are a bit like a cancer, because in our world, the governments do not have all the power, all the money, all the anything. Now it's about Amazon. Now it's about Google. We live in a world now where if I ask you guys, what's king in the world right now? Now, if I asked you in 98, I'm pretty sure you'd say money. And I'm pretty sure I'd agree with you. Sometime around the year 2000, money quit being king. Data became king. And in that world, there's a dangerous future because of what can be done with data. And that is one of the most important things of our time. What's infuriating about it is the people taking your data are basically just giving you an underhanded wink. They're saying, look at all these cool free things you can get. By the way, we're taking your data, but we're not really going to admit we're taking your data, but we're taking your data. So you use all these cool things. Well, I set out to find out about it. So I initiated a thing where I contacted all the major data purveyors and collectors. And I said one simple thing: quit collecting my data, delete the data you have, and don't sell my data anymore. You know what each one of them did? They bent over backwards, realizing that this is a house of cards. Who owns my data? Who owns my name? What gives you the right to do any of this? I didn't get a single response from any of them. There are 70 some now that have been contacted. I think I've got another 30 or so to go. Not a single one of them said, screw you. Not a single one of them made it hard. They all said, we've received your complaint and we are on it. That's how this world works. Lazy, entertained, bread and circus is what brings us to where we are.
Well,
and is it easy to sit down and contact? No, it's not. But the point is, there it is, right there in your face. And if I told you the power of data, you'd realize why this matters. But that's quite an explanation.
Well, I'd like to point out to our listeners, Crow literally put his money where his mouth is. He went to the bank to put back the Trump bucks. They sent him a stimulus check and he got rid of it.
Trump bucks my butt. Here, let me tell the story.
Yeah.
His signature was on it, but I get this bizarre paper with no heading, no seal, and it says White House. Not the White House, not the White House with the seal for the White House. It says White House. And then Donald Trump's signature is under it. And then it came from a place called MetaBank. And I'm all, what the hell's MetaBank? So I go marching up to my bank and I say, get this damn money out of my account. Nothing's done for free. There's strings attached to this money. I don't know what they're getting me to agree to, but I don't agree. And they said, well, we can't do that. I said, give me the manager right now. And I looked the manager dead in the face and I said, is this my bank account? And he said, yes. I said, I gave nobody permission to access my bank account. Get it the hell out. 2 weeks later, get a notice. We took the money out. Well, this happens 2 more times. The second time I go back up, oh, we can't do that. We don't know how to do that. And so I brought my paperwork. I said, no, yes, you do. We did this a while ago. Here it is. And so then I'm waiting 2-3 weeks and I get a note from the IRS. Clearly your bank account has been hacked or something like that. So we're going to have to investigate. I'm not even kidding you. And eventually they take the money out. The third time they notify me that they put like $600 in. But when we went to go look for it, it wasn't there. So I think they'd already caught on. And the first time when I did this, I got a letter back from, I think it was the IRS saying, clearly we've made a mistake. There was the writing on the wall. I called them out. I said, get your damn dirty ass money out of my account. And they wrote me back saying, clearly we have made a mistake. Meanwhile, they're making this mistake with every living human being in the country. Unreal.
It's unbelievable. I never got anything, actually. So I never had to deal with the conundrum.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Clean.
I don't know what I did.
How does it feel to be clean? Good on you.
I don't know what happened. Like they just never ever sent me a check or anything like that. And I was almost dead broke, but thank God I had my parents who were, allowing me to live in the basement.
Well, that's not laughable. The wealth stripping is everywhere. Fortune talks about the wealth stripping. He was the first guy to do it like a year or more before we had any idea of it. This is serious business. If people don't recognize that they're going for one world corporation, one world governance, then you better wake up, because that's where this wants to go. They want to go to complete digital currency so they can control every payment ever made. They want to go to UBI, universal basic income, because that is the ultimate form of control. You don't do what we say, you don't get your paycheck, you don't get your bread this month. And by the way, the digital dollar from the Federal Reserve, and I'll ask a question, does the Federal Reserve ever tolerate competition? Let's just ask the question. So the digital dollar from the Fed in their white paper, two things punched me in the nose. One of them is you will not be able to have a savings account with the digital dollar. The other one is you can't inherit your money to your family. That's where digital money wants to go.
And have you seen this money with an expiration date in China? I don't know if that's a conspiracy theory, but it certainly looks like something that
no, that's so what you're looking at. China is going to fast track everything they want to do here. You've got to realize that all the technology China possesses that took over their part of the world with social controls and ratings was given to them at a picnic in Silicon Valley in the summer of '97. All of a sudden they had a Facebook that was based on the Facebook here. No one ever sued them, but their Facebook is everything. On their Facebook, your hospital, your police, your everything. And so what they did is they fast tracked it into a communist country. You know, that's another reason to learn the Greeks. And what I'm about to say is not a job. I love Asia. Particularly, I love Japan. Spent time there when I was in the Marine Corps. Socrates, I think it was he the first? Socrates, I think he was the first. I don't remember. But anyhow, Socrates, or one of the other three big names, said that look what's gone on here in Athens. We are the first people to have this idea of freedom, and he's touting all that. And he says we're constantly under threat from the East. Well, that finally happens in the story of the 300, right? They're attacked from basically the Asia, the Orient, they used to call it. And finally that happens. But what he said was those people have no conception of freedom. They don't even know how to consider that it might exist. And all this time forward, look what's going on in China. They're under, I guess they're going to call it communism, and they fast track all the things that are coming here. And money with an expiration date, that's what digital money is for. You can't have a savings account under the federal digital dollar because it expires. So you have this much money, you got to spend it by this date. There is no saving. They're just doing an earlier version of where they want it to be here. It's crazy.
George, what's your opinion on the Antichrist?
I was still thinking back to what I did with my Trump bucks. I got a paper check and I immediately cashed it, and then immediately gave that cash to a man in a parking lot of a Tractor Supply in exchange for guns.
Send lawyers, guns, and money. This shit has hit the fan. Thank you, Warren Zevon. People,
or do you have any thoughts going forward? I mean, dude, this Crow is just laying stuff down here.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. You know me. Whenever anything historical gets brought up, my mind could have sort of stops on that for a while. And yeah, no, you're absolutely right with the conception of the East as a distinctly different paradigm than that which you would have in the West, which of course for a large period of history, just based on the literature we have, means basically Athens. But yeah, the East is a place associated with despotism and the lack of any kind of conscious volition. Like you said, I think you put it really well. Yeah, they don't even know what freedom is. And that's a long running thing through history. So, for example, the conflation of rulers with gods is a distinctly Eastern thing all through history. Even once the East is, mostly conquered in the Roman Empire, when it's ruling West and East, you can actually see this in the differences in their own religion. In the East, the imperial cult is pretty much directly just the worship of the emperor, because that's how they're used to that paradigm of their rulers being divine. In the West, where we don't have that paradigm, there's a lot of sort of hedging around it in Roman times, where they worship the essence of the emperor as sort of a divine force that he has, connection with personally, but we don't worship the emperor because that would not be something free people would do. They would not worship their ruler. But in the East, so you have sort of the exact same religion, but applied very differently in the West and the East, based on the fact that there was a tradition in the West of this freedom and a tradition that society is made up of free individuals and that rulers are not sort of metaphysically superior to those they rule.
So glad you said it, George. I'm going to give you a book recommendation if you ever have time and an interest. I stumbled on a book. Well, actually, a follower had sent it to me. And in the very front of it, it said, this book hasn't been published in forever, but we've kept it alive because smart men, the scientists and the history folks said this is an important text to save. It's called The Worship of Augustus Caesar, which will echo exactly what you said, and then corresponded up to the time of Caesar and Augustus. We both kind of know the claims there. Was Caesar deified after death? The claim in that book is that Augustus was, and he proves it from his point of view in a lot of different ways, to include marvels that have been censored. But I think you might get a kick out of that book. The reason I like it is because of the astronomical cycles and the references to the older Oriental or Asian cultures, to include Hinduism, that have been tracking time apparently a lot longer than our side of the world. If that's true, I don't know, but that's the perception. And by the way, the first check I got was mailed to me too. I have it in my drawer. I'm going to hang it on my wall so the next generation can see what they did to us.
Well, I'm proud to say I still have no checks. But I don't know. Again, I don't know why somehow I slipped through the cracks, or they were just like, not you though.
Well, it's insidious because a lot of people were broke. The
Oh,
wealth
yeah.
stripping had already been going on. So to do that, to steal the ability to pay your bills through conniving and social programming and then offer free money, that's underhanded as it gets, man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, this whole thing is pretty bad, to say the least.
It's not the worst of it. I'm hearing that they're going to try to come, and I have people that I know in the world that I never would have met in my normal walk of life had I not been doing this for so long. You meet so many people. The claim is that they're planning a wave of lockdowns that are environmental because of global warming ideas. Not even kidding you.
Didn't they just do this in Britain?
Don't know.
I felt like I saw a story about this the other day. They had like different sections of the country, or maybe it was a city, where they were testing environmental lockdowns. And what's crazy is, like, here's a funny thing about me is, like, I really, really care about the environment and nature and that sort of thing. I think it's really important to preserve what we've been given, or blessed with, you might say, here on this planet. But I also am not convinced by the whole climate narrative, because I see it as a potential vector for control, and that's exactly what it appears to be being used for.
The fight against this terrible pandemic provides, if ever one was needed, a crystal clear example of the scale and sheer speed at which the global community can tackle crises when we combine political will with business ingenuity and public mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing it for the pandemic. So if you don't mind me saying so, we must also do it for the planet.
It's poppycock. Look at the man who brought it to us, who mainstreamed it. Wasn't it Al Gore back in the day? What's politics for? Oh yeah, let's go ask Norman Montague, the governor of the Central Bank of England. But the main point I would make here is that I say all the time that if you want, I get stuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to figure out a problem, but I know one thing certainly. If I learn a thing in nature, I have not been lied to. There is no lie in nature. I know another thing, that is the creation, and it doesn't stop 100 feet above my head. Everything I can see is part of this creation, of which originally I was made a beneficiary. And that's part of the game that's been played here, to get you separated from nature. That's why we have words like pagan, right? What's pagan mean? Well, it's a person who's close to nature, right? They have to separate you from the creation to begin to try to control you. There is no lie in nature. It is the most precious thing we have. You will never be lied to by nature. And that is a foundational premise of my existence. And so when we forget these things, we get wrapped up in the synthetic systems, which is primarily what, much of what we've been talking about. These are man-made things, right? Men lie. Men have agendas. And powerful men, well, we all know power corrupts, and absolute power. What are we looking at here? We're looking at corruption at a very high level. So anyone who would volunteer for any kind of a lockdown is basically reflecting what Socrates said about Asia. You have forgotten who you are. You have forgotten the value of freedom. You have forgotten that supposedly the West was built on laws. You have forgotten just about everything because you've been scared. You're like a little kid in a dark room and someone has said boo to you, and now you've lost your damn mind and you can't make a decision to rub two brain synapses together with.
And fear sort of stupefies us in a way.
Yeah,
but
by design.
There's a lot you said there that just sent me spinning. So yesterday I went on a hike and I looked down and there's, I'm the only person at this trail. Nobody's out hiking. It's December, right? It's like it's cold. There's no snow on the ground, but I look down and I see this pheasant feather, and I pick it up. I'm like, how cool is that? Like, look, it's like super long. It's got stripes on it. And I look up and there's this thing standing in the path, and it's a pheasant. And I'm like, this is so cool. Like, there's a pheasant like right there. And so it runs out of the way because I'm walking, and I go along and I hear one of them like calling out to the others, and then the others are responding from a distance, and they're trying to find each other. And it's so funny you say there is no lie in nature, is because that's what popped into my head immediately. It was like, oh yeah, they're telling the truth. It's like, I'm over here. We're over here. We're trying to find each other. And it just, last night I was just like thinking to myself, I'm like, it's, I've listened to you for so long, but never was I like, I need to reach out and have Crow on my show. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, all the people I've had on my show recently have been people who speak the same language. We're just not going to tell bullshit to each other. Right. It's kind of like that pheasant calling out to his buddies, like, get over here.
It's interesting when you go down this road, because like for me, I'm very analytical and I value the creation that I was made beneficiary of higher than everything. And I also consider it the measure for all common sense, which often gets left out of decision making these days. On my podcast, I have a basic idea that if I can offer anything, common sense, compassion, respect for all living things, these are the basics. And then to value the creation and comprehend that it is the measure of all things that truly exist in this kind of illusory place we are. But when you consider things about nature, like for me, it's hard. Well, why the hell do we need a mosquito, right? What the hell is this tick doing on my dog? What is the value of? But you see, it's here. It was placed here. It has a function here. And whether or not I like what a rattlesnake or a tick does, nonetheless, it is part of the creation and it serves a function, or it wouldn't be here. There is no extraneous nonsense. And if there is, if we get to a time where things have changed enough, then those things cycle out. And they won't be here anymore if they don't serve their purpose. But look at us. What purpose I sometimes think that if this COVID nonsense had never happened, that we couldn't have kept on the trail we were. What were we doing? There's no culture here for the most part. We watch TV and we watch movies. That's our culture now, basically, is entertainment. What are we making that's bettering the world? What are we doing? These things have been diminishing. So if COVID never happened, could we have continued on the way we were? And kind of feels to me like, we can't know the answer, but there has to be a reckoning point. And maybe the powers that be comprehended that there's a reckoning point. Maybe they knew we're at the end of some magical cosmic cycle that apparently the East used to be so big on.
Don't worry, we only have like 4 billion years left in the Kali Yuga.
Yeah, there it is. But how many cycles will end in the course of that, and how many times will we be in the Iron Age or at the bottom of the wheel? I see what you're saying, but the main point is these are useful tools to deal with the nonsense. If you value and recognize the creation for what it is, you're better equipped to put up with some nonsense from your local city council or your local blue or red made up government who fakes like it's here to help you. They're co-opted, all of them. Your city council is a freaking corporation. So are your police. If you don't believe me, go look them up on Broad Street and Dunn. That's where they list all the corporations. That's how far we've come, which means that they are basically, for the most part, much of the time, enforcing corporate policy. Well, what does corporate policy have to do with me? Well, that goes back to the whole birth certificate thing that I was talking about. The point is, we need a dead reckoning now. People who are going to make it through this, and a lot will not, I imagine, are going to have to recognize the value of the creation, what we were granted. We were granted the divine spark of life. We were granted free will. That is huge, to be granted free will, and creative power comes with that. And lastly, we were made beneficiaries of this creation, which your birth certificate and other things have worked mightily to subjugate. But now is the time. We have to get back. Could we go 100 years of misery? I imagine we could. Could we end this in a year? I imagine we could. But together we have to do this. Just because I think a thing is not relevant to everybody. Everybody has to come to common cause at some level to say, hey, we've had enough here.
Yeah. George, were you going to say something?
I was gonna say, have you perchance read the book Dead Souls by Nikolai Gogol?
I haven't.
So it's a novel. It's a 19th century Russian novel, but it's unfortunately unfinished. It actually ends mid-sentence because the author died. But
oh, wow.
It's about a guy who is going around and buying dead souls, which are the legal. This is before serfdom was abolished in Russia, and so he's buying the rights to serfs that are already dead and don't, so that they don't exist. But it has this. It's never quite all worked out because the book wasn't finished. But he's more or less. It's all about him trying to marry this woman he wants to marry, and he's trying to legally on paper have enough serfs that he sort of qualifies as a certain level of landed gentry and will then be in a social position to marry her. But all this talk about the sort of the fakeness of the identity, of the birth certificate stuff, the fake identities and whatnot. Just sort of brought that to my mind, this idea of a guy going around and literally buying the rights to the labor of people who don't actually exist in order to get into a higher position in society.
Can you put the name of that book in the chat, George, if you get a minute? I'm loving it because he's obviously playing on the idea that I've been expressing with our birth certificates. And it's fascinating. And I love that he did it as a novel, because a novel can say whatever it wants and not be questioned as controversy or whatever, right? What was it that Elon said? It looks so fake, it's real. Wasn't that his little?
Yeah.
Or maybe the fake Paul McCartney with Billy's back. Well, this is a fiction book because we couldn't tell the truth in a book that wasn't fiction.
Isn't that crazy, Crow? How you can get away with saying the truth if you just put it in a story?
See, this is the world we live in. Would you show me the common sense in that? How about this? A man stands behind his word, or a woman stands behind her word. But no, we make all these constructs, fiction, corporation, all these workarounds to try to take the ownness off the individual. And, while we are all individuals, from my personal point of view, we're all connected. I like to use the example the Buddha gave, sitting there one day watching a farmer plow the field, and he upturns a worm, and a bird comes flying down and grabs the worm, and he has the epiphany all at once. Wait a minute, all life is connected here. What I do will affect others. What others do will affect me. That's how I choose to accept we are. And that's part of the reason all this programming has worked so beautifully. Because the majority have remained afraid to stand up for their birthright, basically, scared to that level, or disillusioned, or filled with enough terrible chemicals, or Lord knows, drank enough polluted water.
Yeah. Is that part of why you started your podcast?
When I was young, nothing seemed right to me, and I thought I was weird. And my father was probably among the smartest men I ever knew. And I'm adopted, so I was very fortunate to have been adopted by the parents who raised me. And at some point I got old enough to realize that it's not my problem here. I can see the issues, but in your 30s, are you going to stand up against the world? No, not really. And when you get old enough to have maybe a modicum of wisdom, not that I have much, you begin to realize that you can offer an alternative point of view. And if your light is bright enough, maybe others will light their candle off it. Maybe they'll light some more candles off their candle, but that's about what you can do. And the difference to me is what's going on in the world is done with a bad heart. What I do is done with a pure heart. I truly want to leave this place better than I found it. I truly want to push back for the rights that I feel we were granted by the Creator to be here. That's the difference. And I think that's a lot of what people detect, because when you turn on the television, let me tell you something, ain't no good hearts coming through that speaker box.
And that's why I think you're able to walk in so many different circles, is because that purity of heart is detectable. People, when we do our show, like from the beginning, like we weren't the same people we are now, like me and George. And George joined up halfway through. I had an old co-host who walked on us.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. But never once doing the show was I like, I'm gonna give people a hard time or tell them a lie or twist this story so that it's something that I want it to be. I mean, you can't keep personal bias out of it, but that's different from constructing a narrative that's advantageous or disadvantageous to your listeners. It was more about, I want to get to the bottom of this. And when we do episodes now where we're interviewing people who would otherwise be considered black sheep, like Miguel Connor or Howdy McCoskey or Mark Steves, they give us the benefit of the doubt, because I've shown with my show for 5 years that we're not trying to lie to you and we're not trying to manipulate you. We're just a couple of guys who want to get to the bottom of some things. And I think that's why, even with, and please don't take this as a slight, even with some of your more out there episodes, I still sit and I listen to the entire thing, because I'm like, there's probably something here I can't see. I trust Crow. I don't believe in Crow. I trust Crow because he's shown to me over and over again that he's going to be sufficiently critical of the ideas that are coming across. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would just add that everyone should try to poke holes in the things they hear. I do it. Someone tells me something, I don't give a damn if they're the highest paid CEO in the world. The moment being faced with new information, I have tried to describe as being drugged to the crossroad. The moment new information is thrust at you, you have no damn choice. You have been co-opted. That information source has tapped you. You can't get out of it. You can ignore it, but that's a choice. You can turn left, you can turn right, you can go forward, you can go back, or you can sit on your butt till you die. There's 5 options when you get new information. The problem with new information is that most people get so much of it these days, they just accept it, right? They just let it fall in their pocket. And so you have to either say, I didn't hear that, that's not in my mind, and mean it, or you have to say, is this real? If you don't have time, you need to set it in your back pocket and say, maybe there will come a time later when I can figure out whether this is valid. But to just accept, belief is truly the enemy of knowing. And social programming relies on 2 things, belief and fear. And in a way, fear is belief, because you're not going to be afraid if you don't believe the threat is real. And so this world we've come to, if you are standing there smiling, minding your own business, you are doing everyone a disservice. We are at a critical junction. There are about to be a buttload fewer people in this world. And if the research I did with Jason is correct, and I think it is, to the best of my ability, population for most places has been falling since the 70s.
So Melinda and I wondered whether providing new medicines and keeping children alive, would that create more of a population problem? What we found out is that as health improves, families choose to have less children. And this effect is very, very dramatic. We find that in every country of the world, this is repeated. The population growth goes down as we improve health. So we've taken that chart that shows the global population growth, and we've actually extended it out all the way to 2100. And we can see that instead of continuing, it actually flattens out. Another way to see that is through this rate of population growth. And you can see that in the 60s, that reached a pretty high number, over 2% per year, and it's now come way, way down. Now, 11 billion people, still a lot, but the good news is that the faster we improve health, the faster family size goes down. And so we can feel great about saving those lives.
how the hell would any one entity know certainly how many people there are everywhere in the world? Think about what it would take to do that. Does everywhere have a census? Does everywhere, think about what we're saying here. And one of the biggest problems with the time we live in is theories. And that's why I made up my law of theories. Basically, my law of theories I created to help myself deal with problems that I'm having a hard time coming to terms with. A theory is a thing that becomes less valuable the longer it is not a law. And at some point, it is so valueless, it becomes basically, mostly from what I observe, used for scientism, which is basically the religious aspect of science, not science proper, that follows protocols with an absolute intent in coming to something of value, or what we might call truth, or something known, certainly.
I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt. We're just gonna have to accept we're gonna step on each other because there is a slight delay. But I was gonna say, scientism was one thing I discovered in college like 10 years ago. I didn't know that was a thing until I was reading, I think, C.S. Lewis or G.K. Chesterton, one of the two. Both of them identified it as being the chief enemy of the human race. And I actually did a reading of The Machine Stops for my show. And I think people were like, what the hell was that all about? I'm like, that's the future, guys. Transhumanism and scientism. Crow, would you like to expand more on that?
Specifically, which one?
Let's go with scientism for now, since that's what you were on.
So scientism is an aberration, and the reason it's happened is because of corporation and wealthy people. Basically, we're at a point now where universities research what they get paid to research. In other words, they're going to get granted, gifted, given money, but it controls what they do. The universities in this country were taken over so far ago. We did research on it. I mean, by the time World War II was here, it was already well underway. Everybody knows the names Rockefeller, Carnegie, the robber baron kind of people. That's the problem right there. It's not people saying, hey, man, there's this problem in the world. Let's work together. Let's solve it. What it is we'd like to get some money and we'll do whatever the hell you tell us. And by the way, every time you give the money, there's strings attached. So in these problems that we face, what I do is I make up, like at one point when I was filming through my telescopes, everyone was screaming, those are aliens. And I'd finally had enough. So I did a few things. I got an optics expert to lay down the math to prove that everything I had shot was within our atmosphere and not that far from me. And then I made up my law of HD, which was made for me to be able to think critically. And basically my law of HD says anything that truly exists that can be filmed in high definition will be filmed in high definition. Now, if you extrapolate that out, if Bigfoot exists, it doesn't matter. I can't accept it. Until that undeniable HD footage is provided, even if it's real, I would rather be wrong than accept it. The problem for us now, of course, is that video can make things from scratch that we have no idea. And this brought me to my law of theories, because I began realizing as I looked at things like gravity is actually, truthfully, it's a theory based on a theory. Well, why isn't it a law by now? So I sat down and I wrote this. Any theory that remains unproven for years is a speculation of diminishing value and will therefore tend to be applied as propaganda in support of scientism the longer it exists. Now, these foundational ideas mesh with my idea of compassion is paramount. Respect for all life is paramount. When you do this, when you frame actual values into the way you think about things, then whether you're right or wrong, at least you've done it with a good heart. So even if you're in error, you're not damaging per se, not with intent anyhow. And so when we begin to think of scientism, the biggest example I can think of is go to any university in this country, and what they're doing is living on big ass gifts from rich sources who have put earmarks on what they will study and how can it be that we don't have a cure for cancer? As an example, Charlotte Gerson's dad, Max Gerson, announced a cure for cancer in the 30s, which was outlawed 3 months later. And guess what he did it with? Carrot and apple juice, lettuce juice, which is now illegal to treat cancer in that way, which is why the Gerson method has to be taught in Tijuana, Mexico, is the closest version to our country. That is scientism. Scientists would have said, wow, Max, with organic plants, you can beat most kinds of cancer. And flushing out the liver with a coffee enema, that's amazing, Max. Let's look into this. Not, sorry, Charlie, pharmaceuticals are pissed off. This is now against the law, and you better get your method out of this country or we'll arrest you.
Another aspect. Oh, go ahead, George.
I'm going to say, so as long as we're on this sort of the topic of what is science and scientism, I only learned this relatively recently while I was doing some research for something else. But do you know what the actual etymology all the way back of science is?
No, that's an interesting question because I'm big on words have meaning. So lay it down. I don't think I've ever done the etymology on science.
So most people only take it back one level to Latin, scio, sciere, to know, and the perfect passive participle scientum, so a thing that has been known. And like that doesn't really help us. Like, okay, it's something you know. But if you actually take it back a step further, well, several steps further, all the way back to Indo-European, you get this root ske, which is where that Latin word comes from. And what ske means is actually to cut up something. And you can see that in some Latin words, scindere, to cut, where we get scissors from. In the Greek, schizane, to cut apart, which is someone who is schizophrenic, has their phrenes, which is your sort of mental power, intuition, personality, cut. That's where we get it from. Science, something that is actually scientum, if you take it back etymologically, is something you have been able to actually cut open and look at from every angle and see every particular of it, not just sort of a mental, I know this. It's not, science isn't just, I have applied an idea, a theory to something. It actually means that you have actually been able to cut something open and look at it from every possible angle, and you've applied all your senses to it to really know it.
Yeah, look at the giant brain on George, man. And by the way, you started with the earliest permutation. Your foundation was to know. So I'm with you all day long. This is not scientism, has no intention of knowing anything. What it usually does is it wants an outcome. So it protects the outcome and it skews things to have the outcome remain. And I would say a thing here, but I don't know much about your audience and I don't want them to think I'm crazy, but I'll just say this. Gravity is a theory based on a theory. So what's the problem here? Let's turn that into a law, boys. And by the way, the Big Bang. Here's how scientism works. Scientism gets into the mainstream accepted narrative, and it does things like name a TV show, The Big Bang Theory, so that everybody in the world has been programmed with their Big Bang idea. Did you know the laws of thermodynamics prove that the Big Bang is impossible? Did you know you can go get textbooks today and learn about the Big Bang? So how is it that we've had laws? I don't even know. Do you know, George, how old is the law of thermodynamics? It's got to be 100 years or more, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Isaac Newton, so several hundred years.
So there you go. And so these laws prove the Big Bang is bunk, and yet it's in our books. And they're naming TV shows to push the idea to the lips of every person. By the way, one of the biggest shows at one time in the world for like a decade. That's how scientism works. And that is how corporation works with scientism to co-opt the entertainment industry to basically do a mini hack on your brain, because everybody reads Big Bang Theory every day or says it or talks about it.
Well, if I could sort of pull together a couple of the streams we've dipped into here with the nature and the knowing and the science and stuff. I think this is why there has been what, at least to me, seems like a pretty concerted effort to put up barriers between humanity and nature, because that knowing, that skein, that actually being able to really cut something up to know it, that is a exercise of the senses. And just thinking back to Aristotle, who I think was probably right when he talked about how you know things, how knowledge is gained. It's those senses that give you the only really proper knowledge of something. Everything else that you build on that information from the senses are, second, third, fourth orders of knowledge, are not as sure and not as certain as those foundational sensory experiences, like you mentioned in the beginning. And I think that people are much easier to control, much easier to rule, much easier to make them think the way you want to think, if you have made them unsure whether they can actually trust their own sensory experience. Because if they don't trust their own sensory experience, they're not going to be able to formulate ideas based on their own experience. And I think that's why I've always thought this whole "we live in a simulation" thing was a psyop, because what that is telling you is that you cannot trust the single most basic sensory element of your experience, which is touch. Touch is the most basic sense because it's completely unmediated. Vision is mediated by light, allegedly. Sound is mediated through air, but touch is a completely unmediated sensory experience of reality. And I think that by undermining the idea that you can really gain knowledge about something through your senses, you basically create drones who you are much more easily able to influence and control.
Right. And this nonsensical, and by the way, I want to say, loving how you broke down science, because you started it knowing, and then basically where you went was to observe. So if you were to put it in the common dialectic, it would be to observe to know, right? That would be that. I love that definition. But to get back to the simulation theory, you don't matter if you want to accept all that nonsense. And by the way, it's impossible to prove one way or another if you can interrupt the simulation. How else would you ever be able to prove it? But the main point is what it undermines is the spiritual nature of what it means to be a living man or a living woman. That's what the Matrix allowed for, right? No one would buy simulation theory, which is poppycock in my ears, if it hadn't been for the Matrix. And there is scientism using media to further its agenda to get you to believe in things you shouldn't. And at the end of the day, you go ahead and show me a successful culture or individuals in this world that were not questioning the spiritual aspects of what it means to be a living man or a living woman. And by the way, you want to go back down to Greece, that is, as far as I am aware, one of the tightliest connected cultures to nature. I went so far as to break down the Iliad, which I received nasty grams from professors of classic literature, because I had the audacious idea to say that, as an example, when Ajax was killed in the Iliad, Ajax the Greater, I think it is, where he kills himself, when his blood hit the ground, a hyacinth sprung up. And I informed everybody. They just told you what time of year it was. And even though there is some question whether it was hyacinth or other plant, doesn't matter. Whatever the correct plant that was originally notified told you what time of year it was. Not only that, the color of the bloom on that plant had an additional meaning. If it was a hyacinth, I'm guessing it's purple, because these are the princes of men that you know the names of in places like the Iliad. They're from good families, right? So it would make sense. But then these professors came and said, Crow, you don't know your butt from a hole in the ground. Well, what's interesting is years after I did that, Fortune de Saint Germain came along and said, no, you were right. And I'll invite all those people to come on and debate me and tell me why you were wrong if they do it in perfect Latin or Greek to prove their chops. And so here we have a common sense observation from a man who can speak neither Latin or Greek. Ironically, I'm half Greek. But it's clear when you get back to the value of the natural world, your thinking allows to recognize what was just imparted to me. Well, wait a minute. A plant blooms when a plant blooms. A plant is a color that it is a color. As a matter of fact, in Victorian times, they were publishing all these books. They're such gorgeous books, and it showed the meaning of every flower you could hand to someone. The color had a meaning, the species had a meaning. In other words, in that period of time, if you handed someone a flower, you were saying some things and they knew what you were saying. Think of how far we've fallen from those days. And not only that, they would have been closer to nature in those times. I mean, I don't know how much a greenhouse played a role in Victorian times. I'm guessing it did to some degree, but mostly those plants would have been seasonal if they were commonly in mass production. And actually, I don't know that's true, because then there's the whole tulip conundrum, right? the whole stock market built on tulips was earlier than that, I believe.
Yeah. Actually, you said something that sort of triggered something in my brain when you said that you are nothing as a sort of mindset that they're attempting to enforce. And that made me think of the way that, because as humans, we have to express our ideas through language, and language is an art, and it is not a, it's not sort of math. There is ambiguity and nuance. And if you're good at, well, really propaganda, you can manipulate that nuance to affect a certain end. And it made me think of atoms. So atoms allegedly are, like 99.9% empty space, right?
So they say.
Yeah, so they say. And I think that it's not by accident that when atomic theory got sort of mainstream and people found out about atoms and, about how they're mostly empty space, you really saw a major upswing in a sort of popular version of nihilism. You are nothing, because they sort of manipulated the ambiguity inherent in certain language to make people doubt the realities of their own senses. Because on a very basic sensory level, I know that people aren't nothing. I've punched people in the face. I've been punched in the face. Like there's reality there. Like I know that I'm not nothing. I can attest to that from the full range of my sensory experience. And I know other people aren't nothing either. But by taking this alleged, I'm going to stipulate that atoms are real. I don't know that, but I'm going to just, for the sake of this, I'm going to stipulate that that is true, and they're 99.9 whatever percent empty space. And putting that out there in a certain way, I think they were encouraging people to not really trust the products of their own sensory experience.
Perfect. And I love the way you put that about atoms, because that shows the era folks like us are going to. Yeah, I've been told about atoms my whole life, but I haven't figured out a way to test it yet. So I've got it in my back pocket. We can use that moniker to talk about it. But if you want me to believe it, I'm going to need something more. And that leads me into one of the shows that I did that got blowback. Was I basically proved, to my satisfaction, that nuclear bombs don't exist as described. And people lost their minds. But interestingly enough, it became one of the most watched and repeated shows. And then one day someone questioned me on it, and I was searching my brain for a way to demonstrate, and then I hit on it. I said, well, nuclear weapons, there's all this radiation, right? And radiation destroys cells, right? We all know that's what happens. The half-life, it used to be when I was young, the half-life was a hell of a lot longer than it is now, but the half-life is supposed to be a long, long time. And even the half-life, you're not supposed to be able to live in most cases. And what I said was, I've been in Hiroshima. Never has there been a time in history since its population where there wasn't drinkable water, human beings, plants, and animals all made of cells. That is proof alone that nuclear weapons do not exist as described. And then when you start going further down the road to find out they cleverly let one AP press guy in who was actually an agent, a CIA or OSI, I forget what he was. That was the point of view everyone got. Those pictures everyone got. I was trained in the Marine Corps that, there's still walls in Hiroshima where someone got tattooed to the wall because they were too close to ground zero. These things aren't true. And they're provably not true. And yet I have seen so many movies in my life that prove to me nuclear weapons are real. It is such a common part of the dialectic that people are not doing what I just so geniusly saw George do. He said, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
I know what's been said about this. I'm not sure I can prove it to my own senses to know for a fact. So we'll talk about it, but I'm putting their definition in my back pocket until proof that I can deal with comes along. And this is the age we are. If you just heard what I said and you closed your mind, think about why that may be. Because maybe what I said was a thing you should be thinking very carefully about.
Absolutely. Well, I was going to say that now that I'm thinking about it, the whole nuclear thing, I'm thinking about the propaganda surrounding that. Like, we laugh at the duck and cover videos, right? We're like, oh, look, there's a little turtle singing about duck and cover.
Which would help nobody.
Right. And everyone's like, oh, that wouldn't help anybody. And I'm like, that feels almost like the Mask.
Right.
In a way. It's like the same kind of programming. Like, everybody do your useless thing, fall in line, and then maybe the super dangerous invisible thing won't get you.
There it is, the invisible thing.
Yeah.
In this era, and that's why I appreciated George saying allegedly. I can't see an atom. It's all the invisible things that make for all these narratives that we're supposed to accept as fact. Like when I breathe out, there's these things that'll make you sick, and a person can kill a person. For some reason, there's been people since the beginning of time, but now if a person touches a person, it'll kill you by this invisible thing. I remember this movie. I think Harrison Ford was in it. And they were trying to convince these natives in the Amazon that there were these little things called germs they needed to wash off with soap, and they wouldn't have any of it because they were too close to nature, their senses, and common sense. And if germs were something to worry about, why wouldn't they be dropping dead all the time because of these germs that they were being told about? But I have noticed that much of the propaganda that comes to us now is based on invisible things like radiation that you can't see. And by the way, for anyone listening, did you know that any explosion of sufficient size creates a mushroom cloud? And after I did that episode, some brilliant people went out and amassed all the mushroom cloud footage there is, and they put them side by side by side. It does not hold up to scrutiny. So what got me going is I started thinking, is this a creation? Is there a creator? What kind of a creator would that be if the little ants on the surface of the creation could push a magical red button and end his creation? That's how I initially began to think about it. And so then I dove in and I looked at the facts, and from the get-go, it was problem after problem. And there's more kind of a cult side to it, but I'll leave that out.
Yeah.
And I would add
George.
just the historical note here is, once again, I don't know very much about nuclear weapons, but I do know that one could certainly inflict the sort of levels of damage and devastation which are attributed to nuclear weapons with plenty of other conventional arms. I mean, look at Dresden or Darmstadt or any of those. Like, you don't need that in order to explain, well, how did they kill so many people with bombs? You can do that without needing nuclear
With
weapons.
just fire bombs or napalm, you can do
Yeah.
that, right? That's been around for a long time.
The craziest thing about it is, this is something we discussed with Jason last week. It's like the more shocking a lie is, the easier it is to believe, because you're like, what? They couldn't be that twisted. They wouldn't make that up. Like, they wouldn't say that they have a bomb that can wipe out an entire state or something like that. If they didn't have it, that's too crazy. What do you think about that?
I think that when you hear a thing, you should immediately apply common sense and quit giving magical science and magical technology more due than you can comprehend. Apply common sense and base it in the natural world where there is no lie. And look at it. Does this appear to be a magic trick that I'm about to believe in? Because if it does, don't accept it. You know, I used to tell a tale about, remember the white tiger fly across the stage in Las Vegas? They say about a third of the people would go, oh my God, I just saw a white tiger fly across the stage. A third of the people would say, how the hell did they do that? That is a clever trick. And a third of the people would be going, I don't know what just happened here. You know, but if you went in there with common sense, you would first understand white tigers don't fly. Secondarily, you would comprehend that the white tiger's on a stage where theater occurs, you know? So even if you knew nothing, common sense would allow you to know that it was illusory, what you just experienced. And so much of science is an illusion now. They have you so boondoggled that they have so much more power than they actually do. The scary part is the data. Now, the data, I don't know what we're going to do about the data. People think when they go on a search engine right now that the search engine is actively trying to give them a helpful return. It's not what it's doing. A psychological profile has been built on all the data you've given up. And what it wants to do, the algorithms, because I don't accept AI is ever going to be alive, so I call them what they are, their code, their algorithms. They want to get as many clicks out of you as they can. And since they can easily roughly calculate how many seconds are in your life, their goal is to get every one of those seconds they can on a click. That's what a search engine is about now. But here's the scary part. Any major corporation with significant data on you can predict to a 98% certainty, and this has been true for over a decade now, what will kill you, the minute it will happen, the geography you will be in, and the group of people that puts you in. Will you ever know in advance what's going to kill you or where you'll be or what time of day it will be? There was recently a movie where they made fun of this fact, but Shoshana Zuboff wrote a very mainstreamy book called Surveillance Capitalism, but she hit on the head what the truth of was the reach of the data and the technology. And she explained the AI, the so-called AI war, where we want to beat checkers guy, eventually do it. We want to beat chess guy, had a hard time, but we eventually do it. We're going to use some entertainment now and trot out Deep Blue on Alex Trebek's Jeopardy so everyone can see how powerful our tech is. And then here comes the gold standard. We're going to get AI, what they call AI, what I call algorithms, to beat a Go master. Go's that little Asian game with the black and white pebbles, whole lot of them from the get-go. There's infinitely more moves than in a chess game, and they couldn't do it. They kept trying and trying, couldn't beat the Go master. Then one of the programmers said, hey, I got an idea. Let's get all the human beings involved with this out and give the algorithm permission to make new algorithms to solve individual problems. So in other words, let's let the AI loose and let the AI make more AI to solve problems along the way. It took them 72 hours to beat a Go master.
That's
so
insane.
The data is the problem of our era, and it gives them a bit of a time machine. And so whenever you see ridiculous things like we're having a global warming lockdown, I would bet dollars to donuts they've already modeled it on a computer somewhere to try to predict its outcome before they do it.
100%. 100%.
One would imagine.
Yeah, it can be distressing to think about these things, but I think it's important to have conversations where we discuss these things because the mainstream people are not going to be talking about this because they're a part of it, right? Like
that's what they're there for, is to warp your mind.
Right. And that's part of why, going back to why we started doing these podcasts is because we know that they're just going to give people false information and they don't have our best interest in mind. But we know that we have the best interest in mind of the people who listen to us. So it's kind of our job to stand up and say, hey, we see this, and it's sort of shocking how much of an impact that can actually make, even if you're just a teeny tiny little podcaster.
It's quite important how you try to make that communication. It's quite important how you go about it. What I did is I came to the reality. I don't control anyone else's minds. I can't make decisions for anyone but myself. And once I knew that, I had an idea of what to do. I can demonstrate things that I think are correct to others, and they can examine them and find value or throw it away. It's up to them. It's not up to me. So I have to do the best job I can to try to make it compelling and interesting in a way that someone would pay attention to. It's a strange time we're in, but for all the people caught in the red-blue mind trap, fair warning, you better wake up quick.
Yeah, that's a big one. I wanted to ask your opinion because George already knows mine on voting, but I don't think they count the votes. And do you have a different opinion on that?
No, I have some facts I can lay down.
Please do.
No president has ever been sat by voting from the people. The Electoral College seats presidents. What you are doing when you go out to so-called vote is you're being polled. There are at least 5 examples I'm aware of the popular vote being given to the person who was not seated. I think Donald Trump was such a case, not sure, but I think. So basically, if you know, you can look it up. If you don't believe what I just said is, I invite you to go look up. The Electoral College seats presidents. Your vote does nothing to seat a president. And if you read otherwise, go look up the 5 or 6 that have been seated who got the popular vote and then were not made president. And by the way, we have examples. One guy was Benjamin Harrison. Is that right? Benjamin Harrison was one of those guys who did not get the popular vote and was seated, I think. Guess who his descendants are? The geniuses who run the TV show called Pawn Stars.
Unbelievable.
If you're involved in this, you're being boondoggled. And what's worse is I just told you the truth. You can look it up. Your vote does nothing. And by joining the voter rolls, you are accepting things that I'm pretty sure you wouldn't accept if you knew what you were accepting. You're accepting a system that is corrupt. You're accepting a system that has devalued you for generations. You're accepting a system that slaves you out to basically a corporate or hierarchical agenda, people that are far above that you'll never know the names of, ancient families, probably.
It's just crazy how, even in the, age of consent or the age of information or the age of deception or whatever this is, like you can still learn a lot. You just have to have the care to look, right? And I know for me, like, I had this faint idea that history would be a good thing to learn more about. And I had this faint idea I'd like to start a podcast at some point. So I was like, I'll just do a history podcast, do my own research and just write it down and then make it funny. And that'll be my whole show. But at this point in the game, you know, we've been doing almost exclusively interviews on the show because it's almost time to stop looking back and start looking at now.
That is a salient observation. We're in deep water. We're in trouble. We're in critical mass right now, and the game's not over, and this could be ended quickly at any time by people quit accepting what authority tells you to do. You show me the damn law. Show it to me. Show it to my face. We are a nation of laws. If you can't show me that, then get out of my face. Other than that, you are allowing a world takeover to happen. And where they want to go is universal basic income. Where they want to go is a vaccine passport. Where they want to go is to electric cars that have a limit of 150 miles till you got to get a charge with a kill switch in them. That law's already been passed. Where they want to go is total control of money, where you get paid by them and you have 2 weeks to spend it before it disappears. No savings account, no inheritance to the children, and by proxy, no ownership of anything. That's where we are now. And if you want to sit around with your head in the sand, well, then I guess prosperity or posterity will remember what you contributed in this time. This is a critical, critical juncture, and we have the power to do better. All of us do. But first of all, you got to care about other human beings. Secondarily, you probably need to care about the creation to take a step forward to push back against the synthetic nonsense. And since I've got to go pretty quick, I'll leave you with this idea. The creation is perfect from my point of view. No man or woman in the world can replicate it. They can't make a fish from scratch. They can't make an oak tree. They can't make any of it from scratch. So what they have done is they've made a synthetic world, this technical world. And since the rules of trust, which are applied to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, even in religion, the Creator made it, the Creator owns it. The technology that's been created, in fact, makes them God of the technology. They're trying to separate you from the natural world, pull you into being addicted or requiring their synthetic systems, of which they will be basically gods. There it is. If you can't recognize the truth in what I've told you, think about it. If you care what your grandchildren might face, think about it. If you care what your children are going to inherit from our generation. And by the way, if you have children, here's the starkest reality of all. You are quite fortunate, because I am told birth rate is down something like 60%, and that's only men. Children of Men, the movie, is that coming to be?
Oh,
Anyone?
yeah. George, last shot before we let Crow go.
Wow, now you're just putting the pressure on me. But no, I really like the way you phrased that about, the creator owns the creation. I hadn't quite thought of it in those terms as applied to the fake creation that they're trying to put us into.
Ready Player One, good example.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll give this idea. Learn about trusts, because they have a lot to teach you. In Christianity, where most of us were brought up in the West, there would be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God is the creator, right? He created this. He's the owner of it. Then there has to be a beneficiary, and there has to be a trustee. Never do you want to be the trustee. Trustee has to do all the things and take all the responsibility and take all the bad side. You want to be beneficiary. The creator made you beneficiary of this creation, but unfortunately, we've all drifted away, and we've made agreements with birth certificates and other things. Your birth certificate makes you a trustee. When you walk into a courtroom, you are a trustee, and yet it has always been your right to claim beneficiaryship, if that's the right word. When you start to grasp these universal ideas and apply them to your religious ideas, to apply them to your social, to your legal ideas, then you begin to realize that each of us has been given freedom, but it's only as good as the person who will claim it and then defend it. Because if you don't do either one of those things, you're not free. You're basically a slave if you don't do either of those two things. Anyhow, I want to thank you guys so much. I've got to get on the road, my friends. George, it was so great to meet you, man. You got an impressive mind there, my friend.
Thanks. No, it was great. It was great to meet you. It's not every day you get to meet a crow behind a microphone. So
Corvus Micus.
Thanks so much, Crow. Thanks so much for showing up. And you know, George does do interviews, so you might think about inviting him on your show. I'm just saying. But
really, do you go out and do interviews, George?
I could be convinced.
All right. Well, Aaron, it was really great to meet you. And I guess I'd like to offer you guys a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. Thanks so much.
Belief is the enemy of knowing.